There we go, guys. The walk-in video to the Hilton Hotel, the Olympic Casino here in Tallinn. It's WSOP Circuit Events 2024. I'm Andreas Höglund, and our main commentator beside me, George Sanford, back for the main event this time.
Back for the main event. 3 days of action going to be streamed. We've got day 2, so we're just out of the late registration period. Bumper prize pool of over the 1 million guarantee, of course. 812 in a 1.5k in Northern Europe. You love to see it.
Oh, definitely. Big crowds all over the hotel and the premises. And this is the start of the stream from the main event. We've done a couple of previous events this week. We had the ladies, the 555 No Limit Hold'em, and also some bread and butter for you, 4 and 5 cards up there on the table yesterday, right?
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure to commentate all of the ring events so far. And just a shout out to the side events as well, getting some fantastic numbers out there. The PLO8 got good numbers. We had over 400 in the celebrity event. So things really cooking here at the WSOP in Tallinn so far.
Definitely. And we're going to head over to our feature table then. We have chosen a nice one for you, or at least someone has. Because this is the chip count and the players, and we have some notables on this one.
Yeah, this is a star-studded lineup. So for some context, Jeffrey is on his 6th bullet of the tournament and has been pretty busy today, just busting out just about everyone. He'd managed to rack up 5 eliminations in the first 2 orbits of his 6th bullet. And yeah, that doesn't seem to be giving me the vibe that he's going to be tight on this feature table.
No, not really. And I was in the tournament room earlier today. They started playing at noon, and almost, I think it was the 2nd or 3rd hand, I saw him standing up, screaming, "Yeah, that's how you knock out aces, baby." So he cracked aces with, I think it was 7-6 offsuit, and yeah, big pot, already won. I think he almost doubled up with that one and went to 300k, and now as we saw, he's well over 500k in his stack. So big numbers.
You can tell even just by the way he's sat there in the big blind waiting for the action to get round to him that he really wants to just get in the mix. He's kind of leant forward in the chair, quite animated. So looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, and also he has a lot of cashes through the years. He has amassed over 740,000 in dollars, that is, total live earnings. So plays a lot of poker, and biggest cash was back in 2017 in Canada, but goes around Europe as well now, playing a lot of poker. And yeah, one of the notables on the table, we do have one Estonian guy as well with a lot of cashes, George.
Yes, Nikiforov, who has done extremely well, got 3rd in a win 3K in Vegas in December for over 400k, and followed that up with a deep run, making 4th in a 50k at the EPT. So playing some nosebleed stakes and contending with the solver guys and the top high stakes pros.
Yep.
So it'd be good to see what kind of game he brings to the feature table here. Might be actually kind of a smaller buy-in for him based on his recent resume. So interesting to see whether that changes the style that he brings to the table. Is he going to be a bit more aggressive and less ICM orientated, as we are now starting to approach the money? Some of the players that have satellited in or are playing a tournament at the top of their buy-in level will be very much aware of that bubble encroaching.
And here now pictured is Kim from Norway, and you can see that he has exactly 50,000, and that's just because he just bought in. We're not sure if it's his first bullet or not, but just in the break he took, at least it's going to be the last bullet he does, because now the registrations are closed. Yeah,
in many ways the max late reg strategy is something that has become very popular amongst pros and recreationals. It saves a lot of time, and in a 1 hour clock, you've still got 1/3 of the field left, so it's 67% of the players have no chance to win, and you can come in, maybe double up and try and ease your way into the money there.
Now then, the only woman on the table, Katarina, our Estonian player, is racing from the bottom with the Queen Jack, and look at this one.
The Butcher is ready to slaughter here with the kings in the small blind.
And that is actually not your nickname of him only. That's what his chosen nickname was back in the days. He's a former online and live pro, now retired from poker, but still plays recreationally. Isaac Noyan of Sweden is now all in with the kings, and as you can see, he has 10 bigs. So back to Katarina, she makes the laydown.
Yeah, makes a nice disciplined fold there, I guess, when we are 1/3 of the field left, kind of approaching the money. If you're in the early stages of the tournament and you open the button and someone shoves for 10 bigs, you usually call there with the queen jack, but she manages to avert disaster. Nicely done.
Yep. And we are on a 1,503K blind level, and also, of course, the big blind ante, 3,000 at the moment. And we just started the new level, so we'll be playing 1 hour levels throughout the entire day, and the plan is to play approximately until midnight today, I think. And of course, we will have the bubble looming as well shortly, so might be some hand-by-hand play as well. And Stas now in seat number 1, and I actually picked up a discussion between seat number 1 and Kim that we saw pictured, because those were the two guys that sat down with the starting stack now after the break. And Kim asked Stas, is this actually your first bullet? So judging by that, maybe Kim is in for a few.
Okay, so potentially he wanted to take a little breather and come back just so that he couldn't do any additional bullets.
Maybe, yeah. All right, now then, Konstantin, first time in the mix on this table, limping, and check from Kim. So we have our first flop then.
Konstantin boasts a really impressive Hendon Mob resume. First cash of note was 2024. All of his cashes are from 2024, and he's got over 400K in total earnings.
Oh, wow.
So he's been on a bit of a run and continuing that so far. Above starting stack here, looking to make headway and continue lucrative 2024 that the Ukrainian is having.
Certainly so. And now then, that's from Kim and got called.
Gut shot on gut shot violence there. A 7 would have been the real disaster card, as both players would have improved to a straight. And Kim taking an aggressive route here with his 8-4, just instantly firing out half pot on the turn with 28K behind. And I just don't see a way that Konstantin can possibly continue in this hand. Nicely done there from Kim.
Yep.
Really taking the initiative, driving his opponent out. Did turn the open-ender alongside his flop gut shot, so taking the initiative and putting that short stack to good use. Very fearless play, I'd say.
I'd say that too, yeah. So maybe the guess that he's not on his first or second bullet is
potentially looking to spin or bust.
Yeah. And Jeff been rather quiet on this table so far.
Yeah, not seen anything from him. I was expecting the big personality, the 4x open raises, and just all sorts of carnage. But maybe
the stage fright has gotten to him.
Potentially, or in some ways it's shrewd to just get your bearings and kind of get comfortable whilst you are under the lights. It's a very difficult dynamic when you come in during the tournament. Not even for the final table. It's kind of like everything kind of changes momentarily. So you need to figure out what your opponents are going to be doing, and observing them and taking note can only be a good thing, I think.
Yeah, and also, of course, the players in seat number 1, Stas and Kim, they are new to the table since they just bought in again. But the other players has been playing all day together, so they're pretty aware about how Jeff has been manhandling the table so far and knocking out. So yeah,
they're going to have a good idea on him, and they're going to have to figure out how to combat that relentless aggression. Here comes Kim in the small blind with the king-queen suited. Couple of options on the table here. Jamming seems fairly reasonable if Jeffrey is overly wide, and he's actually going to go for a small 3-bet for value here versus someone that these guys won't have much history, as we believe Kim is coming in fresh with the new stack on this table. But I quite like this. It's very creative. If you perceive your opponent to be kind of wide, trying to get called by these worse broadways or lean on some weak ace-x as he's doing here. Jeff folding the better hand and Kim with a nice little move there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jeffrey woke up with something at least, and when we said that we haven't seen anything from him, he made the open raise, but had to fold to the 3-bet from Kim. So this is our current chip count. You can see Isak still at the bottom, but now gaining a little bit of momentum on this table. At least 13 big blinds, started with 10 when we came back from the break. So Stas just holding on to his 50K starting stack that he bought just in the break. Now under the gun with the ace-9. And we had him on the final table of, what is the 555 the other day? Or
yes, the PLO 1K.
Yeah, PLO, yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
He came in pretty short and Made a couple of pay jumps, but unfortunately couldn't get anything going to contend for the serious money up top. But decent performance from him.
Yeah, and you did a little interview with him before that final table, and he had
Yeah,
some
he's-
pretty interesting hobbies.
He's a bit of a cheeky chappy, isn't he? I wasn't quite sure how sincere he was being, but he did tell me that his favorite pastimes are slots amongst other casino games.
A hobby as good as anyone, right?
Yeah, well, it's didn't seem like he was getting much sunlight, put it that way.
Maybe not. Now then, the all-time money list leader for Estonia, Ilya Nikiforov, is playing and defending the 7-6 in the big blind versus the 5s of Kim. And
Certainly is. Bit of a swing and a miss. Looks like a nice little start here for Kim, picking up some chips.
yeah,
And should be doing okay. Wow, look at this. 12 into 18.5.
this is an aggressive guy, right?
It's pretty unorthodox, to say the
And-
least. You usually see the more conservative sizing on these boards.
And the Estonian John Lennon has nothing but to fold.
No, exactly. Yeah, he's rocking a nice little look there and enjoying his panache on the table.
Certainly. All right, so we're just a few hands in. It's the main event. A few hands into the stream, we should say. We're many hands into the main event that's been going on. We had 6 starting days, right? And
Yes.
flights during the days, and now we're on the day 2, and bubble is approaching. So it's going to be an interesting day, and we're also going to have some guest commentators coming in, joining you, George, in the booth as well shortly.
Absolutely right. Going to have a mixture of guests across the rest of the day, and we're going to be streaming down to. Do we know if we're going to the money today, or is it going to be something around
I
there?
think it was the set at a certain amount of levels, so which meant I don't remember the exact number now, but it should be. It should take us around midnight to
Okay.
conclude today's play. So that should be 10 levels.
10
so-
levels, 1 hour levels.
Yeah.
And they've
Oh,
already
the
played
first
4.
one, yeah, those were 40 minutes, right? The first 4, and now
yes.
we're into 1 hour levels. So 6 more hours then should be what we're in for. And also there's going to be a dinner break around 6:30, I think, maybe 7 then, since we are on the 30-minute delay.
So about
So-
7 hours of action with a little break
Yeah.
is coming up for you guys. Here's Stanislavas with the ace-7 suited here,
Yeah. and we'll
facing this
see.
raise from Ilya, blind versus blind. Should be fairly happy with his hand.
Yeah. Shoving here, right?
I think so, yeah.
Trying to eye Ilya down, get a read. Or is he just thinking about slots?
I think so, yeah. He's thinking which machine he's going to pick if he...
Does
Ooh,
not
okay,
fully
he does go
shove.
for the call. Interesting.
And he'll like that
Wow.
flop. Wow. And Ilya actually has a little piece with a 9, so expecting to check the bet and the jam, or
I think he might follow up with the bet here on this ace-king 9. It is a great board for him. His opponent is going to be struggling to do much. We know that he won't be with this hand. Ace-X suited, flopping top pair and the nut flush draw. And Ilya does follow it up with kind of medium sizing, I guess. 9.5 into about 25 or so. 40% pot.
Stanislavas now feeling like he has his birthday or something.
Yeah, he's really...
You can see the emotions, right?
Yeah, he doesn't give much away, does he? He's very shrewd. And nice
simply
just call
calling,
there.
yeah.
You do have some hands basically drawing dead at this stage, so no need to panic and go for the all-in there. Just going to be basically folding out all of the bluffs, which is something that we definitely don't want to do. This jack is somewhat problematic.
Yeah.
Some hands now.
Queen 10 getting there.
Yeah,
and
Queen 10 getting there. Gives
two
equity
pair
to some
combinations.
other hands as well. It's really tough to define Ilya's range because any hand that he would have probably opened with likely to follow up on this flop. And he does wave the white flag momentarily. Let's see if Stan's going to continue to play this hand quite tricky. He's managed to find a flat pre-flop where he certainly could have considered jamming. And the flop does seem a lot more natural. And he doesn't
the
want to...
smiley all in.
It was. He was quite chatty yesterday on the PLO stream. in and out of pots. So I think that's just kind of his personality, really.
Yeah.
And yeah, he doesn't want to allow any kind of like 4 straight rolling off on the river and potentially losing some action. Lots of weird hands for Nikiforov to potentially consider hero calling with. King 10s, King Queens would all arrive in the same fashion. So Stas not fancying allowing the free card to all of those types of holdings and rifling it in and getting the job done. Nice little pickup there.
Yeah, building from the starting stack. You can see he's up to 70k now, 70.5 even. Jeffrey still way up in top, of course. 171 big blinds.
Wow.
Good spot with like 200 runners in the main event. Still in.
That's an absolutely momentous stack. I don't think I've ever been in that kind of situation on day 2 of a big event. So let's see if he can capitalize on that. It's such a big stack that he covers almost the rest of the table combined, I think.
Now it's time for butching again, perhaps. The butcher wakes up with the jacks.
Yeah, what's he going to do here? Is he going to... Some of the sort of players who from the old school like to just shove here, whereas the new school is much more inclined to go for the min raise. So let's see what the butcher goes for.
Yeah, even though being an old school player, he goes with the new school.
That's it.
He's adapting.
That's it. Needs to get some value from worse hands and not force out the lower pairs that might shove on him or etc.
Matthias, we haven't seen much of him, and now folding the 3-2 quickly, of course. Stanislavas in the small blind, just won a pot, and don't think we'll be seeing him in this one. What about big blind? Oh,
whoa, hello there.
We have some action.
This is probably just going to be a shove, I guess. Your opponent is opening off of about 13 big blinds.
I think I heard Ishak talk about that he lost a big pot against Jeff earlier today, so was a bit upset. I think it was a bad beat, at least the way he told it. But yeah, so we'll see if this.
Well, this one's
going to be it, or
just going to be a straight flip, isn't it? Yeah. So you can't really call this a bad beat if he were to come out on the wrong side of it. Wonder what Jeff's thinking about here. He's taking his time. Maybe thinking that it looks a bit weaker. It's tough to say.
Reaching for the bigger chips.
Yeah. Is that just
with the 3-bet?
3-bet, non all in.
And quick all in from Ishak, and a quick call, of course, from Jeff. So we're heads up to a flop with Ishak Noyan of Sweden. You can see he's in front with the jacks, but it's his place, his seat in the tournament that is being risked on this one. Ace queen for Jeffrey, Ishak with the jacks.
Just picking up on the table audio there, Ishak says, "Thanks, I need it," when Jeffrey wishes him good luck, feeling that all the momentum is with Jeffrey.
It was queen first.
Paint on the turn. Oh, nice hold there for the butcher.
Nice double up.
And maybe now with his 30 big blinds, he can start to carve out a bit of presence at the table.
Yeah. As we said, retired poker pro, and now he makes his living as an accountant, has an own accounting firm, so now he's got some more chips to count as well.
Exactly, and adding to the bling and the stylishness on the table, we've got some
nice sunglasses going on in this corner, right?
Exactly, it's nice to see. You've got Jeff, you've got Ilya, and also the butcher.
Yeah.
Rocking the shades, and I think that's a smart move.
In there as well with the shades.
Absolutely, and I think that's a smart move on the feature table. Sometimes the glare of the light can be a little bit off-putting and take you out of the best headspace to be in when you're trying to focus, obviously, and surmount a stack to get through to day 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at another chip count, updated one. Jeffrey lost a few chips, but still way up in front. And by that, I think I'm going to leave you, George, and leave it to Lina Olofsson, the blogger who's coming in, joining you for some commentary action, if she's ready. Yes, of course. So with that, I'll leave you for a while and see you shortly, and enjoy your time.
Thank you very much, Andreas, once again.
Hello.
Hello, hello, Lina. How are we?
Good. I'm happy to see Ishak. He's an old... We started to play poker basically at the same time, and he was just telling me before they went on to the feature table that he was looking forward to have a double up. And
and he found his spot.
He did.
Found his spot, and now he's got a pretty decent chance, like 90,000 chips in a good structured event. 3K big blind.
Push the chips forward.
Every chance. But yeah, he came in with about 40K and things were looking a little bit dicey, but he manages to find that spot, and now he should feel a bit more comfortable. Do you have any background info on him? And maybe any poker stories that you feel like sharing from
he his nickname, he called himself the Butcher, and he was slaughtering online. He did really well. He used to be an EPT regular for many years. He's a very solid Scandinavian poker player. He.
What sort of time frame was it when he was doing really well online? Was this mid-2000s or? Yeah.
I've played a lot against him back in the days.
So a tough player and seems to still know what he's doing?
Yeah, definitely. He's happy that he has position on Jeff.
Yeah,
100%.
That's a great. It's a great pull, isn't it? Because Jeff is certainly dangerous, and anyone that's a master stack this large, you have to realize that they're going to be the type of player that is going to be sending chips into the pot willy-nilly. So the Queen-Jack suited, though, is a lovely hand. He's picked up some beauties so far. Ace-Queen, unfortunately, not going so well for him. Fading everything there versus Ishak, who is in the big blind with the Queen-3 off. Does he want to tangle with this very awkward holding? Getting a good price from the big blind. You do tend to see people call with a pretty wide range. They are somewhat approaching the money, though, and the hand has pretty poor playability, so I think a fold is quite justified.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting to see because Jeffrey, I was by their table the first 3-4 orbits, and he eliminated 5 players within the first 2 orbits.
Yeah, so tell us about this 7-6 hand. Did you see the action? It sounded crazy.
I actually, that was the first time that's when I stuck around. But he had 7-6 on King 9-7 board, and he called, and he hit another 7 on the turn.
Oh, wow, okay.
And as the player busted, it was 2 players busting in that hand, he was like, that's how you break aces. And he had 10 friends coming over, cheering with
High
him.
five.
Yeah. He's funny. He's a really funny dude. And he was aggressive. I just saw Isak. I know that he is used to be one of the aggressors, but he had no chance whatsoever.
No,
he even leaned over, telling Jeff that he was that he should give him some of the smaller pots after Jeff eliminated 5 players.
Wow.
And now he has eliminated 2 more, also in the same hand. And so he's already took out 7 players so far.
Absolutely, just a wrecking ball so far.
Yeah.
And nothing to play there. An unfortunate spot as the Ace of Hearts was exposed for Katarina there on the button. That's annoying. She would have had, I think, Ace-Jack, which was certainly a lot more playable than the Jack-8 offsuit that instead got slid into the muck. So those small things can make a difference, but it's important just to kind of brush them off. It
50 players
don't need to take some kind of victim mindset about why always me. It happens to everyone. It's unfortunate.
It doesn't happen online, though.
No, it doesn't. That's the thing, right?
It's not
In the
allowed.
comfort of your own home.
It's not worth it.
But really, it's a huge difference. The atmosphere, you would never get that. Never. You can feel the tension in the tournament room as you reach the money or the bubble before the money. It's
unrivaled, exactly. I think the only decent atmosphere I've had playing online was during lockdown, when we were constantly on Skype with friends because we were all so lonely.
Yeah.
And we had a nice energy on the calls there. And those don't really happen so much because now, of course, post-lockdown, everyone's just so buzzing to go out and play live. And the game's really been booming. It's almost like a mini regeneration of poker, I'd say, over the last few years.
Yeah, totally. It's almost like the COVID effect is almost as big as the moneymaker effect.
Exactly. It just got people playing out of the blue with lots of free time on their hands.
Yeah.
And testament
Jeffrey
to that.
picked up another hand.
Getting in there with the threes. Konstantin in the small blind with the queen jack. Is he going to find a peel here? He does go for the peel. Versus tight opponents, I think he could consider folding, but if he feels that Jeffrey is a little out of line or a little wide, then the queen jack performs a little bit better. So he's going to come in for a call from the small blind and flopping the open ender here. Not much for Jeffrey to work with.
No.
Can we have a raise, please?
But he's been on the table. Did he just buy in, or has he been...
Konstantin?
Yeah.
We're not sure. He's definitely not one of the max late registrants.
Okay, but then he knows, obviously, how
he
Jeffrey is playing, so he's...
I think that's it. I think it's an adjustment from Konstantin, and he's got probably one of the best, if not the best, bluff candidates in that small blind flatting range here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking to just pounce on random hands like ace king, no heart, pocket threes, pocket fours, pocket deuces, ace deuce. You know, there's so many misses here, and once Jeffrey does check back the flop, you feel that he's going to be surrendering the turn quite a lot.
Yeah.
10-9-7 flush draw. Most of the hands there would looking to be in the stronger ones for Jeffrey would be looking to charge there.
Yeah, definitely.
So very rare that you find someone checking back that board and showing up with much. And he does relinquish the threes. So nice work there from the Ukrainian. Rewarded with the button now.
Yeah.
And he's happy.
He'll be happy with that for sure. Just that's what it is with this hour clock. It's just kind of tiptoeing around, picking up these small, medium pots, trying not to get into unnecessary confrontations. The beauty of the longer structure is that you've just got so much time on your hands, and so.
Yeah, but you're gonna have. I mean, I've been watching this table a lot, and
it's one of the tables that it's going to struggle to do that, right? That navigation.
Yeah.
And keeping the pots controlled. Jeffrey hasn't been.
But it was a lot of action going on, because I sat pretty close to their table when I was writing up an article, and it was action constantly.
Yeah.
They all seem to have calmed down a little bit since they came up in the camera lights.
I think the stream dynamic changes it a little bit. People don't want to look silly. There's going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of people watching, and it can give a sense that people just kind of come back into their shell a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
So Matthias Juhani from Finland defending with the 9-8 off. And the butcher with his king-queen just going to be following up a very natural c-bet here on the ace 6-4. Clearing out these types of hands that have two live cards against him and doing a nice job of exactly that.
Yeah.
Simple ABC poker, but it still works.
So Isak, he used to, like I said, he used to be an EPT regular, used to play the World Series, and he was one of the top Scandinavian poker players. But then he retired, and apparently he has 5 kids.
Wow.
He had 5 kids within 5 years, so he's been busy.
That's a real shift, I guess, making up for lost time, having been playing poker for so long and just being on the road and not really having the time to build a family.
No, but it was really sweet. I love when poker players get a kid because they always bright up and
soften
talking
up a bit.
about. Yeah, they soften up and they are so smiley when you ask them about their kids.
Yeah, the apple of their eye, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Oh.
Stanislavas opening it up with the ace-king. Lovely holding. And the butcher here with the ace-10, not conventionally a hand that would be continuing versus an under-the-gun raise. You can, from time to time, go for a 3-bet bluff. But I think peeling here would be a little bit of a misstep. It's just a touch too weak.
He doesn't know how Stanislavas is playing either, since he just bought in. So
yeah, I think you have to make assumptions that someone who's prepared to max late register a 1.5k buy-in is probably going to have a decent idea of what they're doing. And Stanislavas' kind of table presence does indicate someone that clearly plays a lot of poker.
yeah, and if you watched the stream yesterday, he was at the final table. So
He was.
Jacks.
Jacks for Matthias here. Versus sort of 45, 50 big blinds under the gun. It gets a bit murky as to whether we want to get in so many chips. But versus Stanislavas, who has a shade over 20 big blinds, we've got a very clear 3-bet call here with our jacks. And he goes for the 3x sizing. Out of position.
I wonder if he's just in a call or if he's gonna push it.
I think he's going to be quite happy to go all in here. It's not you're not thrilled because we're under the gun versus small blind. People don't tend to bluff this spot much, but he can have the same hand. He could potentially have a hand like Ace Queen suited that's looking to commit.
How much? 69. My zodiac sign.
It's one of those spots where you just feel like they've got the same hand or you're flipping a lot.
Call.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky and you dominate him.
He didn't even think about that.
No, the money's gone in. The plan was to 3-bet call, I guess, from Matthias. And Stanislavas does 4-bet jam with his ace-king, and we do go off to the races here in a classic no-limit hold'em tournament situation. Ace-king
Comes always
versus the jacks. Clean board. Could this be the second time we see the pair hold versus the ace-high?
Then it was Jacks then too, right?
Yeah, jacks versus ace-queen that time, and jacks holding once again. The jiggities, the magic hand so far on the feature table. And that's the end of it for the Lithuanian.
Yeah.
Hitting the rail.
And
A quick and...
We're probably going to see him
Painless,
in
actually.
another tournament.
Oh yeah, he'll be going to fire into something else. We've got a 1K
Very strong jacks.
getting started today as well, and a couple of other events as well. The 3K will be starting tomorrow, I believe.
Which one?
The 3K high roller.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 2-day event, so starts tomorrow, finishes on Sunday, and that usually gets some decent runners as well.
Yeah,
there's satellites
definitely.
running into that. I think there was one last night. There's going to be one today as well. And what I love about Tallinn is there's just so many opportunities to play another tournament. Often you do go to tournament series and it's like if you bust the main event, there's absolutely nothing on and you've just got to
Or
go.
like a lot of PLO tournaments or horse tournaments or high rollers. Like they've done such an excellent job on all these extra tournaments. We were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, I was talking to Teresa outside. and-
Constantine with kings. A
we
lot
go.
of hands on this table.
Yeah, they're picking them up. Kings and Matthias happy to not find anything to go with there if he watches this one back later. Jeffrey with 8-3 off. And we know he likes to play some blackjack, but it's not quite going to
You
cut it.
can't double with this.
Exactly. You can't get another box going. So Constantine going to be a little bit miffed there just to pick up the blinds. Was hoping for a little more action with his short
King
stack.
kongs.
Yeah, exactly. That's the dream spot, but unfortunately that's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. No, but it's really nice. I was talking to one of the Norwegians and he was like, it's so nice. I brought my wife here and and she could play. Normally it's not that many tournaments that your spouse can play, and there is something for everyone every day, which is
Cool.
Yeah, they really did a great job on putting that schedule together.
Agreed. I was talking to Teresa and she was feeling very proud of not only the work obviously she had done, but her whole team. They've been working hard throughout the week.
Yeah, they have.
It's been non-stop. I just don't know when they get time to sleep, to be honest. There's just always a tournament running.
There is. And they really handpicked all the staff. A big shout out to all the staff in this event. It's amazing.
Coming from around Europe and even further beyond that, I think, in some cases as well.
Yeah, it's just world class. Everything is world class here. It's I really enjoy it.
Yeah, I totally agree. So Kim,
And I'm spoiled.
you are. You get the best of both worlds.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I'm so used to being at really like high-end tournaments, but this is it's beyond my wildest expectations. Actually.
Interesting flop for Kim here with the 4-3 suited. He's got some backdoors.
Yeah.
I don't think
He's
Ilya...
pretty speculative, that Kim guy. He's Norwegian though. We are. Scandinavians are always.
Yeah, he's pretty splashy, is the Norwegian. And Ilya just getting out the way. I thought he might have floated one there with the Queen Jack. Backdoor flush draw, 2 overs to a lot of pairs. So what are your thoughts so far from the stream table?
I mean, it's pretty obvious when they go to the feature table that the game calms down a little bit, but I would expect a little bit more aggression, especially from Jeff, who's been like
he's been really giving it to them on the outer tables, and so far we've seen almost a slightly I wouldn't say underwhelming, but definitely a more conservative style from him.
Yeah.
Maybe that's also a byproduct of just having that massive stack, and he kind of has the self-awareness and self-control to be like, look,
he's a really good player too.
Yeah.
He's not just like someone who's booming every pot. He's a really good player, so he knows what he's doing. But he likes to be the table captain. You could tell already from day one.
Yeah, it just kind of suits his personality. You can tell with the shades and the that jewellery he's got there looks quite extravagant. So he's going to open it up with the Jack-8 suited here. The butcher in the big blind. This is going to be, from what it seems, a common heads-up battle between these two. They seem to be naturally just finding themselves in a lot of pots against each other.
Okay. Thank you.
And he does peel the 9-6 off. It's by no means super comfortable, but hey, we're getting a pretty good price in the big blind there.
Yeah, and you also have to show that you have to vary the way you're playing.
Yeah,
which I think that Isak shows. Like, you can't raise my big blind each time. Sometimes I'm gonna push.
Exactly.
Sometimes I'm gonna call you up. It's
a little bit of resistance.
Yeah.
So Jeffrey is going to take a stab here. I think with our bear 6 on ace king 6.
It could be it.
We can consider folding here, but he is going to peel one off.
And he even said that this can be it.
This is such a small sizing. Yeah, good table talk. This could be it. Because I think if Jeffrey can somehow find another barrel here, just no equity whatsoever, but it is a great board for him. So is he going to follow this up with a meaty turn sizing as if to leverage the entire stack of Ishak and say, look, if you call this, I'm going to be all in on the river. That's what the beauty of a big turn barrel can do.
Yeah.
And he is going to find it.
Wow.
Look at this.
Oh.
So I was kind of almost thinking, who is this crazy Jeff guy? He must have been swapped out for someone else. But now we're starting to get a flavor of what Jeff's got to bring to the table here.
Yeah.
Goes for half pot. And that's going to be, if Ishak calls here, it's going to be just under a pot-sized bet left. And he does get out the way. Show him the bluff, Jeff. Come on.
I think he said, I can't believe it, when he folded too.
How can I see it? You just gotta watch the screen. Put it on your phone.
He's a cheeky chappy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I quite like him.
If you talk to him, ask him about his dog.
He's got a dog.
Like what I said about poker players, always smiling when you ask them about their kids.
Yeah.
It's the same with Jeff, but when it comes to his dog, he has a French bulldog.
Oh, lovely.
It's so cute.
Did he show you 100 pictures as well?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. That's the true dog owner.
Yeah.
100 big blinds with pocket one.
So Kim J here, who's been rather splashy, the Norwegian so far, coming in on the max late registration, and he's got King Queen. He's picked up some decent holdings, but he's also been not afraid to get creative. The 4-3 suited from the hijack, and then finding a way to win on King King Deuce with the backdoor flush draw. So liking the what we're seeing from him so far. It's nice to have these kind of unorthodox and aggressive players. They certainly add to the dynamic, and it's not like we didn't have enough of that already with Jeff and the Butcher sat on the other side of the table. So great stream table so far.
And we have Ilya, who's, he's
quite a solid player,
yeah,
I think.
I
was wondering whether he would be playing differently because it's kind of a small stakes buy-in for him in some ways, but it seems like he's really respecting the level and not getting too out of line.
No.
So Konstantin will certainly have a decent idea of what Kim Jae's game is all about. We've seen him...
And it's an UTG race too.
Yeah, exactly. And Konstantin feeling the 8s are good enough. I quite like this shove. I think,
me too.
Yeah, versus a tight player, you can certainly consider just calling with these 1 hour clocks, over 20 big blinds he's got. But versus Kim, who's been pretty splashy in his first couple of orbits, quite like this. You can even get called by some worse hands, and he's having a little sniff of his aroma or something.
Lemongrass. 69.
Lemongrass. Wow, okay.
Yeah, very good.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever seen someone have their own personalized handheld scent at the table before. That's quite nice.
Well, it's actually a good idea. We were talking the other day about how it smells in the tournament room after a few days of poker.
Yeah, it can get a little bit sweaty there. Unfortunately, some of the Scandinavians are just from the tournament to the cash game room to the hotel, and maybe don't quite get the time for the shower. Wow, he's raised, called it off with the King Queen off here. That is a really brave call, and Konstantin is going to be a little bit gutted about this. He just wanted to get it through, I think, and not be at risk for his stack. Kim really gambling here on the feature table, coming in with a lot of gusto, and gets rewarded with the ace queen. Insane. Konstantin's going to feel sick to his stomach there. You really should be getting a fold from King Queen in these positions, and he's going to be out of the door. A brave call from Kim. Some might say out of line, but you know what? He manages to find the underpair and finds the queen on the flop, and that's going to be the end of it for him.
So if you want a hand against him, then you get all his stack. Yeah, probably.
He's got a 25K on the top.
It's been a lot of nice table talks, I think, too.
I was wondering what kind of energy they'd be talking about. I don't think they were being rude or anything, were they? Or saying it was just a bit of friendly
It's been very
banter.
respectful. It hasn't been, even when Jeff busted all these players, and he was pretty lucky in a few hands. The spirit was so good all the time, and you could see they were doing the fist bump, and Isaac was not all in. It's it's good spirits.
And Kim coming in clearly with a bit of an agenda on his hands. He's not playing for the min cash, is he? With plays like that, that's for sure. So love to see that kind of dynamic on the table, and let's see if he can push on. What a great start.
He's Norwegian. He's not here to fold.
No, that's for sure, right? These guys love to get in the mix. Matthias here, 6-handed now. He's going to open his pocket threes.
There goes a 3. Oh. He likes to play his aces.
What, any kind of offsuit ace even, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, conventionally this one would be far too weak to peel, but Jeff may have other ideas here. Could even be taking it upstairs for a 3-bet. And if you remember, it's not exactly going to be a timing tell that he's weak, because he took a lot of time with his ace-queen suited versus Ishak before, so not going to be able to read too much into that. Does go for the 3-bet, picking his spot here really nicely, because pocket threes Maybe actually with Matthias being quite deep, he is going to peel, but he doesn't. He just lets it go. And Jeff.
Well done, Jeff.
Spidey senses there, realizing that his opponent somehow was at the bottom of his range or having one of the weaker holdings.
In the main event, with a bubble on 13 tables, 104 will be our bubble, and a bottom prize of 3,000, and the winner will receive 193,700.
193. Almost 194. Wow.
93 or so, yeah, rounding up to 194. And if you couldn't hear that at home, it's a 3K min cash, and the bubble will be at 104 players. So we are motoring along. We think we got through the late registration. Whoa!
Another 3.
There's the 3s again.
Wow.
Wonder if Ilya opens this one. It's got this kind of awkward stack size of 35 big blinds. He is going to find the open. Makes it 6.
I like this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it?
It
Because
is.
you've kind of got the bubble approaching. There's a lot of people that are starting to kick into gear and realize that they need to build a stack or make a move unless they dribble out. We've got a quarter of the field left here. So a little bit of ICM considerations in effect. We have seen 2 wide opens from the 3s in back-to-back hands.
And they get no respect whatsoever.
No respect. Matthias in there with 5 deuce suited, taking a spin at the flop and completely bricking it out. Queen 10, 6, 2 diamonds. Ilya, you feel on this 2 Broadway board, it's going to be great for under the gun. Going to be betting all sorts here, and just a question of the sizing. Goes for 7K, just kind of leaning on the snap folds, and does exactly that.
Yeah, that's... You're not going anywhere with 5 deuce on that board, apart from a bluff.
Somewhat of a surprising defend pre-flop as well versus an under-the-gun open from a 35 big blind stack. Looks quite strong. I guess they are 6-handed now, so things are starting to open up a little bit.
Yeah.
We will be getting bums in those seats shortly, I believe. But for now, it's nice to enjoy some shorter-handed action. And we've certainly got the players for it with the likes of Jeff here. 6-4, though. I know he likes to play hands, but that might be a stretch too far.
Wow, even for Jeff.
Even for Jeff. Wasn't feeling frisky. I think he'd have opened the suited version, though.
A lot of pocket pairs.
Yeah, and these small, awkward ones as well. These 5s, when you get 3-bet, it's very difficult to know what to do. Sometimes you feel compelled to just 4-bet jam, and then when you get sniped.
I love Kim.
Yeah, Kim J.
Wow.
He's in the mix.
Yes.
Queen 5 of clubs going for the pre-flop float.
Oh, there's
another
all
5.
All the 5s are out.
Okay, so any more 5s on the flop, and we're going to have to speak to the floor here. Ilya does get out the way with the offsuit 8-5, seems reasonable. Completely dominated in both spots on this occasion. 5s versus Queen 5, not exactly a classic type of hand, cutoff versus dealer, but here we go. So Kim's got an overcard, a backdoor straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw. And the butcher is going to c-bet the flop.
Insta-call.
And yeah, Kim just does not fold.
He's not here to fold.
He's not. We saw a blind versus blind encounter versus the Ukrainian earlier on that he came out on top. And that king is awkward for Ishak here. Likely to be checking, or he might consider turning his hand into a bluff, looking to try and get some hands like a 7 or pocket 6s to fold. Does check, and look at this. Kim is just straight on him. All right, you check. I'm in for 15K. How about it, pal? Quite a nice sizing, actually. Does leverage Ishak's stack quite nicely. Would be 15.
He's fearless.
Yeah, he is. Would be 15 into 35 or so, and then he leaves 45 into 70.
He knows that Ishak is a solid player, so I mean,
No, I mean, the betting
you know
tells
that you can
itself,
get away
yeah.
with a bluff like that.
Isn't it?
Which betting?
My betting.
Just interested to hear what that that interaction was. And Ishak says, "What did you have?" And Kim Jae says, "Nice fold. The button plays itself." Excellent. This is what we need more in poker, these kind of personalities and a bit more table talk. And sometimes it does get a little bit tense on these stream tables.
Yeah,
certainly
it's so
had-
serious.
It is, and we certainly had about 20 to 30 minutes of that earlier on, but it looks like everyone's loosened up a
Loosened
little
up,
bit.
yeah.
Absolutely. This is a familiar face. I think this is a Finnish professional player. Get some more information on him very shortly for you guys. Katarina, not really had much to work with. Did get that ace exposed earlier on when she would have had ace-jack on the button, but since then, trash. And Jack-8 for Kim. We know he likes to play, but he's going to treat himself to a hand-off after that bluff versus the butcher in the previous holding. Ilya here with the 7-6, quite a natural limp. Yeah, so he does complete. And it's Timu with the 4s. Interested to see whether he goes for an ISO. Jamming feels a bit weird because it doesn't really achieve anything. You're only picking up the one big blind. You're dead versus traps, but look at this. Middle set versus 7-6. So we've got a gut shot for Ilya. And he's got one of those hands that likes to bet now. Just 7 high. A lot of efficiency here with this bet. You get a lot of random hands to fold, some Queen 8 type hands, King Deuce.
Do you think he's just gonna call here?
Yeah, it looks like it. Rainbow
Yeah.
board, quite easy to navigate. Wondering whether that would be the 5, because that would spell disaster for the Finn. Just arrived at the table.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those in the tournament.
Yeah, certainly have. Coolers. Ilya trying to figure out who's the king best for here. How much King X would my opponent
Might have, yeah.
be floating on the flop? And when it's the King of Hearts, that gives them 3 potential kings with clubs, diamonds, and spades that could be floating. So a brave stab from Ilya. Goes small again. Maybe just looking to target folds from a 3, but even a 3 I think would feel compelled to come along for such a small sizing here, blind versus blind. 4s though, on the other hand, at the other end of the spectrum, pretty much the effect of nuts here. Working out what he wants to do, what he perceives this sizing to mean from his Estonian counterpart.
You can almost see how much Jeff wants to just
Wants to be in the hand, doesn't he?
He just wants to be in the hand all the time.
Yeah, he loves action.
Yeah.
18.
There we go. So the Finn deciding that now is the time to make his move on the turn, popping it up to 18k with that set. Looking to target some hands like Jack X. If he's lucky, there's a king, although the sizing seems a little bit speculative as to whether Ilya has got a king or not. And Nikiforov there with his gut shot, just getting out the way.
Nice first hand. Welcome to the table.
Yeah, middle set on a rainbow board.
Yeah.
Still rainbow on the turn. Your opponent's betting into you. It feels like you've just walked into the set of a movie in some ways.
Yes.
And you're the main character. And you're the one that's going to win the King's... sorry, looking at the table there on the left. The WSOP Circuit main event.
I hope Katarina is going to pick up some hands. I want to see her play.
Yeah, she's not really had much to work with.
No, she hasn't.
Which is a shame.
Yeah.
King 7 off. Certainly not going to cut it. Speaking of the Kings of Tallinn, though, there's just been a autumn event.
Yeah, how exciting is
Yeah,
that?
I know, with the team event as well, which is
Yeah.
something that me and my friends just love to play with the points and the added leaderboard money. It really gets the energy in the room even higher.
Oh, yeah, it does.
So check that out.
A lot of players were asking about tag team challenge.
Yeah.
They really wanted it, or
Oh, a two-player tournament.
any kind of team tournament. So it's really nice that they're bringing it back in this fall.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I guess their only concern is that it can get a bit carried away because it's, so many tournaments going on, people flying about. It does make the logistics a little tougher.
Oh, yeah.
So Ilya is going for the 3-bet
wow.
here. And wow, Teemu with the ace-jack suited. Is he just going to get out the way, or is he going to come in for a cold 4? It does feel like cold calling is somewhat off the table. So goes for the conservative route. New to the table, Jeff just has that presence of someone that wants to be in here with the Jack-9 suited, facing the 3-bet, coming in for the cold call maybe.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He could
He
call.
really doesn't want to fold, does he? That's a painful look. Does get out the
look
way.
at this.
And here comes Kim. Insta calling with the king-queen suited. Fair enough. Don't
Yeah.
think he's ever going to be folding there. It was just a question of call or raise. And Kim is one of those players that doesn't give up combos like this. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. So I think Ilya's going to have his work cut out to muscle Kim out of the hand here, unless he goes for some kind of bizarre larger bet. Yeah, exactly. There you go. So 10K and a call. Kim pretty much beating him into the pot. Interested to know what Ilya thinks of that. The turn 7 of clubs might slow down the action here. Unless Nikiforov...
Ilya must know that Kim isn't folding. The way he's been playing.
Yeah, how do you perceive someone snap
How do
calling,
you get
though?
someone to fold his hand? Like,
How do you perceive someone snap calling? It looks a bit weaker to me because they didn't even consider raising. And look at this, he just takes every spot. He's just putting them all in. He's saying, I think you've got ace high.
Oh my God, I love it. I think he's my new favorite.
Wow.
Wow.
He is action, Mr.
Yeah.
Kim Jae here. Flatting the 3-bet.
Norwegian muscles.
Did have the best hand on that occasion, but almost impossible to know that compared to all of the ace-high give-ups that he's perceiving his opponent to have. Snap calls the 3-bet, Snap calls the C-bet, and all in on the river. It didn't take too long to wrap up that hand, did it?
No, it didn't.
That's what we like
I love
here.
that.
We get
He's
so
like a
many-
machine.
Yeah.
He's like Jeffrey was the first 2 orbits of this tournament.
Yeah, it's like playing against a chess engine or something. They're just instantly moving. Not wasting any time.
No calculations there.
No. A really bombastic field player, but great entertainment so far. Loving to see the Norwegian fully in the mix here at the feature table.
Yeah.
Assume
After
Maori.
the call with King 8, people, King Queen, people should be a little bit scared of him.
Yeah,
because
it's tough.
he's not here to fold, guys. Just so you know.
Tough to maneuver him out. And Matthias Juhani, the quiet Finnish pro there, will certainly have ideas of exactly what his opponent is up to here. And he goes for a wider than standard peel with the king-queen off. And it's a good read. He knows that his opponent is going to be opening far too wide, and you can see that Jack-9 off is making it in as a +2 open.
And there is no, I mean, even if he would pop it up, he would be snap called anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like he's that kind of player. Katarina here with their first decision with the ace-8. Doesn't look to defend it 3 ways. Was getting a pretty good price there versus a big action player. I think I might have seen a flop there
Me
with
too.
the ace-8. And look at this. We might see Kim fall on the wrong end of things, but look at his spidey senses.
I know.
How does he know?
I love it.
How does he know? Matthias here with the king-queen flopping top pair with the backdoor king-high flush draw.
Nope.
Oh.
Not going anywhere.
No, he's got backdoor something.
There
needs to
goes
go
the
past- yeah,
something
there
into
you go.
the waste bin.
Now just left with Jack High. What a sticky customer is
I
Mr.
love
Kim.
it. Yeah.
What's Matthias up to here with the check back? That's very peculiar. Maybe he thinks that his opponent is just going to bluff every time on the river.
And he is.
And he is. He does get a small little tester out of his opponent here in the form of the 10k into 30k. So third pot from Kim.
I guess he's just going to call because he wonders what Kim Ye has.
Does go for the raise though. Makes it 35, snap fold. And the first misstep there from Kim. He's been finding great spots, but on this time got trapped by his opponent. And
So what is the ruling here? Doesn't he have to show?
I know he raised to 35k.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because first I thought he said that he called.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, he said he just pretty quickly raised and
okay.
got a
My
snap
bad.
fold. Yeah. So 204 now. We've had 8 eliminations since the last update on that, and it's going to be the bubble at 104. So exactly 100 players to go until the bubble here at the WSOP Circuit main event in Tallinn, boosted from a 1100 to a 1500 buy-in, and still getting considerable amount of runners. 812 players and unique entries.
Amazing number.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, look. And now he picks up a hand.
Look
a
at
real
this.
hand.
It's the Kim J show so far. And now he's back in there for the 7k Open.
3,000.
Matthias, the winner of the last hand, takes a little break. Ilya's been on a real downward spiral so far on the future table. I think he's lost just about every pot he's played, or every significant one at that. Jeffrey with the Jack-9 off on the button. Does he fancy a little peel here? He's playing quite solid at the moment. Got the nice double barrel through with the Jack-8 earlier on. But not much apart from that, and it's the butcher in the big blind there with the King-6. Not going to be taking a flop versus the dangerous Norwegian in Kim
No,
J opening
and
from
he's-
+1.
500
I guess he's just waiting for a hand to double up one more time.
Yeah, exactly. He's choosing a better spot than that by the looks of things.
What is that? Ah, okay. I thought that was mine too.
He wants every chip on the table, does Kim?
Yeah.
Did you see?
You don't want to give cards back. Aces.
No, it was good, but not as good as it. No, sometimes this could have been better than aces, you know. Can be ace killer. Could be.
Well, that's interesting because he's calling himself the ace killer. And so was Jeff.
So is Jeff.
Yeah.
So they've got some kind of conspiracy against the tighter players with their aces, looking
Yeah.
to take them out.
I'm just
I'm
waiting
happy
for them
with
to
my
have a hand
survivor.
against each other.
Yeah, that would be a nice collision as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Ishak as well is looks to be a entertaining player, but he's just got the short stack mission on the go at the moment as we do hit our first blind level increase. So now 2k, 4k. And Kim J once again driving the action here. Oh, those are 25k chips, those grey ones, so might have been a little bit of a misstep if he had to have put those into play. But it's 8,000 the raise. Jeff not really picking up too much, just taking a bit of a seat, taking some time away. And Katarina here with the deuces is going to make the fold. Ace-10 suited for Ishak. I think that this would be a jam against Kim J based on what we've seen from him. He's opening almost every hand at the moment. And Ace-10 doing extremely well versus someone opening Jack-9 off, King-9 off. You won't know.
Calling with 8-5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. He's just been, even if you can't see many of his showdowns, it's quite clear that Kim is an action player here, and I think Ace-10.
No, it was 5 deuce. wasn't it?
5 deuce was,
Yeah, it was
the,
5
the
deuce.
defend from the big blind, yeah. Nice. Good shove here. A nice adjustment. It's by no means a clear shove in
Oh,
the normal
wow.
game.
He found the fold button.
He did. I thought he was going to flick it in again. We saw him flick it in for over 23 big blinds under the gun versus big blind with
Yeah.
King Queen offsuit earlier. And this time, not going to be doubling up the butcher.
He must have had some information that we didn't in that hand.
Maybe just seems to be the type of player, Kim, to just go with his emotions or however he feels at the time.
Yeah.
Very, very intuitive and committed style.
So half the field left before we hit the money.
Yeah, we've got another 100 or so to go.
Yeah. Let's see what Katarina does here in cutoff. She goes all in. After an initial raise from Matthias with ace 10,
How much?
Katarina has king queen. She's been folding basically every hand since she sat down. I guess she's gonna get away with it. Yeah. He's letting it go. Well done. The tight image is paying off. And Jeff, he looks like he wants to join the action again. He's just waiting for a hand to get his chips in the middle. And Ilya is down to 16 big blinds. Ishak has 17. Katarina has 20. Teemu with 26. And Pasi, one of our new players, has 34. And Kim Ye, the aggressor, the latest level aggressor, has 49 big blinds. And Matthias Juhani has 50 big blinds. Jeffrey found a hand worth playing, I think. He's just been waiting. You couldn't tell each hand, but he just wanted to get his chips in. Oh, there comes the raise. He pops it up to 9K. Ishak from cutoff is letting it go. But Pasi found a better hand on the button with ace jack and calls. King Ye, he's been calling a lot, but he actually let go of 7-6. Matthias has King 5 suited. Let's see if he wants to join in on the action. Yeah, he does.
How much? Was it 8 or 9?
9.
So 3 players to the flop. King, Queen 3. I got shot for both Jeffrey and Pasi, but the top pair for Matthias. And the best hand checks. Let's see what Jeffrey and Pasi. My guess is Jeffrey betting this. to look the way he used to play. Yeah. Pasi isn't going anywhere, and he's putting in a call, or is it a raise? Looks like a call. Yep. Pasi calls. Oh, we have a three-way action here.
Oh, wow, what have I come back to here?
Yeah, three-way action.
Jeff opens in +2, gets a call from Pasi.
In the button, yeah, and Matthias called in the big blind.
Yeah, and we got top pair versus 2 gut shots.
Yes.
And let's see, if Jeff fires a big sizing here, he might even be able to get this king 5 in this awkward 3-way pot to get out the way. He does have the utility of the ace of hearts as well, so it could come into play if he were to barrel through here and arrive at the river with the heart coming. Could use that to good effect and go for the lot, but let's see. He does wave the white flag. It's tough to find these aggressive players in a 3-way pot. You just feel like you're going to get called too often. Look at this river card here. Jeff rivering that nut flush blocker. Matthias is not going to be liking the look of that card whatsoever, as his king gets significantly downgraded, but Pasi rivers the nut straight on a 3 flush run out, so
that's his welcome gift.
absolutely. Got the check mark. Not sure what Matthias is thinking about. It's just going to be a clear check with the weak king here. 3 ways. Lots of hands improving that would have bet or continued in the form of Jeff and Pasi. Jeff might be thinking of turning this hand into a bluff, representing the flush. He was going to have to bet really big to give Pasi Maori any kind of decision here, I think.
Yeah.
Unless he does something like go all in, I think he's going to be getting looked up from the fin, lurking on the button with the nut straight here. So, would be quite a creative play. Jeff might think, oh, he does realize that he doesn't have any showdown, but it looks kind of small. 27, that's just going to get snapped off. And a quick call.
Wow.
And I think
Let's see.
Matthias
Yeah, Matthias
has
must fold.
Yeah, with his just top pair. So the bluff from Jeff not working out there. Quite impressive for him to find that combo, because he realizes
Matthias
that
can't
the 10...
be too happy to see those hands.
No, did he?
Knowing that he was in lead.
Yeah, he
all the way here.
got diddled on the river there.
Definitely.
Unlucky Matthias. But that's the way the cookie crumbles in these 3-way pots. They're very awkward, and any kind of tricky river card was going to spell danger for him with the weak king.
So down to 200 players out of the 812. Wow.
Absolutely right. And the aggression frequency. Kim at the top of the list. No surprise there. Followed by Jeffrey and Ishak. And then Ilya in 4th. I think that's about right from what we've seen, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Lots of action, and you can see Kim there coming in with the 50k starting stack. He's got 4 stacks, and he's right in the thick of it here, as we have a quarter of the field left, so his stack will be around about average. Jeffrey, king 7 off, treats himself to a fold.
Oh, you missed the hand you were gone. Katrina, she pushed her chips in with ace-9 off.
Oh, she
after
found the hand.
Matthias, no, she had king-queen.
King,
Matthias raised under the gun with ace-9.
Yep.
And she pushed and got a fold. So
Nice, nicely done.
yes,
So picking up some chips.
Yeah, and he wasn't even thinking about it. So
Yeah, I think fair enough, really.
yeah.
He's not seen her play a hand yet, so that's probably also getting factored in. So Matthias here is opening to 11k blind versus blind.
Well, that's a lot.
Yeah, the just under 3x, and Ilya with a suited queen. It's not really won many pots so far. Been on a bit of a downward trend. Came into the feature table with about 3 stacks, 147k, I believe.
Oh. We've seen some very speculative hands so far.
Yeah, I guess he just feels like he's got to defend his suited hand blind
I
versus
like
blind.
it. I like this way of playing.
In position.
You can tell that he's a pro. Like,
Yeah.
it's not about what hand he has. It's also about defending your big blind.
Yeah, the price he's getting, the position.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys at home, but I'm thinking of a spicy turn card here. The offsuit queen would be juicy.
Oh, yeah, that would be really
Straight
juicy.
versus
but
2-pair.
I mean, Ilya, I want to see him.
Yeah, I'm
play
rooting for
more,
him.
So
He hasn't really been given much of a chance. He's just lost every pot he's played. But here we go.
Oh, look, that's a spicy turn.
That's a spicer. That can come into it. So the 9 of clubs now, pair with the queen high flush draw versus Matthias, who's got king 10 high at this awkward 1.2 stack to pot ratio. So does he go for another middling sizing, setting up a river jam, or electing instead to wave the white flag?
I love Ilya's style. Look at that shirt and those
And the
sunglasses
tattoos
and the
just
tattoos.
everything, really, yeah. The watch.
Whoop.
He's just going to shove here, and
It's a good shot.
I think so. What it does is you get some better pairs to fold, and if you get called, you're still going to have equity regardless, right, with your pair plus flush draw. So I think that this is quite a sharp play.
Look at Kim. He's like, can you just get over with it and continue the next hand, please?
I don't think he understands the concepts of tanking.
No, definitely not.
And Matthias, not really sure what he was considering there. Maybe a bit paranoid about some worse draws or hands like Queen 10, Queen 8, 8 10 in there that he was doing okay against, but slightly strange and
He
unorthodox.
wanted it to look like he was folding a pretty decent hand. He would never have folded an ace, so I mean, but he could have had pocket
I
pair.
see what you mean. So it's like saving some face for next time. Yeah,
that's what I think.
I think that's that part of the game is.
It's the same with Ilya's call in the big blind. It's speculative, but it's also like, okay, don't come here, and because he put in a pretty decent raise too. So it's
Yeah, it was 11k at the 4k big blind, and Ilya was on the short stack. And what I was surprised is that this king 10 raising blind versus blind. What's his plan if he gets shoved on? Is he just raise calling king 10?
oh, Katrina goes all in again.
She does for 20 big blinds with pocket fours in +1 on the 1 hour clock. Holy moly. It's definitely a bit speculative, but looks like she's going to get through most of the players so far. And indeed, Teemu does fold in the big blinds. So
Well done.
finding a way to get it done.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to play any post flop, so instead just announcing all in with the 20 big blinds. And I think that certainly makes sense if you're in a bit later position, but
Early, it's risky.
It's a brave jam, isn't it? You know,
It's a really brave jam.
You've got 6 players that could easily have the top 3 to 5% of their range there, which obviously is not going to fold. Anyone who wakes up with 10s plus or ace king will be looking her up in that spot.
Or Kim with king queen.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's in there with 7-6 suited, I think. So Katarina treats herself to a fold after picking up the blinds.
Oh,
Ah, here we go. That's exactly what we wanted to see.
yes.
The action man
So did
with the
he.
suited hand. Yeah, this is like his version of aces, I think.
Oh,
And this could get interesting here as we've got Kim, and he's going to be in trouble for one of the first times, and it's going to be his arch nemesis Matthias, who he lost that pot with Jack-9 versus King-Queen earlier on. This time Matthias has the ladies, the pocket queens.
so he popped it up to 30, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Kim has gone for the 3x open with the 9-8 suited as well, so Jeffrey having a blocker to both of their holdings, the queen and the 9. Gets out the way, of course. And it's back over to Action Kim. He won't be folding, we know that for sure.
No, insta call.
Yeah.
Yep.
In fact, before the camera could even pan around, he'd already got his chips in there. So let's see if we see any action here. Jack 6-3 rainbow is about as good as it gets for these queens.
Oh my God.
It is so close.
I mean,
50.
I just
Did he bet
love
50?
him. Yes.
Wow.
2 grey ones.
Rather many from Sweden too.
Yeah, but I think the most people is from Finland.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so.
And with this stylistic choice that he has in poker, you really have to live by the sword and die by it as well. And unfortunately, we might be seeing the start of a potential blow up here. If he turns any kind of equity, I think he's the sort of player to be all in. On the 6, it might slow him down a bit.
No.
No.
Oh, he's all
I
in.
live in Helsinki.
No?
Then I break
Yeah,
that
he is all in.
Wow, and he's just stone dead here.
It's yours. It's nothing to see.
So he will be down to 38.
What a spectacular punt on the feature table, and you know, I laugh, but I'm also it's great entertainment at the same time.
Yeah,
And we're not
but
laughing
I'm a
at
little bit
him.
gutted because I like the way he plays.
It's just
and now
so
he's going to
fearless.
be short stack. He's going
it's
to
a
have
shame.
less than 10 big blinds.
It's a shame, but having amassed that 4 big blind, 4 starting stack from the get-go. The one misstep that you felt was coming, just the way he plays, the sort of splashy, lots of aggression, and it does come a cropper for him there. It's tough to see there with the 9-8, not even looking to shove it in on a turn that did give him some equity, as there were plenty of potential ones that could have introduced a flush draw or a straight draw. Instead, just stone dead against the queens on the 6th turn.
Yeah, look at that, 9 big blinds.
Yeah, and Matthias, even because he knew how wide his opponent's range was, did kind of give a little wince before he called with the queens there, just thinking, has this guy got like ace-6 off or something?
Yeah.
Would have been a disaster, but not to be on this occasion, 100%.
Unbeliever. I was folding 2 queens.
It was very well played by Matthias.
The butcher saying that he was folding the queens there, he's a believer.
Okay.
I think a little tongue-in-cheek, maybe.
Oh. We didn't even get to see what he folded.
Yeah. Back to the muck for Matthias. He's done a pretty considerable amount of work. He's going to be up to almost 300k, I believe, now. But it's time for Teemu to take a stab at it with his ace-3 of hearts on the button. What a lovely hand. Jeff out the way with the queen 4, and let's see.
And a min race.
Yeah, exactly. Which might invite Katarina in with the ace deuce, but she's been quite conservative in her big blind, where we've seen the players like Ilya defending quite wide, whereas Katarina has folded the ace deuce and the ace 8, I believe, in a previous big blind situation. So she's not looking to get into pots out of position, but rather drive the action herself, which is fair enough. Oh wow, we've lost 13 players quite quickly there. The top right says 200, but we're actually down to 187, motoring our way through the field here with the presence of the bubble lurking.
So 83 to go before it's hand by hand.
Yes, exactly. 104 will be the stone bubble. and some interesting factors for the players to consider now that certainly haven't been exemplified by Kim. He's not worried about the ICM. He's just in there going for it, and he's got aces. Lovely. That could be a way back into the tournament. He does go for the shove.
Time to leave.
Good Hollywood.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Shoving with the
Timu,
aces.
look at this.
Shouting
Okay,
time
so-
to leave. I think Timu might be looking him up here with the sevens. Yeah, he does rejam. He knows his customer. He's just seen the wild 9-8 bluff, and with these sevens, not reading anything into the Hollywood table talk, he's going to look him up. And this would be a sad exit if Kim gets too outed here. I can't help but root for the man.
No, me neither.
Queens. Jumping
Scandinavian against the Nordics.
Certainly is. Nordic on Nordic action here.
Yeah.
Sevens versus the aces.
and that's it.
Are we going to see a brutal two-outer for
No.
Kim, who's been certainly the star of the feature table so far? Timu doing that little trick where he's counting out the call, hoping to will a 7 in, but it doesn't come, and Kim's back in the game here, up to 85k. Little fist bump to the air. 85k in his stack now, which is over 20 big blinds, but you know with a player like him that it could be over the line very shortly.
And he could have 500 within half an hour.
Definitely, that's what's so exciting about watching a player like this. Almost bowing out
And
with
so fearless. I love it.
the suicide bluff with the 9-8. Unfortunately running into a strong hand, but would have looked like a genius if Matthias had ace-king or something like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Where from, sir? I am
And
from
even
Seoul.
an under pair.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly.
But,
He
you know,
might have
I've
called
been
the
in
flop with
Tallinn
10s and then
100
given up on the turn, for example.
Exactly.
Kind of
I guess that's what he hopes
more than
for.
100.
Yeah. The issue is when we've got 9-8, we block the 9s and the 8s, which would be somewhat problematic. So
That is for sure.
Kim back in the game, 21 big blinds, as you could see. Certainly got a bit of a cluster of short to medium stacks there between 21 and 15. And with that bubble approaching, certainly time to make a move for those guys, but does have a 1 hour clock to contend with.
So they increased the levels to 1 hour after the registration closed, right?
Yeah, and I like that. It gives
Yeah.
the players a bit more play. When you get to the business end of the tournament, you don't want that kind of turbo-y feel when you're paying 1,500 to play the main event here. Plenty of play and
Well,
plenty of
poor
action.
Timu.
I know.
First the sevens, and now...
And now he's going to
It's
get some
just-
resistance from Jeff, who I think will be quite comfortable getting the chips in here for
At least
round
it's been
about
one pair.
18
So I
or 17 and a half, I should say. Big blinds effective with the ace-queen. A very natural 3-bet call, I would say, in this spot.
Were you from Helsinki?
Yeah.
I've been there also.
He may go for a cheeky flat. He's got a couple of short stacks behind where he could kind of go for a trap where he flats and maybe invites a rejam from a hand like ace-jack, king-queen, or ace-10 behind, which would
or a
fold.
small pocket.
Yeah, exactly. And doesn't mind flipping with his stack, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Good bet on the roulette. Can you bet 300 straight up?
Looks like he's going to go with the aggressive route, though, taking it upstairs. He's kind of riffling through those 5k chips. We know he likes to take his time. And the 3-bet does come in the form of, let's have a look, is it
35?
30?
30? Yeah.
Yeah, it goes to 30, so quite a chunky 3-bet. Timu opening to 8. He's going to go almost 5x. 4x, sorry. And Cassie there with the ace-10 gets out the way, and Timu no choice but to slide that ace-9 into the muck. And
It's actually a really good bet. It shows that he knows the stack sizes.
yeah, he's committed
because-
to the hand. He's saying,
Exactly.
look, are we playing for it or are we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 14th at the EPT Berlin in 2013, quite some time ago for 52k. And a nice run in the Kings of Tallinn as well. He won, Juhani, the 220 mixed game, which was a Hold'em 4, 5, and 6 card, which is a bonkers format, really. That's just about every format of the game under one roof. And he won that for 8.8k. Final tabled the PLO 1k high roller at the Kings of Tallinn, and a couple of cashes as well, bolstering him up to a 20k week, which was surely a profitable one, you feel. And is rewarded with the ace-10 suited under the gun. Opening into Kim's big blind, an opponent that he's had the better of so far, looking to potentially come in and get the rest of them. Kim just taking the conservative route versus the under the gun open, maybe a bit wary of his opponent, who's certainly had the better of him so far, and it does come King 3-3. Might be seeing a c-bet here from Matthias. Doesn't have any backdoor flush draw to work with on the rainbow board, but
he might be pushing now.
Yeah, he's going to bet
No.
the tiny sizing of 5k. Snap call from the 9s, of course, not going anywhere for such a small sizing, and the 4
That's
doesn't.
a very small.
Exactly, very small bet. Doesn't bring any real danger on the 4 either, so if he felt he was good on the flop, he's likely to be sticking around for another, but might be seeing a check back here from the ace-10 versus a dangerous player that's very call heavy, very stubborn and sticky is Kim from what we've seen so far. And there's the 9 on the river. So if Kim had any concerns that he didn't have the best hand, it would only be pocket kings trapping that.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
How you cannot bet? You have to push.
You have to push, he says.
He's really mixing it up.
Yeah,
his
going
game,
for the going for the check raise jam on the river with the 9s, and doesn't get the action he was looking for. He was praying that his opponent had a hand like queens, jacks, or 10s that might have gone for the bet check bet, but on this occasion, Matthias once again, in some ways, getting the better of his opponent and not overcommitting there with the ace-10, just taking it to showdown.
You know, ace-10. 3-3 king.
Wow, not folding. They're not pushing.
Not pushing, he says. There would have been a big overbet on the river, but here we've got some info on Jeff. A lot of live earnings there, 742,000, mostly playing in Canada. And a rather fearsome-looking stack that he's got to boast right now. Almost 10 starting stacks approaching the bubble.
And he's been up to the more than 10
Yeah,
starting
he had
stacks.
over 500 at
Yeah.
one stage, didn't he? So, but
After the seventh and 6th elimination in one hand,
Wow.
he's up to over 500.
so a really hot start on, I believe, his 6th bullet.
Yes.
And when someone's in for 6 bullets, it usually gives you a flavor of what type of game they're bringing. A fearless, bombarding style, and King Jack suited in +2. Definitely
It's not
going to be.
going anywhere.
No, he's going to be popping it up and taking a shot at the blinds. What sizing is he going for here? Looks like 8.5k.
Sounds like Shag is bored of his the average of the hands that he's getting.
Yeah.
Queen 3, Queen 5, King deuce.
Not much to work with.
No.
And 9-4, of course. Not going to be defending the big blind versus an opponent that he's out-chipped by. Just no need to go to battle there. Live to fight another day.
What's the green chip? I haven't seen those
Green
in
chip
yeah.
is... And we see Kim as a businessman and no other info given. So playing it coy.
He's Norwegian. They have all their oil.
Yeah, he could be some kind of mogul, and from the style that he's playing, certainly seems like he's doing all right for a few quid.
Yeah.
Ace Queen for Katarina here, and she does like to go for the open jam when she picks up something. We saw that with the fours from a similar position a couple of orbits ago, and it's going to be Ace Queen being sent into battle here for her 20 blinds. Ishak with the Queen 3 out the way. What's Kim got here? Nope, he's out the way too.
I like the way that she plays. It's, I mean, you put the decision on someone else instead of having to take it.
Yeah, and 7 deuce.
You beat it?
You beat it?
Surely. The two Estonians not going to battle here with different ends of the spectrum in terms of opening hands. Ace Queen taking that one down, and another nice little bolster to Katarina's stack.
Yeah, but like at the table like this, where you have several aggressors, it's like even if you have 20 to 30 big blinds, maybe not, I might not push 30 big blinds, but 25, I could definitely push it because
it's definitely scary to contend with these players that are going to be in there with a wide range. You don't quite know what they're playing, and I can certainly see her viewpoint there of just pushing and looking to take down the blinds instead of any kind of awkward situations that she might face post flop versus a player like Kim on the button.
Yeah, so it shows that she knows who she's up against.
Yeah, she's
like
just sticking with her game plan of kind of driving them out and picking it up. The conventional style would just be to open there, and if it goes 3-bet, 4-bet, you could probably get away. But instead, she just commits, and it's going to be Teemu defending with the 9-6 versus Kim. Both players relatively short. Kim starting the hand with about 23 big blinds. Teemu a little more modest with his 13 big blind stack, but peeling off a flop here. And it comes Ace, Queen, 8. So a double gut shot for Kim. And a real swing and a miss there for Teemu. Just going to be maneuvering his hand out of there.
Another pot for Norway.
Yeah, back over 100K after a real helter-skelter ride from him so far. He's been up, down, left and right, but still in the swing of things here, approaching the money.
They are so quick, the dealers. It's, I'm so impressed. Like, they are really, really quick.
Especially after working what is likely to be 7 consecutive 12-hour days here as well. There's no let up in terms of the pace, and that's what we like to see. We like to see fast hands, fast action.
Yeah.
No need to slow things down. We are playing a 1-hour clock, so plenty of time for the players to get some hands in and try and surmount a challenge and build that stack approaching the bubble.
And I've been watching them, the dealers. Like one of them, he's giving the cards like with one hand. Yeah, he's flicking with one hand, and another one he does 2 decks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So cool.
That is cool. I think you're talking about the Hungarian dealer, the big guy, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a great dealer.
He's such a great dealer. All of them are really. I mean, they are world-class dealers.
Oh, exactly. We've got the creme de la creme from dealing talents here, and Jeff isn't having any of this limp from Teemu, deciding correctly that this will be the weaker part of his range. And
see, there's the green chip.
Ah, yes. Is that 100K then?
Yeah, it must be.
That must be the 100K chip. We know that the greys are 25, the yellows are 1K, the reds are 5K, and I believe the blues are 500 for you guys at home. And it is Teemu after that limp fold there with the 8-4, trying to see a flop cheap with the weaker holding, but being pounced on by the table chip leader, Jeff having none of it.
Oh, that's right. He won the Nordic Masters.
Yeah, and also he won a PLO event, I believe, in Sweden as well, at the Swedish Championships of Poker. So the biggest score was the Nordic Masters. I think that was just under $70,000 at the time. Ilya, he's had a bit of a rough ride. He came into the feature table with 147K, lost over half of that, but King-Queen suited in the cutoff.
8. Raise 8.
Will be a nice pickup for him. And it's through to the blinds. Jeffrey with the 6-5 suited, likely to continue in the hand. Does fold. Wow, I was expecting a call there
Me
from the
too.
6-5. But I guess versus the shorter stack of Ilya, realizing that that's going to be some kind of strength. And Katarina shoves it in with the ace-10 versus the cutoff open. And is Ilya going to look her up here with king-queen suited? It's a hand that does kind of well versus this rejamming range. She can have...
This is what I meant.
Yeah.
Like you put the maximum pressure on your opponents. I
Yeah,
think it's
it would be a great win if she managed to get these this king-queen suited to fold. Ilya now has to consider, is this the type of player that's going to maybe shove a hand like king-10 suited, queen-jack suited, jack-10 suited, some of those suited broadways that he's doing exceptionally well against, or is she going to be ace-x and pair-heavy, which would be giving us not the best equity versus the range? Very tricky situation. Definitely arguments for going either way.
yeah.
And as the Estonian all-time money list #1, you feel he's going to have the nous and the experience to arrive at the correct decision here, but it's by no means an easy one. Looks like he's leaning towards a call, is my interpretation of the body language, but could be wrong.
Yeah, it can go either way. I don't think he's gonna call though.
Katarina seeming to be eyeballing.
He's the one at stake.
Yeah,
not her,
exactly.
So yeah.
Ooh, arrives with the fold and was correct in that assessment on this occasion. Katarina with the ace-10,
Aw.
giving us a nice little smile there as she's up to 2 starting stacks now,
Everybody but
102K. And Ilya
Good read.
says what I was
Worst hand I
kind of
saw was
assuming
ace
him
jack
to be
and it
thinking. He
was
said,
just a flat
anyone
call
but
from the
you.
big blind.
I think he thinks that
All other
that
hands was
she's
ace
going to be a
queen
bit
and ace
tighter.
kings, like
No,
jack
I
shots
think
and
it's his only fellow
king?
countryman.
Yeah.
So they're having a bit of
Or
banter, you think?
countrywoman.
Yeah.
You have to.
178 left here in the main event. 177 as the ticker loses even one more. So 176. So we're really motoring towards the bubble stage here with 17 minutes or so left of this level. And then we're going to be going to, I believe, 2.55K. And we do have a cluster of short stacks at the table that are going to have to do something. It's been Katarina that's made a couple of moves with the ace-queen and then the ace-10, bolstering her stack and jumping up the rankings a little bit. Ilya with the king-5 now gets a bit of respite after the awkward raise fold there with the king-queen suited in the last hand. And Jeffrey, we know he likes action, but 10-5 off surely would be a little bit of a stretch too far. Let's see what he arrives with. Eyeballing the stacks in the blinds there. He's got 20 and I believe around 10 to contend with. So not going to be conventionally the sort of hand that you want to open, but here he is. Our man
like it.
Jeff going for the
I
open.
like it.
Fearless.
Yeah. But he knows. I mean.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
Katarina picking up the
Oh.
rockets. Back-to-back shoves. She's not going to get any action though. 10-5 off.
160, 170.
Getting out of the way. Surprised that she didn't go for the cheekier non-all-in 3-bet there. And there she
shouldn't
shows.
have shown.
No.
Look at Jeffrey. He's smiling.
Yeah. as you saw the payouts flash up there quickly, but it's 194 up top. We've got a lot of poker to be played for until that kind of money is going to come into play. So we have, right now, it's the approaching the money stage of day 2. Tomorrow we're going to continue with day 3, and I believe we're going to be playing down to a final table in day 4 on Sunday, continuing on Sunday at 12 o'clock for that final table. Kim with the king 4 off here. He's going to let it go.
Sorry.
8.
6, 7, 8.
He's been told quite often now that
Yeah,
he
he's
needs
been
to put his
called out a little bit.
Yeah, but no, but he needs to put his chips, the big chips, in front of him.
Yeah, it's a very fair comment. It's important not to hide it as the players. The only way that they know what your stack is, obviously, in live poker is getting a good look at it. And Ilya is going to take this spot, and unfortunately, the timing has just been all off for him, running into the ace-king here. And this could really signify a tough feature table stretch for him. Coming in with 147k, he's lost a lot of significant pots. We did see a jack folded as well, so that makes life even trickier for him. As you can see, with the folded cards, he's got just 34% equity here in the all-in. And we see the bright lights flashing across the table, and that's bad news for the Estonian high roller.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't been his day.
No, let's see if he can find a way out of jail here with some clubs, or maybe the jack. Ace, queen, 6, no help. Does flop top pair, but as we can see, that is still dominated. Deuce on the turn, not providing much additional help either, so it's the jack and the jack only to stay alive. The 8 rolls off on the river, and Matthias from Finland continuing to go from strength to strength here.
Nice hand on the right.
Was the benefactor of having queens on the jack 6-3-6 versus the mistimed bluff.
Now we get a new player.
From his Norwegian player on the right-hand side there.
Maybe.
And now we get a new player and another elimination here. And it's Matthias, who didn't come in with loads of chips, but he's been the benefactor of some huge pots heading in his direction, and a nice hold there with the ace-king.
Yeah.
What a dream start for him on the feature table. I think he's 4x'd his stack since we've been commentating on him.
Thanks to Kim.
Yeah, certainly.
Not only, but
most of the work done for him almost with the 9/8 suited suicide play. If you're watching on YouTube, that's one worth not missing. Click back about half an hour or so, and you'll see the 9/8 versus the queens, one of the most defining hands so far on the feature table.
Such a good card.
Kim
Him in the big
is,
blind.
speaking to the poker gods to give him a decent hand to play.
Yeah, feels like it's go time, but he's got a bit of time. He's not super short stacked.
Oh,
Here we go, the Butcher,
Chip count.
the former high stakes online player,
50.
now playing recreationally, but he's got the king queen, and I think he's going to get looked up by Kim here with the ace 9 facing this 12.5 big blind button shove.
oh, look, he's even thinking about it.
Yeah, I think he's going to call.
Yeah, me too.
I think you do quite well here with the ace 9 versus the short stack jam. He's going to have hands like ace 8, maybe king 9.
This is the first time that we've seen Kim
In the tank,
Yeah.
exactly.
I
Mulling
know
it
you
over
have,
here.
You have a better hand than me in this moment.
You're
But-
thinking about the river.
No, I'm thinking of a turn. You always thinking wrong way, you know.
Okay.
It doesn't look like you know me.
You're from Seoul, I'm from Stockholm. And you live in In Seoul or in Tallinn? Or Norway?
I live in Norway.
Okay. I hear many things about Norwegians.
But I'm not Norwegian, you know.
Yeah, you have it. You have it. Because I see. Just give it.
This is quite a bizarre bit of table talk here between
Yeah,
the.
maybe you are right.
two
but, you
players.
know, I'm a gambler.
Look.
I think, but King Queen is always stronger. They're very strong.
You have an ace.
So he does have the best hand, but he's very wary of that king queen, which of course does flop quite well when it does hit, usually in the form of top pair. So let's see what the run out brings. 5 cards to come, and Ishak looking for some paint. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
And he's left with fading the ace or the backdoor hearts here. So a heart could be spicy and give us a real sweat on the turn, and there is the 6 of hearts. All of a sudden, Ishak, who came from behind,
Now, you know, just
goes
give me ace.
far ahead. Can he find it? No, that's a full house for the butcher,
King turn. And
Yeah, another king,
doing his best
I
to
had
send
queen.
Kim to the slaughterhouse here.
King, king
yeah,
queen.
but
yeah,
my
yes.
queen,
Oh, you blocked
my,
me. You
yeah,
blocked me very hard.
my king was missed.
Thanks. Ace 9, I think.
No, I think in the bottom line, it was correct call, I think.
Of course. Ace.
Yeah, and a little bit of post-hand analysis between the two, saying that he made the correct call. I think with Kim's table talk there, Ishak was expecting him to have a much worse hand than ace 9, based on what we've seen so far.
You said table 3?
Yeah, same table. Let's gamble. It's 10 minutes left. We need more TV time. So, we need to see another bluff.
What an enjoyable feature table so far. Lots of mixture of personalities.
Yeah, definitely.
Certainly makes life easy, and
I hate playing against. I mean, I love Ishak, but I hate playing against him. So
Yeah,
giving
just
him chips like he
could be
has now,
dangerous.
it can be dangerous.
got a definite air of confidence at the table, and you could see that when he was all in with the chips over the line, that he was very confident conversing with Kim. Didn't feel like he was going to give anything away in that kind of small talk slash bit of banter that there was being thrown across. And Kim is going to go for this rather unconventional min raise, blind versus blind, with the queen 5 suited.
In particular, when you only have
The
like,
short stack,
yeah, you have
exactly, yeah.
12 big blinds.
Lots of people would, if they had an opening size, be going all in or going for a slightly meatier one just to get a bit of fold equity. And we do see somewhat of a confrontation here as Kim flops a queen high flush draw and Matthias has bottom pair, but Kim never know what he's up to, and he does go for the check. I was expecting to see a bet from him there with the equity. And there's the queen, so Kim coming out
Nice
in front
turn.
now. Very nice turn for him. Should feel pretty comfortable if he does see another check back from Matthias here, who's just left with 2 outs according to the reader.
12 big blinds, king queen is the best hand I can have. It's perfect hand.
Does go check, check.
He's
And it's a
very
10.
solid. He's very, very solid, Matthias.
Certainly is. Doesn't seem to have put a foot wrong so far. And Kim bets his change here. Looks like he's gone for a bet of about 8,000 into the 20k pot.
He's really mixing it up, his game.
Yeah,
You
this
can't
was.
tell what he's having,
Yeah,
like
he-
whatsoever.
Sometimes
I love that.
he flops no equity and he's leading big. Other times he flops a flush draw and he's checking. It's a tough customer to read here. Matthias, with that kind of
Flight or
audible sigh, taking the possibility of turning his hand into a river jam as a bluff, I think, with that kind of
Nice to see you.
where are you from?
Ukraine.
kind of table dynamic. And instead just making the discipline fold and, as you mentioned, Lena, just kind of continuing that solid and not really putting a foot wrong type of style. He's picked up some big hands and got paid. And he hasn't got into any awkward, niggly situations with weaker holdings. He's just been quite happy to navigate the showdown and lose the minimum.
Yeah. And it's good on this kind of table with the dynamics, with 2 aggressors and a lot of internet pros, and it's yeah.
Yeah, totally agree.
It's a really good strategy.
With the 1 hour clock as well, you've just got so much time to work with. There's really no need to be flinging in your stack.
I'm surprised that Timo folded the 5s here.
Yeah, off the short stack, it is awkward.
He only has 45,000, and like, yeah, it's early position, but at the same time,
Maybe a bit wary of running into a hand behind with the full table left.
yeah.
But yeah, he will be going through the big blind and the big blind ante very shortly, so not much time on his hands. Matthias
it's
here.
his big blind next, so.
Oh yeah, exactly. So he's going to lose 25% of his stack in the next hand, I guess, or the next 2 hands. The new player, Vitaly, with a big stack from Ukraine. We'll get some information on him in coming moments. He defends with 9-5 off, and it's a great flop for the Finn in position here. In the cutoff, Jack 10, flopping top pair. Going to be a very natural c-bet, you feel, and he does bet 11k into 22, so half pot. Looks a good sizing, lots of potential draws, and weaker 1-pair holdings to charge on the 10-8 deuce, and takes it down.
It's a bed. We are here all the day gambling.
He's funny.
Yeah, I think he was asked about the hotel he's staying in, and he just said, you know, it's a bed.
Yeah.
We're here gambling all day, because he was letting
And
out.
they're staying here, I think.
And the Hilton.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful hotel on site here. Lots of spa, gym, and a good breakfast options. If you're thinking of coming,
the breakfast.
it's amazing,
the
isn't it?
breakfast at Hilton, oh my god.
It's the creme de la creme.
Yes. And they even have this chef that can make you an omelette. And
Yeah, it's a nice,
it's
nice
very
personal
nice.
touch, isn't it?
Yeah.
And plenty of options. Just about anything you can think of is available. So if you're thinking of joining us here for the Kings of Tallinn event, there's the autumn edition has just been released. Check out the website, give it a little Google search, and maybe get your reservation in there and join us at our next event.
It's really nice that they've thrown in an autumn Kings of Tallinn too.
Exactly.
It's such a popular event, and it's such a nice venue overall. So
It's just so easy for the Scandinavian players, and there are many of them, to make their way over here, right? It's
oh yeah,
the guys from
flight
Helsinki.
is like 45 minutes from Finland. Is like 35 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, from Helsinki, it's like before you've even put your seatbelt on, you're going down again.
Yeah.
So
We used to have the Swedish Championships. It's. I mean, my guess is that Tallinn is the most common of all countries that we've been to with the Swedish Championship.
Yeah.
Has been here
And
in Tallinn.
You can tell in some ways people feel right at home here.
Easy money.
Yeah.
It's a great community energy, and we've touched upon this many times throughout the week so far, but it does need to be recognized that there is definitely just a great energy and buzz around the room in Tallinn. It's something that is rather unique.
Yeah, like I said, you can feel the atmosphere. It's so nice. Everyone is so happy, and even if you're not playing, just walking around here, you can
get a sense of it, you know.
You can. And,
standing on the rail
Yeah.
for the side events or even the main event.
And there are so many options, like with the bar downstairs and the Able Butcher restaurant and the spa, and yeah, there's something for everyone.
Taking a stroll into the old town, you're spoilt for choice with food options there as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And right around the corner is a really nice pizzeria that we went to yesterday. They have all sorts of Italian food, but they had amazing pizzas.
Lovely.
Maybe.
So
I counted it, and I think this is my 33rd time in
33rd.
Tallinn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
7 days, 8.
So Matthias opening with the 5-4 suited. He's got the benefit of Jeff being in the small blind, who is an active player and certainly a dangerous one at that. You do feel that Jeff has not been active for a while and might feel that the Queen Jack is enough to come in for some kind of call or maybe even a 3-bet bluff from the small blind. Let's see what he arrives with. He goes for the fold. He's been quite disciplined. And Katerina in the big blind with the ace-queen. What's she going to do? We've seen her employ a lot of aggression pre-flop, mostly going all in, but this time she goes for the non-all-in 3-bet from the big blind. And that's not good news for Matthias.
Nice 3-bet.
Yeah, very nice. Inducing potentially a shove from a worse ace-x or even a hand like king-queen. She wouldn't have been going anywhere versus the all-in, I believe.
Just give me a walk, I'm fine with it.
And she's done a nice job of picking up some hands and also picking up a few pots to keep her head above water here as we do approach the bubble with 171 players left. 104 is going to be the all-important bubble number.
It's a chip raise.
And Isaac, he was just trying to talk himself into a fold now when he's posting the big line. As he's
Yeah, he's got about 25 big blinds at this stage, so certainly no area for panic or concern, but paying the big blind and the big blind ante as it comes around is always a little saddening. So ace-7 suited opening.
I guess Pasi didn't listen.
No, he driving the action with the ace-7 suited, which is good to see.
That's another really lovely one of the floors. The woman that came by.
Yeah, she does a great job.
Yeah.
She was trying to beckon me into playing the Omaha event because she knows I love Omaha. And I said, I've got to commentate on the day too. And she's like, no worries, someone else can do it. And I was just like so it doesn't quite work like that, unfortunately, but good bit of banter nonetheless. So
There's
Jeff.
been a lot of PLO tournaments.
Yeah, there has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played the 150 side in the end last night. That was good fun. So Jeff peeling with the 10-9. He likes to play his buttons. We saw him open with a 10-5 off on the button earlier on, running into a hand from Katarina, who's just taking a break from the table right now. And Ishak coming along with the 9-6. He really doesn't want to see some clubs here. He could get himself into trouble. Strong flop for Jeff, top pair. Ishak has middle pair with a backdoor flush draw, and it's a swing and a miss from the Finn with his ace-7, who did indeed open it up. You feel like a bet is coming, and is Ishak going to be able to maneuver out of the hand at this stage? Depends on the sizing, I think. If you see a pretty big sizing here, he might just start folding the middle pair.
It looked pretty big, but maybe it was a lot of blues.
Yeah, I think so. So it's 12.5. Ishak does flick in the call. And Pasi Mauri out the way there with his ace-7, just an overcard and a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. There's a 7 on the turn, so a gut shot now for both players. Somewhat of a dangerous card, though, to contend with for Jeff. There's going to be lots of improvements from the big blind there in the form of straights and 2 pairs. And the 6 on the river. Wow, what a clean river there for Ishak.
Yeah.
As he was completely dominated by his opponent. The 9 would have been quite disastrous as he would have had the inferior 2 pair. And now he elects to try and seek some value from his trips, betting 16K. And you feel the call will be coming fairly quickly. And it's bad news for Jeffrey as he's on a little bit of a downward spiral. Nothing really to panic about, but did come in with around 500 or K or over, and now having to pay off that small bet on the river, left with under 400K for the first time in quite some time.
That's a nice spot for Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah, and looks like we are on a level break here, so we're going to be back in around about 11 minutes. Great action so far. Lots of great personalities at the table. Looking forward to the continuation of that. We'll see you very shortly.
See you soon.
It's already day 7 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. We've seen so much good play and great action that kept everyone on the edge of their seats. First up, we had the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event with flights 1E and 1F. With a mind-blowing €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the competition is getting intense. Friday is officially the day 2 for this event, and the re-entry period will close after the first 4 levels. The €555 no-limit hold'em deep stack 8-handed event was also a crowd favorite. Players loved the deep stack structure, which allowed for plenty of play and some serious battles on the felt. Next, we switched things up with the €250 PLO 4 and 5 high-low. This event added a fun twist with its high-low format, challenging players to think on their feet and adapt for those tricky split pots. But the real highlight of the day, the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5 final, ring event number 7. We had just shy of 200 entries, making it the biggest prize pool PLO event we've ever had. The first place winner walking away with the prestigious WSOPC ring and a sweet €44,500. The final table battle was very intense, as nobody wanted to give up their shot at the first place prize. After about 4 hours of play, we reached the heads-up battle between Riku from Finland and Jan from Norway.
Riku is going to pot it.
There.
And it's not sticking around anymore. Double-suited kings.
Jan Roger.
So Riku has some sort of half-decent hand, maybe with an ace. Oh, he's got aces. Wow. Okay.
Whoa, look at this one.
What a cooler for the last 4 big blinds.
Yep, confirmation aces.
That's true.
Single suited and the double suited kings for Jan Roger, but is this gonna be it for him? He's on his first poker trip ever outside of Norway, actually, Jan Roger. Really? So yeah, well, now it's a chance for him to double up or have second place, because look at this one.
It's a good flop bottom pair with the king high flush draw. So 48% playing 52 with it's evened up. Oh, but that's a full house for Riku.
I hope they have the diamonds as well.
4-3.
Full house.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Whoops. There it
They
is.
missed them themselves, but there we go. We have crowned the winner of this PLO 1100. Riku of Finland is taking down the event.
Last 3 or 4 times I've been to Tallinn, I've been running pretty bad all the time, but I felt like I didn't play that bad, so I just felt like it's going to turn around eventually, and this is the tournament where it did.
Can you tell me a little secrets about your routine? Like, did you sleep well before the game, or what are those things that you do before, like, going into the final table?
Well, usually when I'm in Tallinn, I just try to go to the gym and eat healthy and not go party around and not have too much alcohol, and just try to relax and keep my mental game and my physical body in focus as well. So I'll try to do that, and usually that'll keep me going for the long days.
And that's it for day 7. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 keeps on getting wilder. So don't miss out on all the fun. See you at the tables. Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be Franke lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush draw,
I have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair
Yeah.
and you have a straight draw. Could be okay unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it
So-
away.
You just like burn it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. Ah, the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you
Okay.
see, I got the straight,
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time.
8s, yeah. No, you win half the pot, and I win half the pot here.
Okay, it was split. Yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really
Quite
easy.
easy.
No, I-
Come and play, and I will show you. Not that easy.
Welcome back to day 6 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was a roller coaster of epic poker action with unforgettable moments and high stakes. Starting with the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event, which saw flights 1C and 1D take off. With a jaw-dropping €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. The competition was fierce, the atmosphere electric, and everyone had their eyes on the prize. The main event is turning into a legendary showdown. Next, we had the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5, which broke our records. We received over 177 entries, which makes it the biggest 1K PLO tournament in Tallinn poker scene's history. Last year's winner, John Kite, bagged €34,700. He's in the field defending the title and eyeing the record prize. The action was intense as they played down into the night until reaching the final table, which will be streamed on Thursday. And in the evening, we kicked off the €555 no-limit hold'em progressive bounty, featuring €200 bust-out bounties. Players had to bring their A-game to get a chance at claiming those juicy bounties. But the true highlight of the day, the €555 no-limit hold'em final day, ring event number 3. The excitement was off the charts as the finalists faced off, each one dreaming of that shiny WSOP circuit ring and the massive €55,000 first place prize. After some nail-biting hands and dramatic bluffs, a new champion was crowned, adding to the legend of WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024.
All in is the
just goes
choice
for the
of
shove.
Phil Gross. What about Alexei, King 7?
Yeah, so 12 big blinds effective here. King 7 with the big blind ante in play.
Heavily dominated if he was to call off this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you call, we can go home.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call us all over, baby.
Yeah.
And we've got one in 2024 now.
It's
We
going to
don't-
be a classic one.
Yeah, we don't have many personalities in the game. They've kind of been eroded by the
he scores,
solvers, and he gets the call.
It is a call, and Domination Nation for Phil Gross versus Alexei.
He talked him into it.
They did, right?
There's the
Maybe.
king, and there's the ace, pal.
Wow. Okay, so
right.
Alexei looks a bit hot under the collar after getting muscled off of his equity there with the King 6 in the previous hand. Gets talked into a light call here with the King 7, and we're off to the races. And it's Queen 6. So just the backdoor flush draw for Alexei here. Phil just looking to fade the 7 primarily, but heart could spell disaster on the turn also. 8 is safe. Is it to be the 7?
7 and the 7 only can save Alexei.
And it's the Queen, so Ace King holding up beautifully there.
Our winner, the 555 event, WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn 2024, the Nolan Tolan number 3. And cheers for the winner, Phil Gross of Germany.
How do you feel right now? You just won the ring and the whole tournament and 55,000 euros.
It's hard to realize at the moment. I'm kind of dreaming. Like to get the ring, it means a lot to me, and I'm happy I made it, and I feel really I deserve it.
That's so nice to see. You're so happy and so sincere. How are you going to celebrate this win now?
Well, there's the next, the main event is still to come. I still need to qualify myself for this, so right now there's no time to celebrate. I think we will celebrate after the event, or maybe later today, but I don't know yet. Let's see, we will make something.
Let's go! And that's a wrap for day 6. The fun isn't over yet, so stay tuned for more poker thrills. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep this party going. And welcome to the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. I can't believe the day is here. So guys, I'm gonna give you a little tour around our festival. This here is our fabulous relaxing area where you can soak up the sun in case we have any and get some really good food. Let's see what's going on inside. So the first thing you should do is register here in the casino area and then head upstairs. But before we head upstairs, make sure to stop by our cool merch shop and get some gear. We're at the upstairs bar and here I have my favorite drink. Seriously, this is my favorite. OlyBoost. Here is the cashier. You can get your tickets for the games from here. So this is our amazing TV table, and we'll have live streams every day from Tuesday the 23rd of July. So make sure to tune in to OlyBet.tv. So this is the main room where all the action goes down. Check it out. What are you waiting for? Come and join us and be a part of this amazing festival.
Some more outs. He does find the gut shot, so a 9 or a 7 will save him tournament life. Otherwise, we have the winner in Mikko Ylimäki. Is it gonna be a 9 or a 7? It's a king. Both players hit the river, but it means that Mikko Ylimäki is our winner. Congratulations, applause. this might be it. Now, yeah, shipping it in, and of course we'll receive an immediate call without outs. Mantas Stanislavas is all in, but this is the bad news for him. Edgaras Kauchinis has already sealed the title. It's over before the river falls, because Not Straight for Edgaras Kauchinis has sealed it. Huge congratulations to our winner of Kings of Tallinn main event 2024.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 5 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024, and we've reached the halfway of the festival. And today was nothing short of spectacular. Before we get into it though, we want to congratulate our champion of ring event number 4, €350 PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty, Aki Pysing from Finland, who walked away with the ring and €6,300. What did it take you to win the tournament?
Just to be very lucky. It's very important to be born on Sunday.
Ooh, that's the first one. I haven't heard that before, and actually I think I was born on a Sunday, so I have a chance?
Yeah, you should consider giving up the interviews and starting playing poker.
How did you prepare yourself for the final day?
We played all day through, so I prepared for the final table. I ordered a double vodka and soda.
How did you celebrate, or are going to celebrate it?
Well, I celebrated it. I went to the hotel room and woke up my spouse. And then we had a cognac and then we went to sleep.
The long-awaited €1,500 main event kicked off today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. The anticipation was palpable as players took their seats, ready to compete for the most prestigious title of the tournament. Downstairs in the casino, we hosted a lively meet and greet, complete with a surprise performance from our in-house band. It was a great chance for players and fans to mingle, relax, and enjoy some fantastic entertainment. After which we kicked off the €150 No Limit Hold'em special, where our celebrity guests took part in and had a bounty on their head. We also had the ladies meet and greet, which included a ladies-only free satellite event. This was a fantastic opportunity for our wonderful ladies to connect and compete. Alongside this, the highlight of the day, the €250 No Limit Hold'em Queen's Ring event, commenced its final, with the winner set to walk away with the coveted WSOPC ring and a top prize of €5,500. The final table battle was intense, as none of the ladies wanted to give up the ring and the prize. Play lasted for about 5 hours before the heads-up battle commenced, and it continued until...
Jamming it in, and here we have it.
At least it's an all-in call, but it's Linda from Finland. She's ahead, of course, with the ace-2, so might be the big double-up for her.
Could be. She's faded disaster and managed to be quite lucky in these all-in situations. She's won her previous 4 all-ins, I believe, as the short stack. Is she going to continue that run?
You're going to miss for both. Still ahead, well ahead with the ace-deuce.
Oh, there's a jack on the turn.
Big change. Now, Linda from Norway. Oh, there we go. We have our winner in the ladies event. WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn. Ladies event, the ring winner is Linda from Norway.
So you were the one taking home the fabulous WSOPC ladies ring. And I saw the battle, it was pretty tough. What do you think was your advantage in the heads-up game?
First of all, I was lucky. I had great cards. Maybe a tiny advantage that I'm not afraid of losing.
Yeah, I saw your play. It was really good to watch. You were being really brave. But was there a moment in the game when you almost saw the ring on your finger?
To be frank, I knew it was gonna be mine when we were like 4 people left.
4 left.
Yeah.
Nice. Really?
Is that okay to say that?
Why not? It's being honest, you know. Congratulations to our deserving winner. Finishing off the evening, we had the €555 No Limit Hold'em Day 2. Players fought tooth and nail to reach the final table, which will be streamed live on Wednesday. And that's all for Day 5. There's still plenty more exciting poker action to come in the second half of the festival. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the momentum going.
Back in the studio, and Andreas, myself, is back in the studio with George Sanford. You've been commentating the main event Day 2 so far. What's your thoughts so far?
Well, it's a shame to lose that table, as we had such a vibrant mix of personalities and different poker styles, and was looking forward to that. Jeff from Canada had the big stack. Unfortunately, he took a couple of hits, but yeah, a table full of superstars, and now we're going to be heading towards another table full of well-known local names, to say the least. So let's see who we've got here.
Yeah, this is our new feature table, and if you're just new to the stream, it's Day 2 of the big €1,500 buy-in, No Limit Hold'em, of course, main event in the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn 2024. We are live from the Hilton, and this is Day 2, middle of the action, and yeah, they're not in the money yet. We still have a few more to kick out of this one. It was 813 entrants, and 103 of them will walk away with money, and I think we are about 170 something now, right now, right?
Yeah, just under potentially now, but last time I saw was about 171, so really encroaching that situation.
Yep, bubble is coming up as Evgeny of the home country Estonia is first to open at this feature table. These guys have been playing together all day, so it's not a new table, but it's new for us on the stream. So
and this is Kimmo Kurku, I believe.
Yes, sir, it is. Kimmo Matias Kurku.
He plays all the games and is always here, and no surprise to see him with a lot of chips. He plays a strong game, and he is going to be kicking things off on the feature table with a 3-bet on the button, I believe. Yep, making it 32K.
Yep, maybe taking some advantages of that he's been on these kind of tables before, but now Uladzimir wakes up in the big blind with a big one.
That's a nice effort on the pronunciation there.
Oh, thank you.
I wanted you to take the bait on that one. Let's go Uladzimir in the big blind with the ace-king offsuit, coming in for the cold 4. Just a matter of time, you believe.
Yep, and on the previous feature table we had, there were a lot of nice sunglasses worn, and this guy has followed routine and brought his best blue ones.
Absolutely, those are some pretty mean shades and a pretty mean hand to go along with. Ace-king, quite deep, so 40 big blinds, so options on the table here in the form of non-all-in and shove. But it looks like he's going to go for the non-all-in, which is the option I like as well. It keeps things available for your opponents to either continue or make a move with a worse hand.
Yep.
And here it is. What sizing has he gone for? Something around 85, 90K?
First hand and 4-bet to 70. Yeah.
So kind of clicking it back here, putting a lot of pressure on Kimmo. And potentially leaving the door open for Banana's 5-bet jam, but Kimmo, pretty solid player, doesn't take the bait, and Uladzimir there picking it up with the ace-king off.
Yeah, Kimmo we've had on a lot of feature tables and final tables during the years here in Tallinn, and as you said, plays a lot. And not a full-time pro though, just considering himself as a recreational player, but I think with the earnings he has, over $3.8 million.
Really?
So
Wow.
yeah.
So what does he do with his time? He's always here.
Exactly, yeah. I didn't get that information, but just, these Finns, they are quite...
They keep it coy, don't they? Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
to work to get a word. But he did say that he plays a lot of paddle.
Okay, fair enough.
At least something, yeah. Jari Mehonen, seat number 1, also another Finn that we recognize from this series that we've been having here in Estonia. Plays a lot of poker as well.
Yeah, usually see him with the massive jacket on, but this time in the middle of summer, maybe feeling like it would be a little bit too sweaty under the bright lights of the feature table. Looking forward to seeing what he brings to the feature table, and a big difference in the form of the stack depth from the previous feature table that we saw. As last time around we had a real cluster of stacks between 10 to 20 big blinds, but the majority of these players are pretty well stacked here of 50 big blinds and up.
Yep.
So that is Jari defending with the King-8 off versus the min-raise, approaching the bubble. Flopping bottom pair, but Lorinias has the top pair here. So it could be expensive here for the King-8.
Lorinias in the tank.
Yeah, looks like he's got a gaming long sleeve t-shirt on there. So it might be from some kind of Twitch background. We'll update you on that one once we get the info. Bet and a call. 6th of turn of interest to Lorinias here, picking up an open-ender. No help for Jari, the Finn, in the big blind.
Checked again, and back to Lorinias. 97 behind, 47 in the pot.
Yeah, quite an interesting spot here with one of the weaker ace-x hands that he's going to have. And I like this decision here, just employing a little bit of pot control. And it gives him coverage on cards like this, being able to show up with some straights now.
And hopefully for Jari's sake, he's not going to try anything here.
Yeah, would have been interesting if he'd have turned... Maybe if he had the king of diamonds, he might have elected to turn that 8 into a bluff. But blockerless to the flush with a lot of natural checkbacks from Lorinias, who doesn't want to bet fold some flush draws on the turn. It is a river card that he will arrive with, especially as we're approaching the money. Slightly more value hands than would usually meet the eye here. And he does have a straight, so checking back, employing that pot control. And it may pay off for him, although he doesn't really have a customer in the King-8, you feel. Oh, wow, snapped it off.
Doesn't believe him, but yep.
It's hard to think of a bluff there. The bluff would be King-Jack or King-Queen, I guess. 1 diamond, potentially, but wow, okay. Jari, not a believer there, and Lorinias navigating that hand expertly and getting his just desserts there.
Yeah, definitely. Maximum value for Lorinias, and nice pot for him, as Jari now is down to 20 big blinds, so not in any immediate stress, but of course you don't want to be losing too much chips now.
No, exactly. I wasn't even sure about the defend there, the King-8 off. I guess it's probably strong enough, but we are approaching the bubble, out of position, covered, in a spot where we are one of the shorter stacks on the table, and we're going to naturally face a lot of pressure.
Yeah. To be fair to Jari, though, we should say that, again, they have played all day together, so it might be some history as well.
Exactly. He's going to have some kind of idea of what the type of player he's up against, and maybe felt that the King-8 was justified there. Interesting.
We are on a 2K, 5K blind level at the moment. Just started this one. And 5K big blind Andy as well, of course. And we're playing this 1 hour level, and then these guys are going on a 1 hour dinner break. So there'll be a break for us too in the stream, but then we will be back all night long to take this to...
All night long.
At least we're going to get in the money, right? 164 right now, and 103 is paid, so...
You surely think so?
Bubble will probably burst somewhere around maybe 9-10 this evening.
Yeah. That's well on track for that. It's been about 4 hours local time or so. So Jari back in the mix here, and Evgeny with a really wide overcall there in the three-way pot, facing small blind and hijack with 9-5 off. So not going to be shying away here.
Finding the 9, but open-ended for Jari.
That's a piece for just about everyone. Even Kimmo Koku has the open-ender as well. Sorry, the gut shot.
Gut shot and the backdoor flush.
Yep. So 2 straight draws with backdoor flush draws. Evgeny kind of caught in the sandwich here with that awkward middle pair. Kimmo is going to check. He may feel that this board is going to be quite good for Jari's range in the small blinds. Going to have a lot of...
Evgeny getting there with the 2 pair on the turn.
Wow. Oh, yeah. That's a rather disguised 2 pair here.
Yeah, for sure. Likes it, and of course goes for the chips.
Yeah, plenty of hands to target here. Hands like 10s, maybe some 9x that check back for Kimmo.
20k. So, as we said, Kimmo now only with the gut shot. But Jari losing a lot of chips in the first hand on this final feature table. Just might be... Does want to see a river, but will it be worth 20k, yeah? He stays in.
He does indeed stay in with his overcard and the open-ender to the nuts on both sides. The ace of hearts, not a particularly nice card for him. Checks it over, and he's going to be losing a pretty significant portion of his stack in just the first couple of hands here at the feature table.
Now then, if we are Evgeny with the 2 pair, the flush gets there. He got a call on the turn.
He does check it back.
Does feel a little bit afraid of Jari's hand.
Potentially worried about some hands like ace-x 2 pairs arriving there, flushes. So goes for the conservative check back. I guess he felt like either his opponent had a missed straight draw or could have potentially improved on that card, and elects to just wave the white flag, knowing that he's got a really significant bit of showdown there with the 2 pair.
Yeah. And this is the current chip count, and Erik Skumins is up front on this table, 153 big blinds. One of the biggest stacks in the tournament at this stage, as the average is about 250, where Ulazimir is based. So Jari on the short stack now, losing half of his stack the first few hands on this feature table, down to 14 bigs.
Yeah, but still playable. Hour clock. Yep. We're going to have another 50 minutes of action here before the dinner break. And just have to mention again how deeply stacked this table is in comparison to the other ones. So we're just going to see a lot more post-flop action, you feel?
Yeah, that's the feeling.
164 remaining. We are 60 players away from the pure bubble, which will, of course, be hand for hand and likely to slow things down a little bit. A tendency that you do see in live and online events in the modern game is for players when they are approaching the money bubble, especially the medium to short stack, starting to take a little bit more time over their decisions, although we're seeing a nice rapid fire round of folds there.
Yep.
And Jari not electing to peel the button with the 10-9 suited facing +1. So it's over to Evgeny, who, having played the 9-5 off, you feel like he's going to feel compelled to get in the mix here with his ace-10.
Does.
And Lorinias.
Interesting spot here now.
The decision very much with him now.
32 is the 3-bet from Evgeny.
Yeah, so 3.2x 3-bet. We are in position with the jacks here. We're going to be playing about 35 big blinds pre-flop. Does he feel that the jacks are going to be strong enough to go with here? It's very opponent dependent. Traditionally, I feel with some ICM considerations, a flat may be in order here. But having seen the sort of pep in the step of Evgeny with those first couple of combos that we can see, maybe Lorinias, who has played with his opponent on the outer table, of course, as well, before we started our stream table, might have other ideas of potentially going with the hand. That looks to be a call. Okay, so navigating in position, taking a flop, and a pretty significant one for the Lithuanian here. 8-2-3. That's exactly what he was hoping for.
Yep, didn't want to see any ace or kings on that one.
Exactly.
Laurinas, and it's not to be. let's see then. Evgeny, if he continues, should probably take a stab at this one, but it's a bad news, I would say, when
despite the
Laurinus
presence
is
of a
not
flush
bringing
draw,
up this one.
such a disconnected board, isn't it? And very difficult for either player to hit with their high card heavy ranges. So 8 deuce 3 does fire out 20 into 74. And Laurinias now deciding whether now is the time to take a stand with these jacks, or is he just going to continue to play it a bit slower, and does call. So allowing his opponent potentially chance to catch up, but the 8 of diamonds, a great card for him, only really worried about hands like ace-8 of clubs, ace-8 of hearts.
What do you make of the call there on the turn?
On the flop, yeah, so it's
on the flop, sorry,
it's tough. I guess he's just kind of committing to his game plan. The beauty is sometimes that the 3-bet bluffs are going to have one over and one undercard, so you're not exactly allowing so much of the equity to be realized. The only issue is hands like king queen, ace queen, ace king obviously get a free pull at another card.
25.
Small bet, 25.
Yeah, small bet in position here, really trying to charge those weaker ace-high holdings. And he's just about nailed his opponent's range here, facing this check. Wow. We do see a call from Evgeny. I guess what he's thinking is I've got ace-10 and I'm unblocking both flush draws, so I could be ahead of some Broadway holdings with diamonds or spades, trying to maneuver me off of my ace-high heavy range here. And Laurinias facing the 3-bet pre-flop, the small bet on the flop, the check call of the small bet on the turn. Does he feel that his opponent is ever going to have a hand like queens or kings or aces here, playing kind of trappy? Or does he feel like he might be able to extract some more value out of the ace highs?
Wouldn't be surprised to have another small bet, just like half stack, 50k.
Yeah, it's very possible. I'd be interested to see what he arrives with.
Oh.
He does check back.
And he'll be happy to see the ace-10, although maybe not too happy. Maybe he should have gone for it, but he wouldn't have got paid, so...
Yeah, I don't think so. So checking back the jacks there. A nice, healthy, conservative line there. Not putting his stack to the test, not risking running into the strong part of that small blind versus +1 3-betting range. And navigating it nicely with a decent board as well, of course.
Yep.
8 deuce 3, 8 9.
And adding some nice chips for our pink Mr. Minecraft.
Oh yes.
63.
Up over average now as well. Exactly. So that's the main thing. Got himself in a very healthy spot with 5 starting stacks. We are paying about 12.5% of the field here, and the min cash is going to be 3,000 euros, so double your money. With
you're just one bullet deep. A few of them have taken a few.
We've heard of stories of 6 and possibly more out there as well, knowing some of the characters around here.
Yep. It's always nice when you got to finish top 5 to get your money back, right?
Yeah, that's when you know you've really been a bit overexposed.
Eric's, we haven't seen him much on this feature table so far. Neither have we with Nohad, and she's folding.
Ace-6.
Ace-6
Wow.
Quickly in the big blind.
Yeah, blind versus blind there. Very deep stack play between the two of them. Over 100 big blinds effective, and just snap surrendering the ace-6 there. So maybe an indication as to the type of game plan that she's going to be bringing to the feature table. Potentially a little bit more of a conservative style and looking to avoid any potential ruin versus players that cover her, which is a fair strategy approaching the bubble. Might limit her options in the form of amassing the table chip lead herself and being able to exert that bubble pressure, but you never know in these situations. 1,500 euros is a lot, right? So if someone's satellited in, they've got a big stack, they just don't really want to tangle.
Yeah, maybe she's remembering when 2017 I called in the big blind and we got all of it.
With the same ace-6, I had clubs and hearts.
Not happening. Now then, Vladimir is the one opening with the 10K, min raise. Eric's peeling with the 3s. Oh, we're coming for the 3-bet, sorry.
Wow,
35. And now then, Nohad, what do we do with a better ace? It's a
ace queen.
Ace and a 3-bet. Judging from the last fold, maybe this is actually not going to be more action for her. I wouldn't be surprised if you fold this one. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm thinking something similar. +2 button. Not really going to be any cold calling here, so our options are a rather scary 4-bet or a fold, and she takes again the more passive route.
Yeah.
Looking to navigate towards the money, and Vladimir with the Jack-10. It was a little bit of wider open there from +2. Getting punished by Eric, who potentially knows his customer there. That's rather wide open and a even more counterintuitive 3-bet from the pocket 3s.
Definitely. And maybe some history involved there as well. So what we see, Nohad with the big stacks, folding the ace-queen then in the small blind. Of course, tricky spot. You have someone to your right and with a big stack as well. 3-betting like that, but yeah. It's not often we see the ace-queen folded pre-flop.
No, not
tournaments.
Not in that kind of situation. Very, very tempting to come in for the cold 4 there with players such as this. You will have had some information on these two guys from the outer table. And Vladimir once again taking the chance to open it up, but this time a little bit more of a holding. Queen Jack suited.
Lovely hand.
Yeah, beautiful hand.
Queen 3, not as beautiful. Kimmo then. Oh, the old Doyle.
Yeah, the old Texas Dolly. The 10 deuce off is going to hit the muck here with a little bit of a resigned fold.
I wish they were suited.
Yes, exactly. Then he'd
Although he thought he didn't finish. I can translate that.
Now Martin from Slovakia in the big blind, who I believe is one of the shortest players on the feature table right now. As you can see, the pay jumps, the eye-watering amount of money. Not going to be getting to that stage for a couple of days. Join us on Sunday as we see who's going to be taking home that boatload of cash.
Yep, that's the top 9 for you. But now first looking to get in the money, all of these players. As we said, we are about 160 players still in, and 103 is the number of players that will walk away with a minimum of 3K in euros. So that's the first aim and goal for these guys, as Eric's now folds to King 6.
I think he's opening it up with the table chip lead here.
Yeah,
so
sorry, he was raising, yeah.
Yeah, it looks to be quite an aggressive customer so far. Martin can't do anything with the offsuit ace 8-5. Definitely a hand that you would certainly defend in a chippy V scenario, but now we are approaching the money. These offsuit gappy lower cards are just hitting the muck and looking for taking a different spot in the form of raise first in or a 3-bet later on, saving those chips for better use.
Yari looking down at ace 8. Well, he's going for it under the gun. Chips in the 14 bigs.
Not a huge fan of the 14 big blind push with the ace 8 here. It's a little bit panic stations, and you can understand that he's not had a great start at the feature table, but on the 1 hour clock approaching the money, he does have to go through the blinds the next hand, which might be part of his decision, but I think this is just a little bit too much of a risk to take. If you wanted to VPip the hand, why not just open it up and go from there? But
yeah, this time he gets it through.
Let's get it through.
Great for me. I'll exchange.
Yeah, it was one too many. 1-5 back.
Some confusions about who had the button.
One red, one back.
One red, one red.
But it's going to be Yari in the big blind, right? He's just shoved under the gun.
Yeah, exactly.
Lifetime earnings of 823,000.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, second in the seniors for 48K at EPT Barter in 2022.
2 years ago. Seniors, doesn't look a day over 30, that guy, right?
No, he doesn't. He looks... At the EPT Seniors, wow.
Yeah, we had the seniors here in WSOPC Tallinn a few days ago. Swedish winner in that one, Peter Quisthammar, known regular in the Swedish poker scene.
How much did he take down?
Oh, I'm not sure. There were 44 runners, I think, in that one.
44 for a 250, was it?
I think it was 550. Actually.
550.
Or 555.
So something around 5 to 6K, I'd have thought.
Yeah, something like that.
Nice little payday.
Yep, so shout out to Peter. And now Laurinas is opening with the King Jack off.
Yeah, certainly is in the hijack here. Was the benefactor of picking up a nice pot that was quite craftily executed from him with the jacks, just peeling the 3-bet, peeling the flop C-bet, taking a stab on the turn. And now,
nice one.
Yeah, Queen 9. Looks like he fancies the 3-bet. Conventionally, this hand might be considered a little too weak to call. But 3-betting has a lot of merit because you will lean on a hijack opening range that will include hands like Queen Jack off, King 10 off, King Jack off, Queen, maybe even Queen 10 and Jack 10 off as well. So certainly a nice combo to find here. I wonder, approaching the money, if we wanted to be nitpicky, it'd be better off with maybe a king or an ace X suited. But he chooses to go with the Queen 9 suited. And he does go for quite a large 3-bet sizing as well, 40K. So 4X.
Does it?
50 big blinds effective. And that's going to get the job done. Nice little bit of aggression there.
Yep.
And looks like we've got a pretty strong table so far. There's not many chips being given away here, is there?
No, absolutely not.
We're seeing a lot of aggression.
Yeah.
And that might be why we've seen potentially the more conservative play from seat 4, just wanting to kind of not tussle with some of these relentlessly aggressive players that we seem to have been seeing.
Seen them sitting back, watching them during the day, perhaps, and at some way she has at least amassed a lot of chips. So
yeah, so she's
maybe
doing
she
well.
picked her spot, and 500 to her name. Nohad 580 even in her stack. So
Yeah,
big
she's
one.
clearly done a good job so far, amassing that stack. And ace-8 of diamonds for Edix.
And you can see in our top right corner, we are losing player rather quickly at the moment. 157 current count.
Wow, they are flying out. That's another 10 that have bit the dust.
Just the last 15 minutes or so. So maybe my guess of the bubble play being around 9:10 local time was a bit too on the negative side. Might be earlier than that.
It could be. Steamrolling through them. I mean, we don't really have anyone apart from Yari in immediate danger here, although Martin definitely got some work to do with that 26 bigs. Probably unlikely to be able to fold his way into the money at this stage. So got to kind of keep treading water and try and look for some spots to steal the blinds and pick up a few chips.
Yep.
Nohad, though, she should be fairly assured of her in the money place. And she is making sure of that with what we've seen so far. So Kimokoku, ace-5 suited here. Nice opening candidate from +2.
He's been quiet for a while, so now it's time to put those chips to work.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen absolutely nothing from Martin from Slovakia, but he hasn't really had any holdings that are any kind of decision, to be fair.
Quick folds around the table, so pick up and call from Eric's line with the 5-4 off.
Yeah, he seems to be a tricky customer from what we've seen.
Finds the 4. See what he goes, probably for the check, but what's
a lead here on 10-7-4. What he's probably thinking here is that I'm going to have a bit more advantage in the 2 pairs and the bottom set. So he's going to have hands like 10-7 off, potentially 7-4 suited, 10-4 suited. And it does interact rather well with this big blind defense. So interesting lead. Goes for a very small size. And wow, look at that. Turning trips does Eric. Gets a customer from Kimokoku on the flop. He did have ace high with some backdoor draws. So What's Eric's going to do here on the turn? 49k in there. They're playing a massive stack-to-pot ratio. And it looks like he's going to go with the size up here. Yeah, 60k into 49. Lots of bluffs that he could choose from here. Hands like 8-6, hands like 5-6, 5-3, 6-3. And Kimmo just about with one of the worst possible hands that he could arrive in this situation with. Ace high, no draw. Is going to reluctantly let that one go, but was indeed drawing dead.
And during that hand, another 7 players flew out of this one. 150.
Holy moly. So we've only got 46 to go.
To the money.
Yeah, to the money bubble, and 47 until we hit the money. The min cash of 3,000. So that's, yeah, quite surprised to see that, to be honest.
Yeah, because looking from the
well,
big blind being 5k and the average now almost 300, so I mean it's a deep stacked one, and still
I think the table that we're currently commentating on is a bit of an outlier in the room, because I think we've got 6 players above average, right? So we do get to see a lot of deep stack play on this one. Jari got that shoved through with the ace-8. Kind of windmilling in the 14 big blinds under the gun and getting it through, but not much to work with since. And Eric's is going to continue to take the aggressive route, opening to 17k versus Nohad's big blind here, who she's got 8-4 suited.
Oh, this time she's interested.
She is going to start to put her foot down a little bit here.
Enough bullying, guys.
Exactly. Got to make a stand at some point, and let's see if she gets rewarded for it.
Oh.
Not quite. Bottom pair. Not an awful lot else to work with. Eric's with a hand with all sorts of opportunities and options here. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw. A great board for him. Very natural to follow that up with the c-bet, and that's what he does here. And look at this from Nohad. She is going to be comfortable enough to peel one off here. By no means ideal. Looking for an 8 or 4. Doesn't find it. 10 of clubs now.
And of course, 2 pairs for Nohad, and well, Eric's goes for the check.
Yeah, it's one of those turn cards that's quite awkward because the middle card is pairing, and he may be checking quite a lot of his 10s on the flop. And she's definitely going to have a lot of 10s in her range. Nohad goes for the small sizing here. I don't think Eric's is going to be able to get away just yet with that gut shot open-ender. Gut shot with the flush draw. And he does beat a couple of hands as well.
Yeah. What do you think is listening to? Is it audiobooks about?
I'm not sure. He looks kind of pumped up and dialed in, doesn't he?
Yeah. And he gets there on the river as well with the flush.
He does.
So
149k. Yeah, bad news for her. 7 big blind bet from her on the turn was quite a tasty little thin value bet, and Eric's here is leading.
For his value bet instead now.
Yeah.
And not the river Nohad wanted, of course, knowing that she's been counterfeited by a lot of hands. And yeah. $50k, and there's 150 plus that 50. Oh, let's call it off.
Wow.
Gets the bad news.
That is quite a stubborn call versus a bet call, check call lead line on the 4 flush. It's tough to think where the bluffs are coming from there for Eric, but somehow he managed to. Must have a really good table image, I guess.
Maybe shown 19 bluffs so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so active. 3-betting the 3s, button versus EP. A little bit of an adventure in that hand as well, and a couple of other moments where you tend to think that he's not the type of player to be tanking into the money at this stage. It's foot on the gas.
Almost foot on the million as well, 962k.
Yeah, we haven't seen anyone with a million chip stack, or I don't believe I've heard of anyone to hit the million mark yet. So
no, we heard about a bust out from one of the champions of the earlier events this week, Phil
Phil.
Gross, and busting out a couple of hours ago with boat on the boat for 800k, I think. The chip leader pot at that stage, but that was a few hours ago. Now then, Eric's comfortably racing with the 3-2.
Yeah, this guy's an absolute wild card, isn't he? He's just in every hand.
Some resistance from Eric's. Our table ship leader. Larinas, of course, with the ace king is going to get a resistance to Eric's who raised on the bottom.
Surely. Eric's with the dirty diaper, I believe it's called, isn't it? The 3 deuce off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a bit of a run from a guy called Nicholas Rigby, I believe, in the main event a couple of years ago, and he was putting the 3 deuce off to good effect in some spectacular punts.
Oh.
So maybe Eric's is reviving that meme. But however, he does open the button, and it looks like he's really in the groove with whatever's going on in his headphones.
Definitely, yeah. Maybe we can hook us up to that. Let's see what he's listening to. You can share it. Share your playlist, man. And the 3-bet from Laurinas gets it done, of course. The 3-2 goes quickly in the muck, but he's still grooving.
Still grooving, head bobbing, nodding, having a good time here, feeling like he's in the zone. And it's nice to cultivate that type of energy when you play live poker, because it's obviously a little bit slower than online, and you do want to keep yourself stimulated and keep yourself in a good headspace. And for some people, music is a good way of doing that, just to kind of keep in the zone, get the good energy flowing, and try and play your best poker. And so far we've seen a rather eccentric and aggressive style from him.
And maybe you can check with him in the upcoming dinner break.
Yeah, do you want
to
have a guess? What sort of genre do you think it is? I think it's a high BPM.
I think not, actually.
You think not? You think he's listening to Coldplay, do you? Or
judging for this, he's like wagging. No, not like it's not going to be.
You don't think it's like the deathcore or heavy metal or anything like that?
I think not, actually. I'm going to think about this for a few seconds while we look at this big hand that we have.
Good idea.
Jari with the queens, Vladimir with the ace queen suited.
Yeah. Annoying situation for Vladimir. I think you just kind of close your eyes and put it in here versus the 15 big blind stack.
You don't need to count. Okay, I see.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what happens with ace queen
It's
suited.
almost like he knows it, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to count. I have to call.
I have to call.
I'm not happy about it.
No, exactly. It's one of those spots where you feel you should be doing way better than the hand that you often see with ace queen suited here. But he does flop a flush draw. Hello there.
Oh, now then, reversed. There's the few outs for Jari, not to be, and eliminated from our feature table is Finland hero, Jari Mehonen. And he will be our 150th place finisher. No money for him, unfortunately. And this pays 103. So, yeah. Vladimir getting there with the ace-queen suited. A flushy.
Yeah, unlucky Jari. Didn't really get anything going on the feature table.
No.
Just, 2 big pots and he's out of the game. And I believe it's the Belarusian Vladimir picking that one up.
Short stack now, 26 bigs.
Yeah, wow, what a table we have here.
Yeah.
Lots of really deep and interesting ICM play heading to that money bubble. And we saw that exemplified with the hand that we just saw. It was the Jack 10 off from Vladimir. He opens early position. We saw Eric's on the button 3-bet the 3s. And then next to acts that with ace queen, just not really knowing what to do, not wanting to bust.
Knowing that you might have to go for your entire
stack.
Like 60 big blind stack or something.
And that's quite...
Or 100 actually for her. Yeah.
That's quite scary at this point in the tournament, especially when there's a 3K min cash. You know, you don't want to blow that opportunity. They've probably been playing for a total time of maybe 15 to 20 hours so far in this tournament. So getting towards the business end, getting towards the money.
Yeah, now it happened again for her. She had to fold the threes, of course, since it been another 3-bet ahead of her from Evgeny.
Look at this.
Now Kimmo Kurko has been waiting around for a nice hand, and he's got one now. Ace-king suited.
Yeah, and with this stack depth, they've all got about 60 to 80 big blinds. So let's see what he goes for here. Does go for the aggressive route. That's what we like to see.
Our doctor in the next seat, Martin's folded whatever he had. We didn't get a chance to see, but back now to Evgeny. And the 3-bet was 95, so 58 more to call. Now thinking about them. This is also, I mean, this is two deep stack guys at this moment, almost 100 blinds each.
Yeah, I think
have the
we
ace-king off.
Probably just have one option here. Oh, wow, he's shoved. That is a very bold play at this stage for this many chips. The only benefit to him is that he does cover his opponent, and Kimmo Kurko now is thinking, what is going on?
Of course, has to call it off, and he'll be happy, I guess, to see that it's an ace-king off.
He'll be delighted. You really feel like ace-queen is super unlikely at that point with that much action, right?
Yeah, so this is the best you can get, right?
Yeah, so just hoping for a chop or like pocket queens, really, but you take the chop all day with a little bit of dead money there on the side. And there's a club in the window.
Just one.
Looking for another.
Nope,
not to be. It's going to be chopped up.
Yep, I was just about to say that we haven't seen that many clubs folded, and the first one is a jack of clubs, but no more clubs for Kimmo, and a chop between these guys. The big pot, almost $1 million, all in pre-flop.
Well, look at that, down to 143. So many short stack stragglers on the outer tables, kind of busting out in style.
It's like 5 to 7 a hand that we play on this feature table that leaves from
it
the
feels
outer
like
table. So yeah. By this, we might reach money before the dinner break in 20 minutes.
We've got 20 minutes, and we're just losing like 5 players every couple of minutes. It's absolutely insane. You could see 142 on the screen.
And just coming in, Joel Christian from Finland.
Nobody told me.
Joining the table. Here he is.
Well, that's a great head of hair, isn't it?
Welcome to the table, sir. You have ace-king, you're first to act. Your hair is on point.
Yeah.
Everything is just perfect right now.
Yeah, liking the shirt as well. Looking fresh.
Did you take my phone?
Welcome, Joel. Nohad hasn't really been tangling in these types of spots, but this time,
jack with the queen 10.
This time flicking in the call.
Laurinas. That's the nice cash game hand of 8-6 suited. Go.
Yeah. Those ones hurt when you're kind of approaching the money and you can't play these lovely holdings. But Vladimir closing the action.
He'd love to put in another 5 with the 7-6 though.
He can't wait.
As you can see, Joel Christian that just came in, the shortest stack of these 3 now playing this one, and what a flop.
What a flop for Nohad. Top pair with the queen high hearts, and Joel.
King of hearts.
May very well take a stab here. Doesn't. Goes for the check. Fair enough.
Now we have someone interested to put some more money, and does. It's 18 into 37.
Goes for half pot. Joel just snap folds.
Quick
2
fold.
overs, a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
Blimey. Wasn't expecting to see that. I thought he was just going to play a lot of check calls there. It's really not many hands that he's completely crushed by on a 10 high board. But does just maneuver himself out of there and potentially save some chips. Don't think I could have helped myself to not see a turn there with the ace-king, but hey-ho, we are approaching the money, and it is good to be a little bit more on the conservative side and just kind of maintain that chip stack.
Yeah, and we just joined a new table. It's the TV table, and we haven't played with these players before, and yeah, there's some other things to take into consideration as well. But yeah, tight fold from Joel, and he's still in the tournament, of course. As Eriks, our table chip leader and one of the biggest stackers in the tournament, is raising it up early with Jack 9 suited.
Yeah, let's see if Nohad can find the 3-bet here.
Yeah.
Looks like she's going through a couple of gears here, kind of changing up the style.
Definitely. I don't think she played any of the first 10 hands on this table, and now she's playing all of them.
Yeah,
and
now
now then,
with a very awkward spot, +1 open,
Yeah.
+2, who I think is perceived to be very tight in Nohad from the rest of the table, based on what we've seen. Now is the aggressor, and I think ace-queen off is just going to be finding its way into the muck here, or some kind of 4-bet. Let's see which one he goes for.
Martin now then, his cards as Kimmo made it 85 to go. Martin stays out, of course. King 4 quickly folding. Vladimir as well. Joel is out. Now then, coming back to Nohad with this wide 3-bet that she did with the ace-10.
I mean, if
Not
she finds a
liking it.
5-bet all in here, that would be
Oh, that would
absolutely
be-
spectacular, and it would work. But
it would, but
does feel the game is up there after
Yeah.
3-betting.
And some more chips for Finnish guy Kimmo Kurku, well-known live and online player as well, I think, and has a lot of cashes to his name. 5th on the all-time money list for Finland, and
Wow.
that goes for a lot.
Yeah, that's one of the toughest nations to get yourself up there, with the likes of Antonius and co.
Exactly.
And Juha Helpi.
Yeah. I think those absolutely are 2 of the one ahead of Kimmo, but then, as we said, 5th place for him in the all-time money list and almost $3.5 million total earnings in the poker live career, as Nohad now getting active again, and it surely has reason for it, as he has the ace-queen off. +1 position. Martin has been the most quiet guy at the table so far, both in terms of speaking and playing, perhaps. Let's this one go. Joel already folding the ace-8. Big blind. Evgeny flicks in some. Okay, take them. All right, I'll call.
How much? That
Oh,
much?
yeah, is it enough? You want more? Jack 5-8. 2 spades.
Swing and a miss for both players here.
Definitely. Quick check from Evgeny.
I think I'd quite like to see a check back here from the ace-queen, just really lacking board interaction. It's a board that will just have so many continues. She gets quite lucky to find a hand that doesn't really have any interaction at all, but I think for the most part that Jack 8-5.
Yeah, a lot of those cards in the range of Evgeny.
A lot of
then.
straight draws and
Yeah.
pairs to contend with from a deeper stacked player as well that's not going to be overfolding in that spot. 139 now, so just losing players by the second here, with an average stack now of 292. So what a structure we've got. 60 big blind average. That is just fantastic.
Definitely. So this is supposed to end on Sunday. Are you sure we're not going to do another week?
Sunday after, I think.
Yeah, it's the wrong Sunday.
Yeah.
Now then, we can fold a hand. No hand. Playing a lot of hands, just the last few ones, but allowing us leaving the queen 5. Kimmo folding quicker than we can see the cards. Martin is out. Vladimir out. Quick folds now, and Joel does the same, so we're back at the small blind.
Players playing very
No
quickly,
time.
approaching the bubble here.
Yeah. It's like speed chess, right?
It is, yeah. It's almost, the intensity has risen somewhat.
So
if Genny
lift, limp,
limps in and
raise and fold, and on to the next one.
Exactly. Before he could even do anything, Eric had already made it 4x with his queen 6 off. And Eric's is from Latvia?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of different flags on the table.
Yeah, all unique ones by the looks of it. And I think Vladimir is from Belarus, so that's 8 separate two Finn players, so 7 separate nationalities here.
Yeah.
Which is good to see. Nohad from as far wide as Canada. Do we have any information on her scores?
Not much at all, actually.
No?
I don't
Couldn't
think
see
she
anything.
was not that much on the old mob.
On the
We'll
mob.
actually check again if we can see, because it might have been under another name. Because I think from first information we got about her was another name stated. So I'm going to check again that if we have something as Joel now with the favorite hand of a friend of mine. Do
Oh,
you know
yes, the Ducks. Don't underestimate the Quackers.
All right, correction, sir. We do have Nohad for 483,000.
Wow, what's
so
the biggest
it was
score?
Actually, the other name I was looking at that we got previously was nothing, but this one surely has a lot of cashes, and the big one is a third place in the $1,700 main event of the MGM Grand Winter Poker Challenge in Las Vegas last year.
Oh, wow. Very nicely done. How much did she get for that?
57K.
Well played,
And then she
Nohad.
has a second place in the EPT Deep Stack 550 event 2 years ago in Barcelona for another 55K.
Wow.
So
Some
she's
big
not a
scores.
newcomer to these
No,
kind of
certainly
tables.
not. And she's got top pair here versus Joel, who might be somewhat tempted to start blasting these deuces into the abyss. You see a lot of favor now for these low underpairs to the board on these types of range advantage board for imposition. Does go for the fairly quick check back though, not kind of committing with the deuces there. Lots of hands like Queen 10, Jack 10, Jack 9, Queen 9. Ace deuce even is going to be in a rough spot, and this kind of hand, Ace 6 versus the 3-barrel. And now checking back the turn, does he feel like he can credibly rep some of these 10x holdings on the river that will have improved to a straight?
Yeah. He's going to give it a try.
Yeah, hands like Queen 10, Jack 10, King 10, unlikely to have checked back the turn, but
50 into the 45, so top bet plus for Nohad to think about right now.
and this is why bluffing this kind of hand class can be quite interesting sometimes, as it's a type of hand that your opponent is very unlikely to perceive you to bluff with. So when she's thinking about what she's behind here, I doubt that she's thinking, oh, deuces, threes, fours, and fives could be potential bluffs. She's going to be more thinking about, is he going to turn a weaker pair into a bluff here, some kind of, 9-7 or 8-7. And she does let it go, facing that overbet from Joel, who manages to find a way to win with the Ducks.
I don't need. Good enough?
Seems like he didn't show, no. No, he's lying.
He's lying. She said, is it good enough?
Can you
And
lie
he
on
said
TV
no.
like that?
I know. What a cheeky chappie there.
Here we go.
Flags
more
from all over the
information.
world, but still missing the Estonian one. Well,
yeah, she's played a lot of poker during or around the world, actually. There's
so
flags
that's Scotland and Australia.
Yep. And Malta, Spain,
Yeah.
Ireland. A lot of different ones, but no Estonian flag, so might be an hour or two away from her first cash in Estonia.
Finland.
Yes, and the Dutch flag there as well.
Correct, sir. The Amsterdam World Poker Tour in 2023 she cashed. So yeah, a lot of cashes all around the world.
And I think if we had a market for her making the money here, the price would be suspended anyway. So she's very likely to get that Estonian flag that she so desires.
Yes.
Kimmo Kokku under the gun with the 10-9 suited, popping it up to 11K here.
Adding an extra 1K.
Yeah, a little bit of an extra juicer.
Nohad looks interested again. Haven't seen her hand yet. Here we go. Ace Jack. That's why.
Jack, little peel ski on the button. Oh, she's in the small blind, sorry.
Yeah. Almost stolen the button, though.
Yeah, it kind of is a bit in the no man's land in between,
exactly.
isn't it?
It's me, it's you.
To me,
Big
to you.
blind. Laurinas. Yeah. Oh, he's calling at least.
Yeah, offsuit aren't going to be defending much, but this is a hand that does particularly well versus two high card heavy ranges. So can definitely see why he's going to be continuing here. Swing and a miss for all three players. Nohad does have the best hand with ace high. There's no way that she can really know that now. And Kimmo Kirkku with his 10-9. Queen, Queen X. No back door. Just going to wave the white flag. Fair enough. And another queen. So it's coming up queens here. Nohad might be feeling a bit better about her hand, seeing this third queen arrive on the turn.
Yeah. So as you can see, 66% for the only queen playing at the table.
Exactly.
Kimmo though, is he gonna try to represent something now?
Yeah, his hand kind of matches up with some of the potential value bets that he can arrive
Yeah, a
at
lot
the
of
turn.
small pairs that he might open with, and
Exactly, 10s or 9s, maybe even 7s, 5s, looking to seek some value / protection. Nohad finding
not fooling Nohad that easy.
quite a comfortable, spot for her, an uncomfortable spot for her, but she finds the call. So valiant job done there. A non-believer, and it is the king on the river. How does Kimmo estimate his opponent's range to be here? There's not going to be much King X. Is King Jack going to float the turn out of position in the sandwich 3 ways? I don't think so. So I think he's going to have a decent advantage on this king here.
Yeah.
And I think that
no hearts for Kimmo, so he might put Nohad on the flush draw, of course.
yeah,
something like
exactly.
that.
Unblocking the nut flush draw is a great spot, wise guy. It's really important to not have a heart in this spot so that your opponent has more hearts. The only hearts that she might have would be, I guess, King Jack and King 10 of hearts. So, wow. Oh, she snapped him off.
Nice one, Nohad.
Wow, Kimmo going for the small juicer-looking river bet, trying to be the sort of fake value bet in some ways, and she's just a complete non-believer with her nut no pair.
Yep.
Wow.
Nice pickup from Nohad, and she's back over 500, back over 100 big blinds.
Yeah,
at
well
this
played.
moment.
So we've seen an interesting strategy from her. Sometimes maybe a little bit on the conservative side, and then other times just really putting her foot down and saying, not today, pal.
She fooled us in the beginning of this feature table, right?
Maybe that was the game plan the whole time. She wanted to be...
Oh, that's why we got the wrong name first. When she tried to sneak away from this Hendon mob guys in the studio. No, we found you.
Yeah.
We know that you were on a cruise cashing 3 years ago. We see you, Nohad. Now then, Martin staying ever quiet. Vladimir folding. Joel, our newcomer, fairly so, to the table. This is Eric's.
Yeah, we know he's not going to turn down any chance to get in the mix. The headphones are off, but the death-like stare remains.
Did he get tired of the high BPM music?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, what was your guess? We need to ask him on the break.
Yeah, we got to ask him, and now my guess would be something like, I'm going to go with the total wild card.
Okay.
Jazz.
Jazz. Okay.
That would be something.
To me,
that's like a 50-1, right?
I don't know. To me, Eric's looks like the kind of guy that gets through about 5 Red Bulls per day. So I reckon he's listening to a little bit of a more intense mix. I would go for drum and bass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll hit him up in the dinner break, disturb him in the middle of his entrecot.
Yeah. Maybe we can offer him one of these OlyBet drinks.
Ah, yeah.
To prize the information out of him.
Might be.
The Oli boost. So ace-jack for Evgeny.
Yep. Opening to 10. Nohad interested with the queen 9 in the cutoff, but might just let it go this time. Sixes at the bottom for Laurinas.
Don't ask, don't tell type of thing. You need to know people.
As you're on live TV.
Noah and Joel chatting away as Laurinas makes his decision with the sixes. Calling, and another ace-jack for Kimmo this time.
Hello there. Are we having any devilish intentions of a squeeze, or does he just want to come along here? He's taken a couple of hits now, so maybe on the defensive.
Now then, our doctor from Slovakia. Can you guess his hobby, George?
Chess.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah?
Good one.
There's a lot of...
the shirt let you off, right?
It does say checkmate. I didn't even see that.
Oh, you did it without that information.
I lived in
okay.
Slovakia. There's a lot of strong chess players there. So, and he just looks like a guy that's kind of used to staring at
look at
across
this
the
one
board.
then.
Whoa!
Bottom set for Laurinas. Not much for the other ones, though. Backdoor flush for Kimmo, of course, and some straight outs, but nothing immediate for any of those players as we're back to Laurinas.
What's Martin's surname?
Oh, let's see. Check that up for you. Are you going to do some kind of chess book now?
Yeah. I want to see
if he's ranked
his chess
above
rating.
you or below you.
Oh, he's way above me, that's for sure. He just looks 10 times smarter than I. I can't pull off the glasses.
Let's see. This is the old feature. Sorry. Gotta find the right one. Koperniki. Martin Koperniki. While we look for chess information, we have action from Laurinas. He's betting 40k, but quickly folding the other two guys, unfortunately, for Laurinas. But at least he gets this one through and adds some nice chips to his stack. As we see the current chip count of our feature table, it's Martin, the chess player, down in the bottom. 22 bigs, though, so no stress for him. A lot of short stacks in the outer tables, as we've confirmed, and 137 is the latest count of players still in this main event, and 103 is the number getting paid, in case you're new to the stream. And big stack up top on this table, Eriks of Latvia with the 952,000 on a 5k big blind.
Looks to have a rating of around about 1800, which is very competitive.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, very good.
So would you disclose your own?
Live rating 1550. I'm a beginner. Yeah.
Laurinas again then might be opening with the nice ace-10 suited, as we are maybe on the last hand before we go on the dinner break. Might have time for another one if they do another one of those quickie fold.
Quickie foldies. We've seen a lot of them.
We'll see. Kimmo has already folded at least. Mr. Chess is folding soon, I think, from the small blind, and looks like he's going for some change in the big blind with the 7 deuce only. Folding.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's some quick movements there.
All right, that is our cue for the dinner break. They're getting some information that they should leave their mics on the table, and maybe we should as well leave our mics on the table and be back shortly. We'll go on a 1 hour dinner break. We'll have a countdown for you in picture, so make sure you don't miss it when we get back. And it's the main event.
Certainly is. Looking forward to the continuation of it coming up in just under an hour. See you later, guys.
Yep, see you soon.
It's already day 7 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. We've seen so much good play and great action that kept everyone on the edge of their seats. First up, we had the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event with flights 1E and 1F. With a mind-blowing €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the competition is getting intense. Friday is officially the day 2 for this event, and the re-entry period will close after the first 4 levels. The €555 no-limit hold'em deep stack 8-handed event was also a crowd favorite. Players loved the deep stack structure, which allowed for plenty of play and some serious battles on the felt. Next, we switched things up with the €250 PLO 4 and 5 high-low. This event added a fun twist with its high-low format, challenging players to think on their feet and adapt for those tricky split pots. But the real highlight of the day, the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5 final, ring event number 7. We had just shy of 200 entries, making it the biggest prize pool PLO event we've ever had. The first place winner walking away with the prestigious WSOPC ring and a sweet €44,500. The final table battle was very intense, as nobody wanted to give up their shot at the first place prize. After about 4 hours of play, we reached the heads-up battle between Riku from Finland and Jan from Norway.
Riku is going to pot it.
It's four there.
And it's not sticking around anymore. Double-suited kings.
Jan Roger.
Sure, Riku has some sort of half-decent hand, maybe with an ace. Oh, he's got aces. Wow. Okay.
Whoa, look at this one.
What a cooler for the last 4 big blinds.
Yep, confirmation aces.
That's true.
Single suited and the double suited kings for Jan Roger, but is this gonna be it for him? He's on his first poker trip ever outside of Norway, actually, Jan Roger.
Really?
So yeah, well now it's a chance for him to double up or have second place because, oh, look at this one.
It's a good flop bottom pair with the king high flush draw. So 48% playing 52 with it's evened up. Oh, but that's a full house for Riku.
Do you have the diamonds as well?
4-3.
Full house.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Whoops. There it is. Missed them themselves, but there we go. We have crowned the winner of this PLO 1100. Riku of Finland is taking down the event.
Last 3 or 4 times I've been to Tallinn, I've been running pretty bad all the time, but I felt like I didn't play that bad, so I just felt like it's going to turn around eventually, and this is the tournament where it did.
Can you tell me a little secrets about your routine? Like, did you sleep well before the game, or what are those things that you do before, like, going into the final table?
Well, usually when I'm in Tallinn, I just try to go to the gym and eat healthy and not go party around and not have too much alcohol and just try to relax and keep my mental game and my physical body in focus as well. So I'll try to do that, and usually that'll keep me going for the long days.
And that's it for day 7. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 keeps on getting wilder. So don't miss out on all the fun. See you at the tables. Peter, I remember when I met you the last time, and I know you're the Sweden master in Sweden. And now I would like you to teach me how to play.
Well, Sweden is a game where you play 5-card Omaha on the board and 5-card draw in the hand. So if you focus on the 5-card draw hand, you will be successful.
That's it. Now I know how to play.
Pretty much. But I said there are a lot of numbers to consider and a lot of cards to consider. And of course, you have to be frank and lucky.
Oh, that's a good way to be lucky.
Yeah.
Can you show me like one example or something?
We get 5 cards
Yeah.
each. 5 cards each, like this. And of course, when you have chips, you decide if you want to play this hand or not. And let's say everybody plays the hand. So we have a flop.
Let's do it openly, right?
Okay.
So we can, because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
And
to do.
usually you want to have like pair, 2 pair, flush draw,
I have one.
straight draw. You have a pair and you're in the lead. I will still pot you here because I want you out of the hand.
Yeah, surely.
Okay, but you are going to be in. So now you see a pair and you have a straight draw. Could be okay, unless I have like a full, but I don't. So you want to change like the 10. You take it away.
You just like burn it?
Yeah. And I'm gonna change 2 cards because
So how many can I change?
you can change from 0 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And if you change 1 card, you get 1 open. Do you like it? Does it fit your hand or does it fit the board? No.
Nope.
Away, and you get a new one. Ah, the same. And I get 2 cards, so I don't get the face up.
How do you like it?
No. But still, here's the turn.
Yeah.
And you're probably gonna check, I'm gonna check. And then the river. And that's a split pot, because you see, I got the straight.
Yeah.
and you have the best hand.
So I win this time?
Eights, yeah. No, you win half the pot and I win half the pot here.
Okay, we'll split, yeah.
Quite easy, guys.
Seems really easy.
Quite easy.
No,
Come and play. And I will show you, not that easy.
Welcome back to day 6 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was a roller coaster of epic poker action with unforgettable moments and high stakes. Starting with the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event, which saw flights 1C and 1D take off. With a jaw-dropping €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. The competition was fierce, the atmosphere electric, and everyone had their eyes on the prize. The main event is turning into a legendary showdown. Next, we had the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5, which broke our records. We received over 177 entries, which makes it the biggest 1K PLO tournament in Tallinn poker scene's history. Last year's winner, John Kite, bagged €34,700. He's in the field defending the title and eyeing the record prize. The action was intense as they played down into the night until reaching the final table, which will be streamed on Thursday. And in the evening, we kicked off the €555 no-limit hold'em progressive bounty, featuring €200 bust-out bounties. Players had to bring their A-game to get a chance at claiming those juicy bounties. But the true highlight of the day, the €555 no-limit hold'em final day, ring event number 3. The excitement was off the charts as the finalists faced off, each one dreaming of that shiny WSOP Circuit ring and the massive €55,000 first place prize. After some nail-biting hands and dramatic bluffs, a new champion was crowned, adding to the legend of WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024.
All in. It's the
just goes
choice
for the
of
shove.
Phil Gross. What about Alexei, King 7?
Yeah, so 12 big blinds effective here. King 7 with the big blind ante in play.
Heavily dominated if he was to call off this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you call, we can go home.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call us all over, baby.
Yeah.
And we've got one in 2024 now.
It's going to be a classic one.
Yeah, we don't have many personalities in the game. They've kind of been eroded by the solvers, right? And he gets the call.
It is a call, and Domination Nation for Phil Gross versus Alexei.
He talked him into it.
They did, right?
There's the king, and there's the ace, pal. Wow. Okay, so Alexei looks a bit hot under the collar after getting muscled off of his equity there with the King 6 in the previous hand. Gets talked into a light call here with the King 7, and we're off to the races. And it's Queen 6. So just the backdoor flush draw for Alexei here. Phil just looking to fade the 7 primarily, but heart could spell disaster on the turn also. 8 is safe. Is it to be the 7?
7 and the 7 only can save Alexei.
And it's the queen, so ace king holding up beautifully there.
Our winner, the 555 event, WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn 2024, the no-limit hold'em number 3. And cheers for the winner, Phil Gross of Germany.
How do you feel right now? You just won the ring and the whole tournament and €55,000.
It's hard to realize at the moment. I'm kind of dreaming. Like to get the ring, it means a lot to me, and I'm happy I made it, and I feel really I deserve it.
That's so nice to see. You're so happy and so sincere. How are you going to celebrate this win now?
Well, there's the next, the main event is still to come. I still need to qualify myself for this, so right now there's no time to celebrate. I think we will celebrate after the event, or maybe later today, but I don't know yet. Let's see, we will make something.
And that's a wrap for day 6. The fun isn't over yet, so stay tuned for more poker thrills. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep this party going. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 5 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024, and we've reached the halfway of the festival. And today was nothing short of spectacular. Before we get into it though, we want to congratulate our champion of ring event number 4, €350 PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty, Aki Pysing from Finland, who walked away with the ring and €6,300. What did it take you to win the tournament?
Just to be very lucky. It's very important to be born on Sunday.
Ooh, that's the first one. I haven't heard that before, and actually I think I was born on a Sunday, so I have a chance?
Yeah, you should consider giving up the interviews and starting playing poker.
How did you prepare yourself for the final day?
We played all day through, so I prepared for the final table. I ordered a double vodka and soda.
How did you celebrate, or are going to celebrate it?
Well, I celebrated it. I went to the hotel room and woke up my spouse.
Said, I won!
And then we had a cognac and then we went to sleep.
The long-awaited €1,500 main event kicked off today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. The anticipation was palpable as players took their seats, ready to compete for the most prestigious title of the tournament. Downstairs in the casino, we hosted a lively meet and greet, complete with a surprise performance from our in-house band. It was a great chance for players and fans to mingle, relax, and enjoy some fantastic entertainment. After which we kicked off the €150 No Limit Hold'em special, where our celebrity guests took part in and had a bounty on their head. We also had the ladies meet and greet, which included a ladies-only free satellite event. This was a fantastic opportunity for our wonderful ladies to connect and compete. Alongside this, the highlight of the day, the €250 No Limit Hold'em Queen's Ring event, commenced its final, with the winner set to walk away with the coveted WSOPC ring and a top prize of €5,500. The final table battle was intense, as none of the ladies wanted to give up the ring and the prize. Play lasted for about 5 hours before the heads-up battle commenced, and it continued until...
Jamming it in, and here we have it.
At least it's an all in the call, but it's Linda from Finland. She's ahead, of course, with the ace-2, so might be the big double up for her.
Could be. She's faded disaster and managed to be quite lucky in these all-in situations. She's won her previous 4 all-ins, I believe, as the short stack. Is she going to continue that run?
You're going to miss for both. Still ahead, well ahead with the ace-deuce.
Oh, it's a jack on the turn.
Big change. Now, Linda from Norway. Oh, there we have our winner in the ladies event. WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn. Ladies event, the ring winner is Linda from Norway.
So you were the one taking home the fabulous WSOPC ladies ring. And I saw the battle, it was pretty tough. What do you think was your advantage in the heads-up game?
First of all, I was lucky. I had great cards. Maybe a tiny advantage that I'm not afraid of losing.
Yeah, I saw your play. It was really good to watch. You were being really brave. But was there a moment in the game when you almost saw the ring on your finger?
To be frank, I knew it was gonna be mine when we were like 4 people left.
4 left.
Yeah.
Nice. Really?
Is that okay to say that?
Why not? It's being honest, you know. Congratulations to our deserving winner. Finishing off the evening, we had the €555 no-limit hold'em day 2. Players fought tooth and nail to reach the final table, which will be streamed live on Wednesday. And that's all for day 5. There's still plenty more exciting poker action to come in the second half of the festival. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the momentum going. Welcome to WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. My name is Stanislavas, and I'm super excited to be your host for the next 10 days. From the moment the doors opened, the tables have been packed with a diverse mix of seasoned pros and eager amateurs, all trying their luck. The atmosphere is electric, with poker players from different countries coming together to compete in 53 different tournaments. Today marks the beginning of what promises to be an unforgettable series of tournaments, with everyone aiming to make their mark and take home one from the 12 WSOP Circuit rings. The opening event, the €250 no-limit hold'em tournament, has already seen some thrilling hands and bold moves, setting the stage for an epic festival. So stay tuned as we bring you all the highlights, unforgettable moments, and behind-the-scenes action from the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Get ready to witness poker history in the making, right here in Tallinn. Eriks, you won our first ring event this year out of 788 people. How did you do it?
I just ran really good, won pretty much every all-in, so I can't complain. I was really lucky, really lucky. And played good as well, but mostly lucky.
But how did you prepare for the last day?
I only played the last day. I straight up registered the second day. So
Okay.
yeah, I just came, played it till the...
And won.
And won, yeah.
Really easy. See how you can do this really simply. Were there any spots in the tournament where you thought like, hey, maybe I could win this?
Starting from like top 80, I think, because I had a big stack there. I always thought I could win, but I understand that not everything is because of my skill. I need some luck as well, and I got that luck, and I won. So.
Nice, it's a good story. How did you celebrate last night?
I didn't actually celebrate. I just came to hotel and straight up went to bed and I'm asleep. So yeah, I was up more than 24 hours. So yeah.
Are you planning to win any other rings this year?
Well, I'm not planning. I will try though.
Yeah.
It will be great if I win one more.
Which ones are you going to play?
I will play 555 event and a main event obviously, and a couple side events as well. So.
Well, congratulations to you. It's an amazing win, and I hope you have a good luck in the other tournaments as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, I'm so happy that I met you the last time you were here in Tallinn as well, so I can make you teach me how to play open-faced Chinese pineapple now.
And the good thing is, the last tournament I played live was an open-faced Chinese tournament, and I won it. So I'm in good so I'm in good shape to teach you today.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you just show me how it goes?
Okay. So first and foremost, you know the hand rankings for poker, yeah? So we're gonna make 13 cards. We're gonna have 5-card hand, 5-card hand, 3-card hand. The backhand has to be the strongest. The middle has to be the next strongest. The top has to be the weakest. That's all we're looking for. But it's normal hand rankings for poker. So we start with 5 cards. We have to use all 5 cards to start with. And we can do this face up just so that we can show everyone sort of how it works.
Ooh, I like to see red.
Yeah, so you have a lot of hearts there. So what are you thinking when you see this?
Can I use all of them?
You have to use all of them.
So I would do like this to make it like flush.
Exactly. You have a really strong start with 4 to a flush. Have a weak card in the middle, and then maybe we get some queens or aces up top.
What about you?
For mine, I have a lot of diamonds, It's not great starting hand, actually, especially because I see you have a lot of hearts here, but I think I have to go like this.
So it's important always to check out what the other players
It's
have.
very important not only to check what your cards are, but also to check your opponents, because let's say further down the line, it might be that you're going for some pairs or something, but if you see that a lot of the other cards have gone, you want to make sure that you avoid those. So now we're going to get 3 cards next. You have to use 2 of these 3. You're going to throw one away. Okay. Normally they would be dealt face down, but I'm going to deal them face up just so that we can show everybody what the cards are.
Come on.
So we have to use 2 of these. This is very good for me, by the way, because that completes my flush.
Okay.
So what are you thinking when you look at these? King up top, obviously, yes,
Yeah.
yes. And we always put it to the
Probably
side.
I would use the deuce.
So again, look at my cards for what you have here. So you have a choice between a 2 and an 8, and indeed I have an 8. So yes, throw the 8
Okay.
is a very good choice. And for me, I'm just completing my flush. I'm very happy with that. So we get another 3.
So this is how it goes.
Yeah.
You make the first hand that you get dealt is 5 cards.
Yeah.
You use 5, then you get 3. You have to burn 1.
Yeah, it's always going to be that after the first 5, you're going to get dealt 3 every time. You have to use 2,
Okay.
you have to throw 1. Now you have an interesting choice, because yes, this is actually perfect. Yes, yeah, I really like this. There are a couple of hearts gone, but still the hearts are very live. We are going to need to make 2 pair in order to make the kings valid. The interesting point with this, by the way, when we play progressive pineapple like we are playing, if you get queens up top or better, you get into fantasy land. Fantasy land is where you get all of your cards in your hand, and that's really, really powerful. So it's important that you do try and get a strong hand up at the top so that you can get all those cards in your hand. Because the last tournament that I won, I got 13 cards in my hand. I made a royal flush out of 13 cards. I got 14 cards in my hand. I made trips up top, and trips up top is a lot of points. Worth noting, by the way, that the way the game works, it's based on royalties. You have points. So the stronger your hand is, the more points you're going to make. So kings up top is really good. If you can make this, this would be super nice.
I can.
So you're throwing the 9.
Do we have one more round to go?
We're going to have a couple more rounds to go. Mine is not the greatest because in the middle I'm struggling. And the flush would be no good in the middle anyway. So I'm actually going to have to keep the 4 even. Oh no, but all the 4s are gone actually. I think then I'm just going to burn this up at the top, try and leave as much space in the middle. So 3 more cards.
Come on. Yay! You got my heart.
Oh, very
This is
strong.
what I need.
So all you're
like
going to
in the
need,
middle.
you're just going to need to make 2 pair in the middle or trips to make your hand live.
Okay.
So what are you thinking?
There's a 3.
There is a
not
3.
9, so I would probably do it like
I like that choice. That's a really good choice.
Yay.
And then for me, this is pretty good because I can put aces in the middle, which means if I get a queen now, I would get into fantasy land. So that's pretty decent. So final draw. I'm going to do these down actually so that you can sweat them.
Yeah, the sound of Fantasyland is like so luring.
Fantasyland would be lovely. If we can get you a Fantasyland and show the Fantasyland as well. Oh, you've got it as well.
Yay!
Very nice.
And I
Very
still
nice.
need to use
And just
one
put
of
anything
these
up
down.
top, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you go for the higher one because why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
sorry.
And then I need a queen to get into my Fantasyland.
Do we have it there?
No fantasy for me. So you are now going to get 14 cards in your hand, and then you get to make the hands from that. So we'll do one fantasy. I'm going to sort of ignore what my hand is. We just want
I made it to
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland.
Fantasyland is. That was so amazing.
So
2,
this is the
3,
Fantasy
4, 5,
Land round.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So this is what I have, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't have a flush.
No flush there.
Do I have a straight?
You do have a straight. You have a few straights actually. It's a shame that you're short of 1 diamond. 1 diamond would have been nice because then you could have made flush and straights. You have an extra diamond.
Yeah, but I can just make the flush
You got the
down.
straight there.
The straight down here.
Yeah.
Then make it.
It's not the best fantasy,
It's
unfortunately.
not.
I've seen a lot better. You've just got a pair of queens, pair
Yeah.
of 6s.
Yeah, you can help me
It's
with
probably
that.
only
You're
this.
the pro here.
You will get points for it, so the straight's worth 2 points at the back. The sixes is worth 1 point. Unfortunately, it's really not much points at all. I'm wondering, is there anything better we can do? But you're missing 1 diamond. If you had 1 diamond, you could make flush straight, then you're getting a lot more points.
I have one question. During the tournament, do I have to keep my own score, or the dealer helps me?
The dealer does it for you. I mean, as always, the dealer is there to help you out. So the dealer does everything for you. They'll calculate the scores. Obviously, it's good to check it, just in case you're not sure. But yeah, the dealers are really helpful. And I have to say, so I played this in February here.
Yeah.
And the dealers are very, very good. They know what they're doing.
And they
so anyone that's not sure what they're doing, you can always trust in the dealer to look after you.
And if you need help, then you can always call Scott.
Yeah.
So Eva, I have a few questions about the 8 game, and I heard you're a pro at it. Is it true?
My vision is to become a pro sometime, but I love it. I play it as much as I can.
Well, I know nothing about it. I'm serious. And can you tell me what are the most important things about the game, or how does it even go?
Yeah. It's 8 games, so it's like in athletics, you see that they do 8 different sports. So we have 8 different card games, and that's what I love about it. It's so much variation. So I will not try to tell you all about these 8 games, but it's very much that you have to use your brain and you see patterns and so on, and that's why I love it.
Can you tell me the 8 games, like the names of the games?
Oh God! It's it's Omaha, high-low, and normal Omaha, and then it's Texas. Both fixed limit and no limit, and then it is my favorite game, Deuce to 7, triple draw.
I've heard about it.
Yes, I love it. And then it's Stud 8 or better. That's like Stud high-low, and the Ras, which I also love very much.
Do you switch the games like in every hand, or how does it go?
No, it's you have a button and you play like 1 orbit of each game. And if you are fewer on the table, then you play more hands. So if it's like 6-handed, you always play 6 hands, even if you're maybe 5 persons. So, and that's the best thing, because you get some time. But it's also the worst thing when it comes to a game that you don't like. You just want it to get over with. And then you sit and you want to play like, I'm looking forward to the Deuce to 7. I'm like drooling when it say, now it's time.
But is the queue of the games always the same? Like you always start with Texas, then you go to Raz, or like how does this go?
Actually, it's a little bit different. Online, it's in one way, and in tournaments, they can decide themselves how to do it. Okay. And for instance, I played in PC in March in Bratislava. Then it was called Heteros, so it was 6 games instead of 5. Instead of horse, we played Heteros, and then they put the stud games every second round, because it's very easy to confuse. You sit and play stud and you're a little bit tired or something, and then it comes stud high-low. So it's different I'm not very good at the rules, but I think you can choose a little bit.
Yeah. What do you think is like the hardest game of the 8 for people to play?
I think Texas Hold'em No Limit is the hardest, because it's so everyone knows it so well. But obviously it's the easiest because everyone plays it. But maybe to become really good, maybe Ras or Stud. Stud, I think, is very difficult. Stud high-low is much more comfortable, but Stud it's a tricky game. Those who are good at Stud can get a lot of chips in.
Yeah. And what is your favorite game of the 8?
Oh, almost everyone.
Well, if you have to choose only one.
Deuce to 7 triple draw, and on the second place Raz, and then all the high-low games. So I said 3.
Yeah, still you get away with it.
Yeah.
But what is for you the hardest one? Like that you think that you should get maybe better at it, or?
I think actually Texas, because I'm not playing a lot of Texas. I think it's not as much fun as the other. And if you don't play and if you don't practice, then you will not become very good. So I think I'm very medium in the Texas games. And also stud is tricky. I like when it's high-low or low games and a little bit more crazy. But stud and Texas is my I think, toughest.
What would you say to a beginner, like some suggestions if I would like to come and start playing 8 game?
Yeah.
Like how to study, how to begin with it, or?
Well, there are some nice books that you can
Did you start with a book?
I start with the books and I played online, mastering the mixed games, I think it's called, one and another RAS book that I also read. But then lately I have been taking a course online, BBC Poker, BBC Poker Mixed Game Bundle it's called. So this is the Norwegian guy, Tobias Leknes Senkel, and together with Pieface, a very famous UK guy. They have a fantastic education. And when I got to train with this one, I felt I got one step up. So I can really recommend that one. And talk with friends and try to play.
Who know how to play, right?
Yes. and most of my friends don't like it, but Lena, who I'm here with, we play, and my friend Ylva and Linda. We have some girls that love to play. Gia is coming also.
So as I understood, I should begin with 8 different books.
Actually, the book Mastering the Mixed Games, I think it's called. It's green, at least. It's all mixed games, so you don't have to buy
like
8 books.
one.
And if you take this BBC Poker online, then you have also, I think they teach 10 or 12 games, and it's fantastic.
I have one more question. Why the 8 game?
The more the merrier. I like variation. I think it's a very nice, the people who are playing mixed games are very friendly and a little bit crazy and like to party and have fun. It's very seldom you see someone sit with a hoodie and glasses.
Being really
and
serious.
Yes, so it's more like, blah, 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 cheers. And it's just so much fun, friendly community.
Thank you, Eva, so much for that.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, it's day 2 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. I'm here in the beautiful Old Town, so if you guys have breaks during the games, you can come here and enjoy it as well. We started the day off with the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em flight 1C, which saw an impressive 185 entries. Players battled it out through intense rounds, and many have successfully bagged their chips for day 2. It's shaping up to be a highly competitive event. Next up, we had the €350 no-limit hold'em progressive bounty. This event reached 123 entries and provided some exciting bounty action. Players were not only aiming for victory, but also hunting each other for those extra sweet rewards. Later in the day, we introduced the €250 open-face Chinese pineapple event, which, by the way, is my favorite. This unique game brought a fresh dynamic to the festival. As the evening rolled in, we hosted another flight of the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em flight 1D. The enthusiasm continued with more players joining the battle, aiming to secure their spots for day 2. That's a wrap for today. Stay tuned for more updates and highlights as the WSOPC continues. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And welcome to the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. I can't believe the day is here. So guys, I'm gonna give you a little tour around our festival. This here is our fabulous relaxing area where you can soak up the sun in case we have any and get some really good food. Let's see what's going on inside. So the first thing you should do is register here in the casino area and then head upstairs. But before we head upstairs, make sure to stop by our cool merch shop and get some gear. We're at the upstairs bar and here I have my favorite drink. Seriously, this is my favorite. Ollie Boost. Here is the cashier. You can get your tickets for the games from here. So this is our amazing TV table, and we'll have live streams every day from Tuesday to 23rd of July. So make sure to tune in to OlyBet.tv. So this is the main room where all the action goes down. Check it out. What are you waiting for? Come and join us and be a part of this amazing festival. Welcome to day 3 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was an action-packed day with 3 exciting ring events, keeping the energy high throughout the day. First up, we had the second and final day for the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em ring event number 1. This event saw a total of 788 entries by 450 unique players coming from 32 different countries. The first place winner set to walk away with an impressive €31,620. The competition was fierce and the event ran into the early hours of the morning. We also kicked off the ladies pre-roll and the WSOPC €350 8-game day 1. This event attracted players who were excited to show off their skills in different types of poker games. How is the 8 game going?
Well, it hasn't gone so well so far. I'm making a re-entry now, but it's a lot of fun and nice people. So I'm looking forward to go into my second bullet. That's a good thing.
It will go better, I'm sure. In addition, the WSOPC €555 no-limit hold'em ring event number 3 started today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. Players are eager to secure their spots and compete for the honorable WSOP ring. The day also saw the commencement of the €250 no-limit hold'em bounty event and the €150 no-limit hold'em and PLO 456 mix in the evening. Stay tuned for more updates and highlights as the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 continues. Good luck to all the players! Welcome to the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It has been an absolutely crazy day here at the Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel. Let's take a look at what happened. First of all, we want to congratulate the winner of our first ring event, the €250 no-limit hold'em, which ran into the early hours of Monday morning, was won by the Latvian Eriks Krūmins. Eriks, you won our first ring event this year. How did you do it?
I just ran really good, won pretty much every all-in, so I can't complain. I was really lucky, really lucky. And played good as well, but mostly lucky.
Were there any spots in the tournament where you thought like, hey, maybe I could win this?
Starting from like top 80, I think, because I had a big stack there. I always thought I could win, but I understand that not everything is because of my skill. I need some luck as well, and I got that luck, and I won.
We kicked off the day with the €555 no-limit hold'em Flight 1C. The competition was fierce as players battled it out, each one determined to advance to the next stage and get closer to that prestigious ring. Next up was the exhilarating €350 PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty. This unique event, featuring €100 bust-out bounties, kept everyone on the edge of their seats with its intense strategy and high stakes. The €250 no-limit hold'em Queens event was a highlight for sure. This ladies-only 8-handed event saw incredible skill and determination as players competed to reach the final table. The final table is going to be live streamed on Tuesday, so stay tuned for more excitement from these amazing women. But the crown jewel of the day was undoubtedly the €350 8-game final. The final table started out with 7 players all eyeing that ring and the first prize of over €8,000. And after 7 hours of nail-biting action, we had our winner. Please tell me, how do you feel right now?
Actually very proud because I lived in Finland 10 years. They're very good in mixed games. And everyone knows I'm fish. And now I run a decent sized mixed game tournament thingy. And everyone knows I'm fish. So to do 8 game with a ring and actually win a 3-hour heads up battle, I'm proud. I'm not that bad.
I agree, you're not that bad at all. Was there a hand that you're like super proud of?
None. I was lucky all the way.
And that's a wrap for day 4. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 is just heating up. So stay tuned for more updates and highlights. I'll see you tomorrow for another thrilling day of poker action. Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah, pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have a full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So
Nice.
that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, what do you say, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card.
Mhm.
So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace king 9 8 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. Like people overplay overpairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, overpair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
Oh, wow. So you had that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky
Yeah.
today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top 1 game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come queen 10 6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah,
So
and
that would be a nice.
and a 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from
Yeah,
Holden.
we have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should
on
be
your
a little bit
opponents.
smart, and you should have luck as well,
Yeah,
like
of
in every
course.
poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and
Yeah.
explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Some more outs. He does find the gut shot, so a 9 or a 7 will save him tournament life. Otherwise, we have the winner in Mikko Ylimäki. Is it gonna be a 9 or a 7? It's
Nope.
a king. Both players hit the river, but it means that Mikko Ylimäki is our winner. Congratulations, applause. King. Oh, and this might be it. Now, yeah, shipping it in, and of course we'll receive an immediate call without outs. Mantas Stanislavas is all in, but this is the bad news for him. Edgaras Kauchinis has already sealed the title. It's over before the river falls, because not straight for Edgaras Kauchinis has sealed it. Huge congratulations to our winner of Kings of Tallinn main event 2024.
I'm so excited because this guy here is going to teach me how to play deuce to 7 triple draw. It's very hard to even pronounce, so I'm hoping you have some magic tricks to teach me so I can go to the tournament and win it.
All right, no worries, Stella. Thanks for joining, and actually it's a fun game.
Is it?
It is a very fun game. It has very nice nuances to it, and if you've never played it before, then the game derives from the old school version of poker, which used to be the 5-card draw. Oh, wow. And this game is then part of the draw games family, which means that you will get dealt a combination of 5 cards, and then you have a chance to redraw either 0 to 5 of those cards.
Oh, wow.
So basically, without further ado, let's get started. I'll deal you and me both 5 cards. And the name deuce to 7 comes from the fact that the hand strengths in this game are turned upside down.
Okay.
So basically it means that the worst hand is the best hand and the best hand is the worst hand. So what do you want to see in your hand?
Let's do it openly, right?
Yeah, we can do it open.
Yeah.
So what you want to see in your hand is totally small unconnected cards, which you have like a pretty nice set of. And the best hand, like the name refers to, the deuce to 7, is then starting from the smallest, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it cannot be a straight, so thus the 6 is a bad card. Okay. It is taken out from in between, and then 7. So meaning the deuce, 3, 4, 5, 7 is the best combination in this game. You cannot have any flushes as well. So flush is bad, any pair is bad, any straight is bad, any 2 pair is bad, etc.
Okay.
And the second part of the name, triple draw, refers to the fact that you can actually change 3 times whatever you have.
Okay, so how many? I can burn some, right?
So yeah, the game starts in a way that now, once we have been dealt the cards, you usually have some chips in front of you as well, so there is a round of betting, and then you would choose the cards that you would like to keep.
So probably discard this one?
Yeah, and then you don't want to keep a hold of the pair either, so the pair is bad, the pair of 5s. So discard
like
one of the 5s, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep a hold of these and then discard those 2. Then the dealer, as always, burns 1 card, deals 2 cards to you and 2 cards to me.
Okay, this is not good, right?
Well, yeah, it looks very good, but actually it's a straight.
I cannot have a straight.
Yeah, so straight is bad, so thus you need to make like some kind of adjustment. And what you want to do in that situation is always you want to basically draw for the best combination possible. So deuce to 7. So which card do you want to discard?
Deuce to 7. Come on. 4. No, 6.
6.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct. I was like, you just told me that.
All right. So yeah, and basically, I have like a semi-strong hand here with 8-7, which is like in a multi-way pot. Maybe you would actually want to discard it, but here, for the sake of it, let's continue drawing. Now, before this, actually, in an in-game situation, there would be another round of betting, but since we don't have chips and we don't do it. And
look at that. Is it good?
Wow. Wow. Well, okay.
Maybe I should come and play it.
My job here is done.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is the end of it. I'm a pro. Thank you. You seriously are a madman, you know?
You got the nuts.
I have the nuts.
Well, maybe because I'm an optimist, I would still continue with you, because like you would then bet and stand pat. I would use my last draw to change this 1 card and see if I can pay you some extra money. With a 10 high, probably I wouldn't.
Okay, so what happens now? It's just like...
So yeah, basically, once you then the game is also a lot about like betting patterns and keeping an eye on what your opponents do. So let's say the cards are hidden, right? On the second draw, you say pat, so you don't change any more cards. And I would then basically derive from that you have some sort of a strong hand, and well, you have the nuts. Then your job is to make maximum amount of money with that. But since I am still drawing with one, then you would need to figure out what's the correct amount to bet.
Seems very easy to get the nuts in this game.
It's easy. Come play it.
Yeah, come on and join us. Hello, my friend. Hello. You just won the 8th game and the WSOPC ring. Please tell me, how do you feel right now?
Actually very proud because I lived in Finland 10 years. They're very good in mixed games. And everyone knows I'm fish. And now I run a decent-sized mixed game tournament thingy. And everyone knows I'm fish. So to do 8th game with a ring and actually win a 3-hour heads-up battle, I'm proud. I'm not that bad.
I agree, you're not that bad at all. Was there a hand that you're like super, super, super proud of?
None. I was lucky all the way.
What about the deuce to 7 triple draw? You got the nuts?
I got nuts several times. If I'm super honest, I think I was not playing bad, but I was lucky when I sucked out 2 persons. They were angry with me. In the final 5, I took out everyone, including 3 Norwegians, and they have oil and they're rich and they're so good in 8th game. Sorry my English, but I took them all out. So yeah, I sucked out. I was lucky. Here's the chips. Here's the ring. But also you gave me feedback. Franke, be serious. Yesterday, you remember when I almost went crazy?
Yeah.
You said, now you win. And
I did. It's always me a little bit, you know?
I went winning, and I'm very proud. I'm happy.
How are you going to celebrate now?
I think I will drink tea.
Thank you so much. I'm proud of you and congratulations. And maybe you'll get another ring this year. Also, you have like some options.
Endless. And there is another 8 ring events still available. So I will fight. I'll do my best. I'm not the best poker player in the world, but I give a match.
Hey, you have the ring. You're very good.
I'm quite proud.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So hello and welcome back to continuation of the WSOP circuit here in Tallinn. The main event is upcoming. I'm joined by Lithuanian high-stakes player Paulius Vaitiekūnas. How are you doing, sir?
Hi, happy to be here.
Absolutely, and we're looking forward to seeing what's in store for us on the feature table. So we do have one Lithuanian, Laurenas. Is that someone that you're familiar with?
Not from this picture, but maybe when I see the face, maybe I will know who that is.
Okay, so we're currently looking at the 2K, 5K level. I think we're actually going to 3.6, and the average stack is around about 300K. So a rather deep stack table. Got 132 left, approaching the money bubble at 104. What's going to be your strategy here if you're, say, in Eric's shoes? Are you going to be opening just as many RFIs as possible?
Just don't look at your cards and raise whenever you have a chance, I guess, with such a huge chip lead and monster stack.
Absolutely.
I mean, nice place to be. Biggest tournament in the summer in Tallinn, and you have a chip lead during the bubble.
Yeah.
On the TV table.
On the TV table, exactly. An envious spot. And Laurenas from Lithuania has played a strong game so far. Did come into the feature table quite short. Fairly standard open here with the ace-queen offsuit. So let's see as we pan around the table whether you recognize any of these guys from the live realm.
I think I played with the guy next to the Laurenas. Seems I played a bunch.
The Kimmo Kirku, his name is from Finland.
Yeah, I played it somewhere. Probably Tallinn, but last year.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's just in sort of every event, doing quite well. So we do see Jack 10-8. Connected 2-tone flop Lorinas has some interaction, obviously in the form of the nut gut shot, the ace of hearts.
Yeah, pretty standard defense from Joel. And on this board, I think he cannot do much.
No.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe Lorinas decides to check back and then interesting turns.
Yeah, he does. Maybe a little
Good
bit.
arise, but
A little bit wary of his opponent there. Is that a board that you'd be continuing on with the 2 Broadway cards there, or do you think it's a little connected and you can have some checkbacks?
I mean, considering that is a bubble and you're a bigger stack, it's always continuing on this board because you have so many good cards to keep barreling and threat your opponent's stack. So I think I would choose the aggressive line, both on the flop and the turn.
Yeah.
Especially having ace of hearts.
Yeah, it's such a key component, right? Just limiting the amount of check raising that you're going to face.
Yeah, and then again, you are kind of folding some hands that still have some equity against you.
Yeah.
And as I said, bubble is approaching. It's 131 now left and 103 or 4 in the money, right?
Yeah, it would seem criminal to allow a hand like pocket fives to realize it's full showdown, right?
Yeah, and then if you bet on the river only, it's like not very credible.
Yeah.
While if you bet just the flop, pocket fives probably would fold instantly.
For sure. Okay, so it does manage to navigate his way to showdown, and on this occasion does pick it up in a rather uncontested pot there.
Maybe Joel was hoping that he might win some portion of the time, or a chop.
Or a chop, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, winning is a reach, but
it's tough to think of a hand that hasn't fired at least one street, right? Like a 5-4 suited or something that just completely gives up.
Chop would be reasonable.
Mm-hmm. 132 left. We're looking at another 28 bust outs before we get to the bubble stage, and a little insight, we're going to be going around the tables that are going to be having all-ins. So when we do get those eliminations, we're going to leave the feature table, and all of the tables are going to be in the same room in the main hall.
And I see we have a very international feature table, right? We have a Canadian on the table.
Absolutely. The Belarusian here, Vladimir, opening from the button. We've got a hometown hero in Evgeny from Estonia.
This is kind of wide open to the chip leader, to the bigger stack. On the bubble, it could be easily punished. But I guess the guys keep it friendly.
Yeah, Vladimir's really been one of the more aggressive players on the table and seems to be quite happy taking the initiative. And I feel like he feels like there's not going to be much of a pushback from those two opponents.
Yeah, but it's not the great position for him in general, sitting and having 2 very big stacks on his direct right, so direct left.
Absolutely.
And we don't have a lot of short stacks, right? Like everyone's kind of deep.
No short stacks on this feature table. On our previous table, we had 6 players between 10 and 20 big blinds, which made for some interesting decisions. On this one, it's really Martin, I think, is the short stack with his ace-king here. Still going to be inducing at this stage, right? With the ace-king, no need to kind of panic and open jam, or do you feel like a jam is...
I think it would be like 15 players left, you would want to jam, but now it's just too strong and you want to have opening range, and ace-king is perfect for your high top of the range.
Absolutely.
And now it's interesting for Eriks. I mean, he could do a lot of things with this ace-5.
Yeah, there are plenty of options on the table, right? Call, 3-bet non-all-in, or even jam sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, with this big stack, you don't want to have a lot of jams. Because you don't want to put your value into the jams. But yeah, I mean, interesting flop coming.
Yep, so we are going to SPR 3 here at Jack 6-3 two-tone. Martin with that ace of clubs.
But Eriks with the 5 of clubs.
Exactly.
Also
some interaction himself.
Interested what Martin gonna choose on this board, because it's mostly the jacks he's having, he would just jam pre-flop.
Mm-hmm.
And
Like hands like King Jack suited
Yeah,
and
all
Queen
the
Jack suited.
Exactly.
Wow, what a turn card here. So both players picking up top pair. Martin with the better of it, obviously, with the king kicker. But Eric's may...
I mean, Eric's gonna pay one for sure.
For sure, but
I mean,
he may be wary of paying the double barrel off here, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Also, there are many river cards that that could just stop the action.
For sure, yeah. So Martin goes for 20 into 33, sizing up for around about a pot-sized river jam. Gets a quick call from Eric, so be happy to see that. Looking to avert disaster on the river. It is the Queen of Clubs, which is one of those maybe gnarly rivers that you were alluding to.
I think you're still gonna value bet on this particular river. I mean, you have Ace of Clubs.
So do you go for just all of it, or do you leave a chip behind?
I would not even go that. I mean, it's a very bad card for your opponent as well if he has like any kind of pair. So you don't need to go huge here.
Mm-hmm.
You could even construct your range of having like 33% bet here, especially on bubble approaching. But I think you can go either way, but checking is probably the least favorite option I would have.
Yeah, and with 33%, are you committing yourself to a bet call on the river?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the check does seem to be the quite conservative route there for Martin.
I see the idea behind the check, but I would prefer to check on let's say any club that is lower than a jack.
Yeah.
But queen is pretty.
Your opponent is fairly stripped of king 10 when you bet such a large sizing on the turn, right?
Exactly. And he should not have a lot of flush draws against that sizing.
Yeah. So potentially some missed value there from Martin, the Slovakian. Enjoys chess in his spare time, but he's up to 25 bigs, so he gets himself off of the bottom of the ladder. It's now Joel from Finland who is on the bottom of the rankings with 24 bigs, and Eric's taking a minor dent to that.
Yeah, but I think Eric's expected to win a bunch after the check back.
Versus the give up or something, some kind of random no showdown. Emo with the jack deuce, getting out of the way. So if you're a shorter stack here as Martin, are you shamelessly taking 30 seconds for folding pre-flop?
If I want to be honest with you, not on the TV table.
No, but elsewhere.
Yeah, I would take some time, but still, it's a long way to go, and you have like 20 bigs. It's not that you have like 8 big blinds that are threats. With 20 bigs, you can do a lot. You have some space to maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like being on TV table is just not good for viewers at home to see someone stalling. I understand the idea behind it, but I'm not a big fan of it.
And what's your opinion on the max late reg? Is that something that you incorporate? Because we did have a spot here where we had 812 runners, and you could max late reg for 20 big blinds with 250 left, so it's less than a third of the field. It's quite profitable, right?
Yeah, if you can afford it, I would just go for it every time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you get 20 bigs. It's not like you get like 10 bigs in some online events, for example.
Yeah.
And here's, I think you have 20 bigs.
And a 1 hour clock. So
Yeah.
it's so many options for you there.
And a big prize pool. And the amazing structure, as I said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have...
So Ladzimir, 2 overs. It's one of those boards where he wants... Wow,
that's
a
unexpected.
very quick fold. Ladzimir did bet pot, and I see the reason behind that. Maybe he's looking to target hands like ace jack, no diamond, king queen straight away, right? Just kind of clearing out some of the better high card hands. But fives with a diamond, just snap folding there was quite surprising.
Yeah, and you covered the guy by almost 3 times.
Yeah, so he's not exactly going to be incentivized to start just rifling it in on turns and rivers. I feel like you're going to see quite an honest response when you do continue the flop there, but the Latvian chip leader having other ideas.
Maybe he's still thinking how he lost with the previous hand.
And still
after
with the ace
check
5 off, thinking, how do I lose? Seeing the river check back. Kimmo Kirku, easy decision under the gun. Same for Martin.
And Vladimir, one of the more active players at the table, but 9-3 would be a little push too far.
Yeah, I guess if someone would see that on TV, you would get played back more.
Yeah, exactly. And the chip leader snap folding the button so quickly we didn't see what he had. But that was one of those situations where he's got, I think, 160 big blind stack or so, and another medium stack. So it's going to be quite a wide spot to open, right?
Yeah, but I think if he decides to fold, he must act quickly to play as much hands as possible, as many hands as possible with the chip stacks that are right now on the table.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if Nohad will elect to defend her limp.
This is this 3.5x in position. She does cover, and I think 10-7 suited is pretty natural continue. How do you construct like a limp 3-bet in this kind of spot when you cover your opponent and there's a lot of bubble pressure that you can kind of counter-exert?
So if they would be shorter,
yeah.
Nohad could just raise a lot of hands in general, so she could just not have a limping range. I mean, she could, but not huge one, because she rather raise all her strong hands and all her trash hands.
Yeah.
Because the big blind is not incentive to ISO as a bluff that much, or ISO for a thin value. But in this spot, as they are kind of deep, yeah, we just have some ace rags, offsuit aces as a 3-bet. But most of my range would be just raising, and I would want to establish this
dynamic.
That I'm with a bigger stack, I'll be active.
Yeah.
And people then might be aware of that and don't want to play pots with me. And as a chip leader, I prefer don't see just showdown, don't see flops. I just take
you just kind
2.5 big blinds every hand.
Hoovering up the dead money, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So especially like, yeah, it's crazy to see Eric's covering everyone by 2x.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great spot.
He was here previously on this feature table.
Yeah.
And he had the stack, or he got it somehow?
He quietly amassing it, yeah. He went for a couple of pretty aggressive pre-flop plays and post-flop as well.
So maybe now he is aware that maybe
his image is...
his opponent saw that, but still, I mean...
It's still too much of a stretch. I think you've still got such an overwhelming lead. I guess the issue is that it's such a deep stack feature table that it's not like he can just run over all of the 20 and 15 big blind guys that are just going to force to find a rejam or fold.
Yeah.
But in this case, he does feel like he might receive a bit more resistance.
It's a good point that there is not many reshoving stacks, and so you should not feel the threat that you would not see the flop.
Yeah.
Like Queen 7 here would be one of my limp 3-bets, especially in this situation when the stacks are quite similar.
Yeah. Just lacking the playability as a limp call and does achieve quite a lot. You get a lot of better hands just out of the way pre-flop, I guess.
Not full frequency maybe, but yeah, and I think this board, just on the flop, Lorinas could take the pot.
Just stabbing with the queen of clubs
there. Because here you have so many good turns.
Yeah, backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws. Likely to see a lot of ISOs from the stronger ace-x portion of Chemo's range. But again, navigating Lorinas with the ace-queen. We remember in a previous hand not betting the jack-10-8 with his flush draw interaction. And then this time waits for a favorable turn before looking to exert some value.
I would elect check if I check the turn. I would probably check. If I check the flop, I check the turn as well, just to protect my range a little bit.
Yeah.
Also, on this flop in general, Lorinas has a huge range advantage because in theory, Chemo should raise as a bluff many 9s and 8s, like 9-3-0, 8-3-0, 8-4-0, and whatsoever. And on this turn, it's actually it's not that. It's not as huge as it was on the flop, the range advantage. Either you're like very ahead or behind.
Yeah, so
I would elect to protect the range.
If you take the
if
passive
you take the
flop and pre-flop route.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially with your hand. And being out of position, you could be in a lot of trouble with mediocre hand as a second pair on such a drawy board.
Yeah, on many river runouts for sure. So once again, a reminder of the chip counts. 3K, 6K, the current big blind, and we are at an average of around about 50 big blinds. So with the 1 hour clock, a great structure in play here. This is going to be day 2 of 4, playing down to the final table tomorrow, but today we're going to be playing down to the end of level 21, which is going to be 1:45 midnight local time.
Oh, but we can see that Eric's VPeeps the most, as we would expect, having a chip leader.
Yeah, he's certainly not been a bystander with that chip lead. He's put it to a decent effect. There have been a couple of spots where maybe we thought he would be a little bit wider, but let's see. Still continuing with the snap folds for now, but no had. Nice candidate to open it up here.
Yeah, and we see players not tanking or taking their time to stall, which is obviously good for us.
Yeah, good for the viewers, and it's been a theme of the feature table in general, actually. I alluded to that with about 160 left, that maybe players would be better off just kind of taking their time, but I think you hit the nail on the head when you said that there's a little bit of, maybe not embarrassment, but you'd be a little bit skeptical of doing that, and what kind of feeling that gives out.
In general, I feel like in Tallinn there is not a lot. I mean, it's good that everyone, playing their hands and not stalling that much, as you would expect. So I don't really like this 8-7 call, because you have a 20 BB stack after you, and he's. I mean, this small blind is basically dead money. So I expect Martin to 3-bet non-all-in here. It's a good combination.
Yeah, to go for sort of...
I either go 3-bet or just fold, even though we see that domination of both hands.
Goes for 45k, so he's thinking the same thing as you. And really leaning on the fact that small blind is totally capped and basically out of the game. And it makes things awkward for No-Had, as she's like in somewhat of a sandwich, but also not at the same time.
And she raised the 13k, right?
Yep. So he's gone for 3.5x, and
yeah, I mean, when she folds, Martin has to think that like Himo.
Yeah, just a matter of time.
Maybe he can have 8s, but as I said, ace-8 is amazing hand, because you block 8s of chemo, and it's a dead money most of the time.
Interesting. So it kind of aligns with like his strongest flats there.
Exactly. Yeah. So you block his strongest flats, and that's more than enough.
Mm-hmm.
So Martin climbing the ladder.
Absolutely, doing some good work so far. And we're down to 126, you could see in the ticker there. So just 22 eliminations before we're going to be going around the room, and it's all going to be getting a bit hectic in the main room as players are sweating that pure bubble. What was your story in terms of how you kind of made your way at the start of your poker journey? Was it all online, or were you also mixing in some live events and traveling to EPTs and the smaller buy-ins and such?
Oh, EPTs came way into my career.
Yeah.
I was playing with friends back home in Lithuania. Then we played some home games, and then I started playing online. My background is spin and goes. I played probably in my career up to 50k spin and go tournaments.
Okay.
I moved to UK to study, and I couldn't play tournaments while studying, while doing my degree, because it's just too much time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
So I played spin and goes, and then I decided to move to tournaments, because it's more interesting.
Spin and goes is a deathly grind, isn't it? It's it's like so robotic and
so monotonic and not interesting.
Yeah.
That whenever I see spin and go spinning, I just
you get some like weird emotional reaction inside.
Yeah.
You're like
one of those formats that I don't enjoy playing anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I I had a few students, so I was playing pretty high stakes, and then I moved to the tournaments.
So you were playing the biggest spin and goes running at that point, which is what, 250s or 500s?
500s,
Yeah.
250s, 500s. Yeah, it was back in 2018. I think I stopped playing 2019 or 2020, the tournament, the spin and goes. And then, okay, we'll see. Oh, yeah, just
Chemo.
standard.
Yeah, standard three
fold.
bet and a fold from Chemo. And the one thing that spin and goes does give you is a great foundation for short stack play. What I admire in some of my friends that play that format is that they find maneuverability with stacks that other people simply don't even consider. You know, they manage. There's an art to that, I guess.
Exactly, that's what I noticed when playing MTTs. And if you get to heads up, if the guy has 15 bigs, he thinks, oh, I'm pretty short. While for me, 15 bigs is like plenty of room to do anything. So yeah, I kind of enjoyed that that I have advantage in heads up, short-handed play and heads up, especially in ICM. Then I joined 2 or 3 years ago. I joined one of the best Baltic players, his team, and got coached by him.
Yep.
And then the rest is the story.
Rest is history, yeah.
And Laurinas, I think, is coached by one of the best Lithuanians out there. So he should know what he's doing.
Absolutely. And
or he should be aware that his coach might watch, so he doesn't want to punt randomly.
It's one of the emerging stronger nations. You said you've got a crew that you're going to these Tritons with, and that's just getting bigger and bigger, I guess, as each event rolls by.
Yeah, I mean, Tritons is for sure a great experience. When I started to go there, I didn't feel that I have a huge edge there.
Yeah.
Even if you don't have an edge there, you get so much experience playing with the best and focusing on every hand and seeing the moves the best in the world makes. So I think first time I went there, I realized how the best in the world play or they think about the game in general, and then that motivated me a lot. So I started to research what they are doing, talking with, as you said, with other high stakes regulars, and in general in Tritons there are kind of teams.
Yeah, of course, right? Like the Germans.
Yeah,
and
Germans, Austrians, Americans, and
yeah,
in each team there is a person who thinks that other team
are a bit weaker.
Yeah,
or blah,
weaker.
blah blah. Yeah, there's a lot of ego, right?
That's what I think. It helped me a lot when I realized that whenever you go to play poker, you have to leave your ego at the room.
Absolutely.
And even though I play higher stakes than in Tallinn, but whenever I play, it doesn't matter. I play 500 back in Vilnius.
Yeah.
Here as well. You have to respect all the opponents,
and you're not just going and blasting it off and saying, "Hey, F you guys, I play higher, and this doesn't matter." You play your game, right?
I play the game in general. It's like every table you get, it's different tournament. It's different strategy as well.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest mistake regulars or online guys who come to live games, they think they are the better players.
Completely disrespecting their opponents. I see that a lot with I play mid stakes as well, so I see that a lot with people that I consider peers online. I see them live and they are not giving the best energy out at the table, and that's not good for the growth of the game either in certain respects. Wow, look at this. We've got a bit of a cooler for your fellow countrymen here. Laurinius running into the aces of Kimmo Kirku.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cooler that you're happy to be in with the aces. Also with the kings, you're loving the spot, but
yeah,
I mean, it's impossible to get away.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of sizing, looking at about 90k here in position.
Yeah, you don't want to go more than 90k here for sure. Because as you said, like now it's 125 players left, so every chip is worth more. So yeah, perfect guess.
It does seem like the most intuitive sizing, I guess.
Yeah, but actually it's amazing spot for Kimmo just to do it with any ace, because Eric's gonna open a lot. So Laurinas should notice that and 3-bet. And Kimmo just can go over it and attack those two ranges that are not always nutted.
Yeah.
Because both of them are, I mean, I know Laurinas is aware of what's happening, and Eric's has a huge stack, so...
And what's your response here as Lorinus with your range? What are you doing with that? Are you even 3-betting a hand like jacks and tens in the first place, or are you just peeling?
Yeah, I think it's just a flat,
Yeah.
and you want to... Even queen sometimes can call here, because you have... you play 50 BB... more. 57
and
BB.
you have a couple of 20 or 15 big blind stacks behind, which makes that flat even more appealing, I guess, to have some more traps and also not to get it in for your entire stack at this kind of crucial stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and here it's just a jam. You can do with if you want to balance, you have to have aces or at least ace X or a bluff.
Kings is too vulnerable in ICM, right?
Especially out of position.
You just don't want to allow the ace X to realize 3 cards. So yeah, your traps are aces, and then do you have any other?
I mean, you don't have a lot of calling here, calling, especially out of position. I think you just wanna get it in, because as you said, we have aces, kings, and queens. Queens like not full frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So your range is pretty.
Yeah, and you could see linear. Yeah, you could see the color slightly fade away from the face of the Lithuanian there, met with that aces and...
so he needs kings or spades, right?
Yep. Kings or spades. Oh, wow!
That's one of them.
The king of diamonds, and no diamonds for Kimmo Kirkku, so he needs to hit the ace on the river. And
wow, that was quick.
That was quick, wasn't it? I didn't even get to say anything. That's the end of that. Oh, he did actually cover his opponent. I thought it was the other way around slightly, but there you go. So the Lithuanian finding the miracle 2-outer there in a huge spot before the bubble.
Maybe Lithuanian in the booth brings some extra
Maybe some
percentages.
Good vibes. Yeah. So tell us about this predilection you have with the swag and this kind of swag lord moniker that you've taken on.
It wasn't in Jeju in Korea.
Yeah.
So I had this hat. I bought it. It had ace of spades as ace of hearts as a logo, and I had it ready for final table. But in Triton during the day 2 of 25K, the one I won, I felt terrible. I was kind of sick. I was drinking ibuprofen, and I kind of didn't want to talk with anyone. While usually I'm pretty chatty at the table. But yeah, there I just wanted to hide. Just put the hat, put the sun shades on, and then my surname is kind of hard to pronounce, so just commentators just gave this nickname. And actually here I got 2 or 3 questions. Where's the hat?
Yeah,
because I didn't plan to. I was not planning to come to Tallinn. I was in my girlfriend's parents' house in Klaipėda.
Okay.
And I decided just to flew yesterday. Just FOMO kicked in, and I'm like, I have to play the biggest event in Tallinn.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I haven't had the hat with me, but next time I promise I'll bring it.
Absolutely, if that's what the fans want to see, or the people in the poker community, that's for sure. And are you going to be playing the 3K?
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna play it tomorrow. That's the 2 tournaments I came for the main event and then for the 3K.
Yeah, hoping for another decent entry field, as we've been having great numbers all week, to be honest. It's been amazing. Even some of the smaller side events getting 300-400 runners in 150s, 250s, 300s. So
I'm pretty sure that we will have a lot of runners, even though it's labeled as a high roller. Is twice the buy-in of the main event, and I mean, it's for the ring, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can get some jewelry.
Plenty of satellites running to that as well, I believe 2 or 3.
I mean,
that's going to be 10 seats.
Great tournament, 30-minute levels. You play one day till the final table. Yeah, I really looking forward to it. It starts at 12 as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's an interesting board.
It is. No had with this.
That's interesting how Geol didn't attack No-Had. I would elect just to jam 9s.
I would have been all in with 9s as probably the bottom of the pairs.
Exactly, yeah. You can flat 8s and 7s, maybe mix folding with 6s. But now, yeah, I mean, now you kind of folding mode.
Yeah, you've just got the bottom end of it, and with some reverse implied odds as well.
Exactly. Not many turn or rivers that can help you, that you would be comfortable with.
Crying for an 8 and then still somewhat uncomfortable if No-Had just keeps barreling it off in some ways with full ace king in her range, of course. Eric's
I'm interested what Eric's gonna do. I mean, raising here could be kind of suicide.
Yeah, that's it, right? It's just a board where you feel like you don't really get much of a raising range versus under the gun. And Joel is, with his rather conservative pre-flop play, has got himself into a tricky spot. But I think his hand is just going to be quite a natural fold on the flop versus the three-way c-bet for sure. And yeah, we do see a quick call from Eric's there.
Yeah, I like how Eric's just snap.
Yep, no messing around. Putting the onus on No-Had here, is she going to continue using this as a bluff with maybe the ace of diamonds as some barrel ability on the backdoor flush run out?
I just don't like blocking the 10. That is most of the folding.
What, like 10-9, 10-8 type things? Or?
Yeah. I'd rather just go with like ace-9, ace-8, anything but pairs.
Yeah.
Or actually, this is a good board to barrel with like 5s, 6s, 4s if you open them.
Or like ace-5 suited or something.
Yeah, or
like
ace-5 suited. You have so many better bluffing hands, and I don't really, I don't see the idea behind this 25k bet, which is 33%.
It's a bit of a hopeful bet, isn't it? It doesn't really seem to achieve much. And look at this, Eric's is picking up on this perceived weakness and going for a raise for value, of course.
Yeah, and then No-Had puts herself in an interesting spot when you represent a weak range with a weak bet.
Yeah.
And getting raised. I would probably like to do that with ace-king of diamonds.
Yeah, just
where you have a lock on the hand.
So do you think we're going to see a turn 3 bet here from No-Had, repping exactly that?
Having ace of diamonds is kind of bad spot to do that, but I would just flat and blast off on diamond because if you think about it, Eric's never raising diamonds here.
No, because he doesn't want to get blown off of his equity. And
maybe king 9 of diamonds. Yeah,
she does just wave the white flag, and maybe an erroneous turn bet there, just a sort of hopeful third pot. But Eric's figuring out his customer quite well there, picking up a nice pot.
Maybe we will get a new player.
Yeah, should be with the...
Because they're gonna balance the tables. It's 123 left.
So might be even less than that, as that's our ticker, and then we see the real time on the tournament clock as we'll pan around the table. Lorenias.
So the bubble will be with 13 tables, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pure bubble.
You mentioned you were studying in England. What were you studying?
I was studying business, economics and finance in the north, in Lancaster.
Okay.
And Manchester was the first casino I played with. And actually, it's a fun story. Because if you know the Triton high roller Danny Tang.
Yeah, he's from Manchester, right? Or he used to play there a lot.
We played in 2014, 2015, 250 pounds tournaments together. and we haven't seen each other for like 9 years. And then we met in Tritons.
Wow, what a story.
Yeah. So yeah, I was studying there. Kind of enjoyed the studying. And then came back home to Lithuania after graduating, worked for 3 months and decided that I want to...
This isn't for me, right? Yeah.
I want to... Oh, Eric's finding the King 7 off. I mean, it's pretty standard open from Evgeny, probably bottom of the range, but Eric's decided he reminded himself that he is a chip leader and he has to raise.
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, it's an amazing spot to attack.
Even though it's easy to be over bluffing, it's not much your opponents can really do about it at this stage, right? So
exactly.
You just kind of, you don't need to randomize or whatever. Just, okay, I've got a king, I've got an ace, and offsuit.
You will put a smile on your opponent's face because everyone knows that what they're doing, but you cannot play back.
Yeah. Yeah, you get the kind of reluctant fold and a little smirk.
I feel like only Joel can play back as he has a stack that can shove.
Yeah.
Everyone is want to keep the pot small and play as less hands as possible until the bubble bursts.
Yeah, so with Joel, with his 19 big blinds now, we are 18 players or 17 players away. Will he make it by in this structure? It's possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, 19 bigs is still a lot. Yeah, I really like this fold. I was thinking
that shows a lot of
awareness of the situation.
Yeah, and the fact that he doesn't have any removal to types of hands that might 3-bet behind, right?
Yeah.
This is a far better candidate for an open, obviously. Queen Jack of clubs, despite being unpaired. It's those pairs that just kind of shoot down the rankings in playability, right, in ICM. So nicely done there from Martin. He's made a couple of nice plays. The ace-8 offsuit as well was a nice take that isn't often seen. What do you think about this peel from the small blind? She does cover her opponent.
So having Lorinas in big blind with the huge stack, it's not ideal, but if you don't expect that he will overbluff, it's fine, because you still have a lot of depth to play, and you cover initial raiser.
Yep.
So it cannot be bad for sure. How much EV she gets, it's hard to know unless she flops a 4, but not on this flop.
Nope. Very favorable for Uladzimir here. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. The typical kind of 25-33% sizing here.
You can go 25, even you can go small, bubble approaching, because you just so crush your opponent's range on this board with your combination. I don't really like this call without a diamond.
Yeah, no diamond, quite sticky. I guess she's looking at the disconnection on the board and thinking, well, you know, if he misses the queen, he's not going to have many better hands. But I think that's a little bit optimistic, out of position here.
Especially against Uladzimir, who will keep barreling.
He's capable. Yeah, exactly. He can just have a random king 10, king 9 and just, you know, keep blasting here.
And you have one clean out that you're comfortable with. So, I mean, now it's interesting for Uladzimir. I would not mind checking here, because you have a lock on the hand, or you're gonna face you're gonna face interesting decisions. So
yeah, exactly.
That's what I was working on a lot of on turn strategies, how to protect your ranges, because if you have unprotected range, good opponents will sniff that and
really
they will attack you
put
with
you to the test.
Yeah.
And that's what you're experiencing in this elite of elite poker fields that you play in. I did want to ask you, actually, is there a bit of a cheesy question, but was there one player that you came up against that you felt really had the star quality in terms of the presence and the kind of intimidation factor at the table when you first broke onto the high roller scene, that really kind of caught your eye and you thought, you know, I know you don't want to give too much respect out there.
Obviously, Phil Ivey.
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, you just feel the presence of the guy and how quickly he's improving in tournaments. I remember one spot in, I think it was Montenegro 100K main event. It's 12 left, and it was Livy, me, Alexei Sponakov's on the table, and Ivy wanted to raise. Because he had a bigger stack, he wanted to raise, but he looked like he's gonna raise, but then he folded. And everyone folded, and he was like, I had 5s, and he asked Alex, should I raise? And Alex said no. And he said, like, fuck, in 2005 I would just raise it and would not think about it.
So he's been on a bit of a journey of exploration himself into the deeper part of the game, and he's still competing, right? And he's still tough.
I mean, he's going hard, and he won a bracelet this summer.
Yeah.
So both him and Daniel Negreanu.
Absolutely. So the old guard coming back into the fray, that's for sure. So in terms of these situations where you're quite comfortably covered by your opponent, how much of a fight are you putting up late position versus late position here?
Against the chip leader, especially on the bubble.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just flat here, because, and I think that would be, you want to 3-bet like suited kings more.
They're just so
deep,
right?
Because Eric's will flat a lot, and you were playing out of position. So with suited hands, you have more playability post flop.
Yep.
Here, honestly, I don't know what King 10 achieves here. He's not folding the hands.
Jack
Yeah. I rather do it with King 7 of suit.
King 5 suited.
Suited, exactly.
Yeah.
Here I don't see I don't see problem of just calling. Even though we saw that the big blind Martin, right, he could squeeze light, and he understands the ranges. But here is different spot because both are huge stacks in pre-bubble situation. So Lorinas should have his range very protected.
Yeah.
So he can have as strong hands as Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Or nines, and it's a bit different than previous spot with Ace 8 against.
You mentioned earlier on a kind of a psychological factor, which was the fact that you wanted to be seen to be taking the initiative, and you feel that that might get you a lot more respect in some of the lesser contested pots down the line. Do you feel like that might have been coming into play for Lorinias there, as if to kind of signify to the chip leader that he's not just going to be able to open absolutely everything with him on his left?
Yeah, I think Lorinas wants to establish the presence of him being a big stack as well.
Yep.
And not letting the bigger stack raise every pot. Of course, later on they will see that he had aces and king 10, so it's pretty balanced. But yeah, I feel like Eriks has the worst. I mean, he's not as comfortable as it was before with Lorinas and the other. As we see, it's aggression frequency.
Yep.
Before aces and kings hand that everyone was kind of equal stacks. Now we have one guy who can threaten our stack and put a big dent in it. So we don't. If there is a one guy Eriks doesn't want to battle, is Lorinas. I mean, not doesn't, but like preferably not.
Preferred him to just get out the way in most spots, yeah, and then he can kind of pick apart the shorter stacks one by one.
Okay, I think Martin cannot do much in this situation, being on a button on a bubble against bigger stack. In the small blind, especially Vladimir, who has been active. I think here Vladimir has a kind of easy decision of actually you could just pure jam here against Joel in the big blind and threaten his stack with the 20 people to the money. Here I expect Joel just jam his combination. He doesn't want to see any flops. Just take those 18k that are in the pot and represents 17% of his stack. So that should be the play in my opinion, because you're not really comfortable of. Okay, that's a surprise. Yeah, you don't want to raise and call your combination. We'll see how this will work out. I would expect Vladimir to c-bet this board with having good turn and river cards to barrel. But we see that if he decides to do that, that won't work, because Joel has top. I'm really surprised by Joel just checking back this combination in pre-flop.
Yeah, we've certainly seen a continuing theme here of passivity, I would say, from Joel so far.
Yeah, nines.
Nines was a big one as well. And also checking back here, maybe overly concerned about that looming bubble.
As we can see, it might work out even better than if he would just jam.
Yeah, but then you could still protect that check back with like more like a6 and
ace-x suited hands is a pure check back here. Yeah, and Vladimir decides to give up. I guess it's a give up because he just doesn't have good river cards that much.
No. So Joel just taking his time. You can see remnants of an elevated heart rate there. It is a big spot for him. He does have the effective nuts in this kind of situation.
Yeah, I think, and Joel is one of the guys on the in the feature table that takes more time than others, but it's really understandable with his stack size.
Yeah, and his specific situation exactly. Just looking to wind down the clock a little bit. Definitely highly incentivized to do so.
Yeah, and he's not overdoing it. I mean, we still get a lot of hands to watch.
Absolutely. So moving through the field here, approaching this bubble, we do have quite a deep stack final table in comparison to the outer tables, where we're looking at around about a 45 to 50 big blind average, and almost every player on our feature table is over that or comfortably over that. So I've been impressed with Martin's game so far. He claims to not even be a full-time professional. He's a doctor and plays chess on the side, so definitely an analytical mind that transitions well into poker.
Yeah, helps a lot having a rational thinking process and understanding.
Is there anything you do outside of poker to sharpen up your mind, to any kind of brain training or kind of exercises?
I have a business that's totally not relatable with poker.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
me and my team does drone shows.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
We did the biggest drone show in Riga last August for 500 drones. So yeah, that's actually.
Wow. How did you get into that?
I had a friend from university who's an engineer, and he's in drone business for a long time. So he asked me to join him, and I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
And we're doing it for 3 years now. So it's not like sharpen your mind, but it's just totally different thinking process you need to have during like operating the shows. So actually, the biggest course I had in online or offline, it was like 1 week after the drone shows. Every time,
so because of the sort of
changing
changing
scenery,
the environment, and kind of freshening things up a little bit. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I think being full-time poker player for a long time, especially when you're like a bit older, and just not having anything else. I mean, I'm talking you can go to the gym, and so on. Spend time with friends. It's not good in emotional side, and it actually worsens your game when you're not ready.
Definitely, the human development and the sort of curiosity outside of the game, if that's not there, I do think it is quite tricky. So is that kind of a lot of management skills, where you've got to like organize a team and organize all of the kind of nitty-gritty stuff?
Management and creativity, because you have to create what you want to see, what you want to show in the sky. So that's what I like the most, because you have a sky as your canvas, and you can put anything basically. Yeah, but whenever we have the drones in the sky, I probably in any poker tournament I don't have as much stress as they're flying in the sky, because anything can happen. Yeah, and we had some accidents as well. So yeah,
I guess you have to be very sensitive to the wind conditions.
Yeah, wind is the main thing that, especially in our countries, you can get some gusts you're not expecting, and then things can happen. But yeah, I try to not overdo with poker, because I guess you play not your best game if you keep grinding. Even though in WSOP main event, Niklas Asted said that live poker is easy comparing with online, and actually. When he finished third, next Sunday he was playing $300 marathon on.
Yeah, and I watched the 5K final table review from a recent Stars comp, and he was on there with the chip lead, and that was days after. So definitely a man of his word when he said that, and that does require a certain personality type. I feel like I'm in agreement with you. It's something that I've noticed in myself doesn't really correspond to peak poker performance. It actually makes it worse if you're just kind of like caved in.
Yeah.
Do you think, Joel, is thinking of doing anything here, or just going to be a...
I mean, seeing how Joel played before, I'm actually surprised that he opened that.
Yeah.
But I
into
think,
the chip leader as well.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the hand.
Yeah, kind of inviting trouble there with that open, but...
Yeah, and we have 119 players left, so we're really
close.
Approaching the bubble phase.
Do you ever do anything such as incorporate a limp in that spot because you're just going to face so much aggression?
Yeah, limp and jam actually.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of suited like king queen, king jacks, you want to just jam here.
Yeah.
Because you cannot raise call, or you don't want to. You can, but you don't really want to.
Yeah, exactly. You face a lot of aggression from ace-x, right? And they just clear out those hands quite nicely.
And can you remind me what's the min cash here?
3K.
So double. I mean,
double. Yeah, so
it's pretty high one.
It's significant. Yeah.
So yeah, he wants to jam more, especially if there is a 2x min cash. I expect Vladimir opening here.
Yeah, certainly not been the type of player to back out of these. Whether or not that's correct, I believe he's got the chip leader in the small blind. Which
yeah, I mean,
is helpful.
I think it's pretty standard here.
Yeah, but not from under the gun.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, other guy folded sevens.
Yeah,
of course with the smaller stack. Here with Eric's, I would like to see a 3-bet against, especially against Vladimir, who's opening a lot.
Maybe some respect being shown because these are probably two of the most
active players.
Yeah, for sure. And in the form of the c-betting strategy, sixes with a spade seems like a decent candidate, right? Getting a hand like 10-9 suited to fold is pretty ideal.
Exactly. Your purpose of betting is also some value betting, but you just want to protect your hand and don't get your opponent's hand to catch up. Especially in this board, I mean, it's hard to float with random hands.
Yeah.
From Eric's range consists of some ace-5, ace-4, king-5, king-4, so sixes should feel pretty strong here. We'll see on the turn. Turn is very interesting.
Wow. So 3 flush emerging, 10 giving Eric's 2 overs and an open-ender now.
I guess it will go check-check, and then depending on the turn, I'm pretty sure Eric's gonna bet on any river. I'm pretty confident about it. Except maybe queen or king.
Yeah.
But anything else?
Those were his intentions, I believe, right? With the flop float. What do you think about the flop float out of position?
I don't really like it. But if you flat pre-flop and don't 3-bet, then you can go into this. But I would rather just 3-bet on the flop just to fold out.
Ooh, the ace.
Yeah, I mean, giving Eric's a nut straight. So, yeah.
He goes for the check raise.
It will be check-check, but I like the check of Eric's, because if he's betting, he's not getting called that much. So he wants his opponent to bet himself.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we think about Vladimir's ranges, it's 6s, 9s, 6s through 9s, king 10, and then some aces. Especially there is ace of hearts, so possibility of 2 pairs is pretty high with ace 4 and ace 5. But
yeah, good point. The two suited combos. But yeah,
we see a smirk on Vladimir, probably about the flat on the flop.
Yeah,
with not having a spade.
Thinking, what the hell is that run out? So 53 bigs though won't be the end of the world for Vladimir, but
pretty safe.
Yeah, should be fairly
6.5 starting stacks.
Yeah,
almost
12.5% of the field.
Yeah,
paid. And Eric's continuing to chip away, this time in the form of creative flop call and not taking the 3-bet. Maybe a bit of respect shown for his opponent there. Martin's done a good job of amassing a couple of chips, approaching the bubble, and he should be fairly safe now with even 4 stacks.
Yeah, and he's not even stalling or, just playing his hands. Finding some interesting lines as well.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 hands before he checked back ace 4-5 with ace of a7, so he aware of that he has to protect his range.
Yeah.
Two same hands, almost same.
Almost. So queen 9, queen 9. Evgeny opening in the cutoff with the chip leader on the button there with queen 9.
That's optimistic.
It is, isn't it? I thought with that action he was going for a 3-bet there for a second, but it was just indeed completing. And we have pair versus pair.
And I think this hand will end up in a chop.
Yeah, you should be, right? I don't think there's going to be any run-outs where one player decides to try and maneuver the other person off of the pot.
It will be one round of betting, and if nothing changes, it's just gonna check it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty favorable flop for cutoff range.
The sort of board that maybe if you're in earlier position you could size up, but here you just
range bet.
Yeah.
Even though he bet on kind of bigger side I thought he was taking his cards to fold. But
yeah, no, that would be
interesting.
Interesting for sure. Heart doesn't really change anything in the form of the 2 combos we see.
Yeah, and I think both of the players are happy to check it down.
Yeah. He got the action that they were looking for and not looking for... Ooh. Evgeny.
Oh, wow.
Goes for this 25 into 55 now.
Yet again, we see this pattern of interesting, I'd say, bet sizings on the turn.
Kind of uncommitted sizings with the weaker part of the range, right?
Not conventional size. So I'm interested what Lorina's gonna get of this. I mean, not blocking hearts is kind of good.
Yeah. The 9 is somewhat unfavorable, I guess, right? There's going to be some 9-8s and 10-9s.
And then again, you don't expect your opponent to open that wide.
Yeah.
But maybe Lorina's played with Evgeny more than we saw. And he knows where he's at.
Thinks he's capable of some sort of pocket 5s, pocket 4s if he were to open that or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, both are happy to check it down, of course.
Not a flicker of emotion from the hometown player there from Evgeny.
And we see a chop pot, as expected.
As expected. But 2 rounds of betting.
Yeah, 2 rounds of it. That was not... I didn't expect that.
That wasn't accounted for.
Maybe with like Queen Jack, with strong Queen, you could do that. Here it was... He took a risky line and almost paid off.
So where do you base yourself for the most part in Lithuania now?
Vilnius, yeah. I stay most of the time in Vilnius, but I travel a lot of the live stops with the drone shows as well, especially during the summer.
Is that something that you find difficult to balance with also personal life? You said you had a girlfriend and things like that as well, or is it manageable?
I mean, it's manageable. If you have a smart girlfriend, understandable and supportive, it makes life much easier.
For sure.
Which I'm happy to have. But yeah, I mean, you have to understand that you cannot do it all. So when I joined the Alex team, I decided to sell my stable and concentrate on 2 things, on 2 professional things, so drones and poker.
Yeah.
Which I think was a big impact on my career in general, because if you try to manage many or wear many hats,
we in the UK would say jack of all trades, master of none, right?
Exactly.
You just don't have the time that you need to reach that high level of performance. In these fields. And 2 is more than most people's 1, right? Poker is quite a obsessive world where lots of people are... You can feel like you're getting behind a little bit if you're taking all this time off. But I think I agree with you. In reality, sometimes less can be more.
Especially in the beginning, you know. Oh wait, we'll see.
Ooh,
Eric's,
wow, we're going into a 4-bet
Eric's having
here.
fun. No, he just it's 100. Yeah.
So it goes for 2.5x 4-bet out of position.
Eric's is my hero right now.
Yeah, this is creative,
I mean,
to say
and
the least.
Actually, no-hud is the stack that you're kind of safe to get into the money. You don't want to punt it off.
Yeah. And button versus cutoff, he feels that she's going to have a lot of kind of linear 3-bets that are actually going to be really hurt, like this ace-jack, ace-queen, king-queen type.
Oh,
wow.
No way we're going to see a flat.
Oh, my word. She's clicking it back, I think. Or going all in?
No, clicking back makes... No,
I thought she was... Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I thought she was picking up like 200.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go.
What a move from Nohad. Wow,
and the smirk from Eric's. he knows that he went out to the line and got punished, but he will see by what.
Got max punished by the ace-jack off. That's some insane balls of steel there. Wow. What a move from Nohad. Not scared of the looming bubble.
I mean, this guy is giving us action. It's not like, you know, your standard bubble where everyone, you know, just playing it caution.
Tanking around and folding. And
we're seeing 4 bets with 9-5 suited and 5 bets with ace-jack-o.
Wow. I think she had a little moment there when she was grabbing those chips where she was about to fold, and then she thought, you know what? You know what?
You know what?
This guy's getting it. Yeah.
I'm on the feature table.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going out in style. If he somehow has kings or whatever, then
I
good
have
luck
an
to
ace.
him. I got some equity, exactly.
We see Eric still thinking about the hand.
Yeah,
he cannot let it go.
It's kind of smirking to himself.
Yeah, Lorena's would open a lot in this spot, but he just has...
I just can't with the 7 deuce, right? So Martin now with the 191 is covered by his opponent.
I'm pretty sure he will elect to limp here and go from there. If he had like 16 bigs, he could jam, but actually maybe I'm not sure. Maybe in this spot you are able to jam just because of big blind ante, which is very important. Yeah, but Martin elects...
Seems like the smart play, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a little bit shorter, he could definitely...
Exactly.
Just right. Oh, ow, that's cold. Cold one here as Martin flopping 2 pair and Ladzimir.
I really enjoyed Martin playing so far, so we'll see how he will navigate this interesting and dangerous situation.
Certainly. Starts with a check. And you were talking about the sort of presence of these like 9-3, 9 deuce natural kind of raises. So slightly less concerned of the 10-9-9 than you would be on other paired boards?
I mean, if Martin expects his opponent to have those, then yeah. But here I feel, especially in live poker scene under like 10k buy-ins, people don't have that much of those balancing ranges. So yeah, I mean, it's if I would be in Martin's shoes, I would be interested to see what's gonna happen. I expect Ladzimir to bet big on this turn.
Yeah, and the jack is an interesting card, as the king would now make Martin a straight and Ladzimir a boat, which would be a super cold one.
And Jack just connects with both of their hands so much.
Exactly. And Ladzimir, sizing-wise, are you going for some kind of geometric sizing? Or do you think that
cannot go? I mean,
you can't go too big here, or because it's quite neutral, right? From what you're saying.
Wow,
he checks.
Wow.
Oh my word! And now the Jack of Diamonds on the river. This board just gets spicier and spicier.
And I think Martin will be saved here.
Yeah, for sure. I thought he was going to be facing 3 barrels almost every day there.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Maybe not on this run out, because Jack is pretty scary, but still at least 2 bets.
Yeah.
Really surprised, especially having King of Diamonds.
What? So do you think that there's a world in this that this goes check again?
No, I think Martin will bet small. Okay.
It does go check.
I would bet small, just with my full range, because I don't expect my opponent to have a lot of full houses on this run out.
Yeah.
With this action, especially. So I'm interested what sizing Vladimir will choose. I mean, Martin probably calling any sizing under the pot.
Yeah. Well, Vladimir deep into the tank here, reaching for chips now. After a rather unconventional check turn. Now.
Yeah, it's just
he's just gonna snap it.
I mean, I would snap it.
Where do you think he's gonna find bluffs in the bet check back line from?
Like random
just
eights?
Random hands, yeah. Like 8-6, 8-5.
Yeah. You just the thing. What was that? You're not beating a 9 anyways, but let's see the both cards.
Yeah, Martin kind of giving him that look as if to say, how the hell do you have a 9
Yeah.
here?
And Martin can expect to beat some value bets as well.
Yeah.
Like 10x.
10x going for trying to get called by ace high or something like that.
King high, ace high.
Yeah.
Or just, if you have 10-6, let's say, you just want to get rid of other 10s and don't get a free roll because you expect 10 to bet.
Yeah, that was almost a meme-worthy moment there as Martin saw the 9 and just couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Covered by his opponent, blind versus blind.
Yeah, how can you check trips there? I mean, probably the end of the balance of the hand will be the same.
Yeah.
But I like the look on Martin's face.
Yeah, that was priceless. Unfortunately, a dealer error, which isn't going to be a bad thing for Joel there. He'll be very happy to see that.
Yeah, but I didn't comparing with the Vegas that I was 2 weeks ago. Dealers here are much skilled and better. Even though the brand is the same, WSOP, but
yeah, it's the creme de la creme here, really. And in Vegas, I guess that they just get a bit overworked and potentially underpaid.
Yeah, and also there are so many different formats they have to deal. You're just coming from deuce to 7 to hold them. You still need some minutes to adjust. What's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the classic. I play a lot of PLO, and you get the dealer sat down, deals 2 cards, and you're like, you don't want to be that one guy that's been like, come on, give us the rest. It's like, you got to let them adjust and, realize that they're human as well. So Lorinias opening it up. So which events did you play in Vegas, and did you have any success?
Almost break even. So I had a deep run in 10K at Win, the 10 million guaranteed, where Nick Petrangelo won. I finished 15th. Then in Poker Go, in 10K Poker Goes, I finished, I played 4 or 5 of them. I finished 4th and 5th.
So like daily sit and go type things?
Yeah, daily Poker Goes.
Yeah.
And then I play, and that's 3 tournaments. I cashed in the bigger binds, and then I cashed in 50K. I finished 17, I think, in 50K.
Nice.
One of the last tournaments of the summer, but I came pretty late because I feel like if you go to Vegas, it's the same with online. If you go to Vegas early, you might get burned out in the end.
Get sucked in, right?
Yeah. And it was so it was so hot. I mean,
like 45 degrees.
It was 52. It was the highest Monday of Vegas ever.
That's insane.
Yeah, but I was lucky to get out before the crash of the crowd strike, and everyone got stuck there because like all the systems were down all across the world. So yeah, I got lucky there.
Very nice. And you didn't play the main then?
Yeah, I played the main. I busted day 2 in actually huge, like 400 BB pot in kind of Omaha hand. I had not straight versus second straight with the flush draw on the turn, and yeah, the guy hit the flush.
Ouch.
But Yeah, I felt like this year I didn't enjoy main as much as I used to. It's just such a long grind and so many. Like you in the main event, you are guessing so many times. I mean, because hand just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
you cannot, as we said about Martin, you have like this rational thinking mind, and main event you just sometimes have to forget and go with your gut, which is also amazing. And they let players like the second place winner Griffin, who is just a casual guy with 47k cashes, wins just 6 million.
Yeah,
and played actually amazing.
He brought
poker.
a strong game onto the final table.
For
I
sure.
watched most of the coverage, and I was like, this guy for an amateur is a really tough cookie. He was even a lot more aggressive than some of the pros on that table.
Yeah.
So that was.
And I remember on day 7 or day 8, we played 10k at win, and there was Dominic Niche on the table, and he was like saying that Tomaya gonna win, and it was like still 25 players left, and Tomaya didn't have that many chips, so it was like very interesting to hear.
Yeah, this prediction,
this prophecy. Yeah.
So Vladimir with very comfortable 3-bet call versus Martin.
Yeah, and I mean against Vladimir, I would not hate Martin to jam this ace deuce suited, at least some portion of the time.
Yeah.
We'll see what size. He cannot choose that much. The big size, very big size. 40?
42, I believe, yeah.
That could be too big. It's against. I mean, standard 3x.
Yeah.
No, it's not 3x.
A bit less.
Yeah, a bit less.
I think even 2x does the job here quite nicely.
Yeah, would go 4.5 BBs. Because then you can 3-bet more and attack. Even though Martin's range is pretty strong there. I expect him to fold just because it's 13 to the money.
Yeah.
And it's 2x min cash. But I would not hate the jam, especially against Vladimir, who were active. Who was active before, right?
Active. And it's only that kind of slightly bizarre King 9 hand that hasn't shown an aggressive tendency. He's been, I think he was second on the aggression frequency, right? So
yeah. Yeah, it was Lithuanian guy number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes it. I mean, it's whatever here. If you want to jam some ace rags, you have like ace 5 suited, which is like
the
solver jam, right?
Yeah, solver bait. So you're talking about the main event and the fact that you've got all of these kind of wild card players to deal with, and that's a far stretch from your usual grind, which is going to be high stakes, either online or kind of.
Yeah, but I used to be like this main event player where I feel very good in main events.
Right.
But then when you start, I mean, it's hard to adjust in one day, right? From
So would you say that you're almost overstudied for the main in some ways? That it's kind of like difficult to get back to that.
No, I would not say that I'm overstudied, but it's just sometimes it's hard to forget some stuff and go to the different levels of poker, where you hope the guy has some bluffs, but in theory he should have a lot of bluffs. In reality, he doesn't have that much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, main event is about surviving, I think, and I never survived till the money yet.
Yeah.
Out of 3 tries. But whenever you play main event, you just feel this electricity in the room, and that's the beauty of the game. When any part of anywhere from the world you can come and play the same game.
When you started grinding low stakes back in the day, and that's what it's it's like a pinnacle moment, right? In some ways, the first time you played.
Yeah, and then you see those. I mean, the crushers. They reaching the final table. Concentrating, giving their best against the recreational players. Or I don't like calling recreational players, but like the guys who are here to compete, not necessarily win. But that's the beauty of the game. I like the Eric's just gonna defend
really wide here. Yeah, he's gonna see situations post-flop where he's going to over-realize in this spot,
And
right?
there we have it.
And there you go. He gets a free turn from the ace-queen that doesn't want to get into a weird spot by getting check-raised. And
But still, Olazamir has a flush draw.
Yep. So
And
it's
2 overs.
pretty interesting turn. Eric's
What size?
25, I think.
I mean, Olazamir always just calling here. Raising would be unconventional.
Yeah.
Probably what we would want to raise with the weaker combination as a bluff. Interesting river coming.
Offsuit 10. So I don't think Eric's is going to be able to find another bet here, but... And Olazamir really... Does he have any ideas of turning this hand? It's just going to go check, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty confident. And I mean, Olazamir has showdown value against like 8-5, 5-4s of Eric's.
You feel like those are always going to bluff, though, no?
I mean...
Wow. What are we seeing here? Some kind of block? It's actually sizing up. That's over north of half pot again.
It's like betting a 10 or jack.
Yeah. Wow. Eric's.
Yeah, okay, then if this betting 56k, then probably 8-5 and 5-4 is definitely bluffing all the time.
Yeah.
So if he has a wide value range.
Super merged.
Yeah. I mean, Eric's came here to battle, and I like the heart.
Yeah, definitely. That we've seen.
And he actually didn't make any wrong moves. He 4-bet with 9-5, not against aces, just not had...
kind of sussed him out. Yeah. Or just went with it and trusted
Exactly.
their gut. Yeah, exactly. How much of a weighting do you put on things like live reads or like any kind of energy that you pick up on around the players on the table when you play?
In these fields, I try to pick up a lot because there's a lot to get, and then in high rollers, it's actually even more interesting dynamics because people are good enough to fake tell and good enough to understand what they did a month ago against you and how they acted.
So there's like levels of the sort of physical tells meta as well.
Yeah, I remember in Poker Go when I finished 5th, Alexis busted me, and he hero called me with with okay combination, but he called me because my nose got wet.
Really?
During the hand. Yeah, that was like one of his arguments because we were living together with the group of guys outside the Vegas, and that was one of his arguments. I mean, yeah, those guys are really picking up on the tells, but still, you cannot rely on them. They can influence your decision, but you cannot rely just purely on the live tells.
So when you're in a spot of indifference, basically, you'd maybe use that as a sort of defining factor.
Even here, I just used randomizer.
Mm-hmm.
I just randomize a lot of decisions, which I think it's better than to trust, because with live reads, even with live reads, you can randomize putting your frequency more towards one or other decision. Having the live reads, but if you just rely on live reads, you're just gonna make some calls or folds that you cannot explain. And I think in high rollers, live reads are a bit over.
Overhyped.
Overhyped.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some, but you still have to play solid theoretical poker, and you have to have understanding what you're doing from strategy point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And Joel just elects to jam.
Yeah, he's got 16 bigs here.
Yeah, and we are 10 to the money.
Yep.
How much?
I feel that this is stalling because I don't expect Noah to call that often here.
No, ace-4 would be a bit of a suicide call, I think.
Especially against Joel, right?
Yeah, I mean, what's his range going to be here? Like, does he even take ace-jack off? I don't think so.
Oh,
wow.
Let's go.
Oh, wow.
Year of Lithuania. We'll see.
Yeah, it feels like it, although one ace is gone for sure.
Kings of Tallinn event was won by Lithuanian last one.
Yeah, and it was a Lithuanian heads up, I believe, as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. The guy who took second is a good friend of mine. I played a lot of Omaha with him.
Uh-huh.
Okay, standard flip.
Okay, here
Probably
we go.
for Joel, it's worth 3K, right?
Yeah, it's a big one for him. He's going to be sweating this one. Your fellow countryman, not so much, but obviously a good one to win. Oh, that's a cold ace-high board there for Joel, who's really been battling to try and make this min cash.
Hearts?
He's going to need no heart either. So,
already. Where's the backpack?
Taps the table and just tries to eke out a little bit of extra.
Well played, Joel. Unlucky. I mean, Lorinas is running pure while I'm here, right? He won kings versus aces. Now he just spikes an ace on the flop. Not even a sweat on the turn.
No.
And keeps increasing his stack on the bubble.
Absolutely.
You would expect Eric's, be the one who gets a lot of chips during the bubble, but when you're running like Lorinas, it's Lithuanian who are chipping up.
Absolutely.
And having there's one more Lithuanian.
Are you?
This one I know. I played a bunch.
He's got absolute heaps as well, by the looks of things. Those are the greens are 100k chips, so that looks to be somewhere in the region of, I think, over 800k. Yeah, sort of 700-800 essentially.
And I think both Lithuanians are from the same team, right? I mean, I know.
You know.
Yeah, I know. I don't need to ask. Yeah.
We're not, yeah.
Aurimas has 700, Lorinas... Yeah, I really like how Aurimas is playing live tournaments. I played a bunch, as I said before, here in Tallinn and Lithuania as well. Didn't play that many online tournaments, but I think he will be a threat on this table.
And what sort of game is he going to be bringing? Sort of a very theory-orientated?
Both theory and exploitable. If he would, I mean, he will have the balls to put to make a decision and pull the trigger.
Yeah.
He will not be afraid, for sure. Of course, coming to the new table, it's always a challenge. You don't know how everyone's playing, but maybe Lorinas will help him to understand what's what.
A little whisper in the ear. So Evgeny again going with these fearless opens. It's threes, and it was queen 9 before.
No had as well. Oh, okay. Now Aurimas might just squeeze first hand. Yeah.
Let's see. Welcome to the table. Covers both. Queen 10 suited certainly has a lot of upside in squeezing, right? You're going to fold out a lot of better combos.
Not be. I mean, you probably want to do that from small blind. Here in the big blind, you're like indifferent, but especially if they both would be a bit shorter, you could punish them more. Here playing deep stacks, but still, I would not be surprised that Aurimas will just raise, but he elects to call.
Fair enough. So
let's go to the streets.
Swing and a miss for just about everyone, really.
So whoever shows the aggression takes down the pot.
Yeah, usually the way.
And there's not many interesting turns.
Nope. In fact,
yeah, Evgeny just
randomly stabbing.
Yeah, randomly is, I think, the right word for that. But it's gonna work for sure.
Yeah, and it's moves like that when you play live poker that it can be dangerous sometimes because you feel like you made the right decision because you got 2 snap folds, but then
yeah,
a deeper look at the hand would certainly leave some questions to be answered.
But then again, that's what I was referring before,
right?
Or not in main, just in general. Like you would not expect, first of all, threes not expect to be in the range in general, like most of the time, and then you don't expect threes to see bet. So it makes hard to play. So you cannot underestimate any player who plays poker and has some experience, because even though the guys who are not studying their moves has ideas.
They've got their own ideas.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heard something quite beautiful the other day, which was that everything is done for a reason, right? And you need to try and respect that reason and understand it rather than taunt it or make fun of it, right? Because you're dealing with people when you play live poker, especially at this kind of buy-in of 1,500, that are successful in other areas of life, and they're going to have a lot of development of their own in certain ways.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And the poker in general, when we were talking between our like friends, our team, whatever you call it, poker is in general about ideas. Yes, you have to understand theory to play those high rolls, but every player in any field has their own tendencies, right? So. Yep. And you have to predict them, and then like Tritons, I consider Tritons as like a tennis Big Four tournament. Like, you know, everyone comes to every Triton prepared some new ideas, and at the beginning of the series, you're trying to figure out what everyone are prepared, and then you're gonna counter-attack them, which is like really fun.
The game within the game, absolutely.
Yeah. So. Like this is, I think, Aurimas will elect to call, and this is the spot I talked before. Like you can have some strong combinations in the flat, and then big blind cannot just jam random cards.
Yeah.
So here, small blind is not dead money that often that it was before with the Finland or Estonian guy who busted with aces.
Yeah, that's nice. So you work in some hands that don't allow you to just get squeezed out a lot. Although it's not really going to happen so often here, right?
Yeah, in the bubble.
5 off the money.
Unless you have a guy who is really aggressive. But Aurimas cannot know that. We'll see not that interesting flop.
So you feel like it's a hand class that's a bit too strong, too weak to
stack off, and then too
yeah.
strong to put in the bluffing range.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and just so, again, with Ace Jack you protect your range so much, which is very important. But we see a huge bet.
Yeah.
I mean, not huge, but
half pot. Yeah, on King 6 Deuce.
Against small blind.
Yeah, it should be maybe feeling like a bit of a smaller one there could have been advantageous for no hat, but instead she's driving the action with the half pot sizing and does get the fold from Aurimas, no backdoor, and she happily shows her cards there. That's interesting.
Yeah, she doesn't want everyone to wait till the stream catch up.
Yeah, she didn't show the Ace Jack though, I don't think. That was
yeah.
the key defining hand. So what a boss, trying to build that image. Okay, so we've reached the point of the tournament. As I mentioned to you earlier, Paulius, that we're going to go to the outer tables, and things are going to be wrapped up for the time being for the feature table. But thanks very much for joining us. Really appreciate your input and getting a bit deeper into some of the spots. It was a pleasure to have you in the booth.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure for me, and good luck with the rest of the stream and feature table.
Thanks very much. All the best.
It's already day 7 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. We've seen so much good play and great action that kept everyone on the edge of their seats. First up, we had the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event with flights 1E and 1F. With a mind-blowing €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the competition is getting intense. Friday is officially the day 2 for this event, and the re-entry period will close after the first 4 levels. The €555 no-limit hold'em deep stack 8-handed event was also a crowd favorite. Players loved the deep stack structure, which allowed for plenty of play and some serious battles on the felt. Next, we switched things up with the €250 PLO 4 and 5 high-low. This event added a fun twist with its high-low format, challenging players to think on their feet and adapt for those tricky split pots. But the real highlight of the day, the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5 final, ring event number 7. We had just shy of 200 entries, making it the biggest prize pool PLO event we've ever had. The first place winner walking away with the prestigious WSOPC ring and a sweet €44,500. The final table battle was very intense, as nobody wanted to give up their shot at the first place prize. After about 4 hours of play, we reached the heads-up battle between Riku from Finland and Jan from Norway.
Riku is going to pot it. And it's not sticking around anymore. Double-suited kings.
Jan Roger.
Sure, Riku has some sort of half-decent hand, maybe with an ace. Oh, he's got aces. Wow.
Okay. Whoa, look at this one.
What a caller for the last 4 big blinds.
Yep, confirmation aces.
That's true.
Single suited and the double suited kings for Jan Roger, but is this gonna be it for him? He's on his first poker trip ever outside of Norway, actually, Jan Roger.
Really?
So yeah, well, now it's a chance for him to double up or have second place, because look at this one.
It's a good flop bottom pair with the king high flush draw, so 48% playing 52 with it's evened up. Oh, but that's a full house for Riku.
I hope they have the diamonds as well.
4-3.
Full house.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Whoops.
There it is.
Missed them themselves, but there we go. We have crowned the winner of this PLO 1100. Riku of Finland is taking down the event.
Last 3 or 4 times I've been to Tallinn, I've been running pretty bad all the time, but I felt like I didn't play that bad, so I just felt like it's going to turn around eventually, and this is the tournament where it did.
Can you tell me a little secrets about your routine? Like, did you sleep well before the game, or what are those things that you do before, like, going into the final table?
Well, usually when I'm in Tallinn, I just try to go to the gym and eat healthy and not go party around and not have too much alcohol, and just try to relax and keep my mental game and my physical body in focus as well. So I'll try to do that, and usually that'll keep me going for the long days.
And that's it for day 7. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 keeps on getting wilder. So don't miss out on all the fun. See you at the tables. Day 6 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was a roller coaster of epic poker action with unforgettable moments and high stakes. Starting with the €1,500 no-limit hold'em main event, which saw flights 1C and 1D take off. With a jaw-dropping €1 million guaranteed prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. The competition was fierce, the atmosphere electric, and everyone had their eyes on the prize. The main event is turning into a legendary showdown. Next, we had the €1,100 PLO 4 and 5, which broke our records. We received over 177 entries, which makes it the biggest 1K PLO tournament in Tallinn poker scene's history. Last year's winner, John Kite, bagged €34,700. He's in the field defending the title and eyeing the record prize. The action was intense as they played down into the night until reaching the final table, which will be streamed on Thursday. And in the evening, we kicked off the €555 no-limit hold'em progressive bounty, featuring €200 bust-out bounties. Players had to bring their A-game to get a chance at claiming those juicy bounties. But the true highlight of the day, the €555 no-limit hold'em final day, ring event number 3. The excitement was off the charts as the finalists faced off, each one dreaming of that shiny WSOP circuit ring and the massive €55,000 first place prize. After some nail-biting hands and dramatic bluffs, a new champion was crowned, adding to the legend of WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024.
All in.
He
The
just goes
choice
for the
of
shove.
Phil Gross. What about Alexei, King 7?
Yeah, so 12 big blinds effective here. King 7 with the big blind ante in play.
Heavily dominated if he was to call off this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you call, we can go home.
Amazing. That's like the Scotty Nguyen. If you call, it's all over, baby.
Yeah.
And we've got one in 2024 now.
It's going to be a classic one.
Yeah, we don't have many personalities in the game. They've kind of been eroded by the solvers,
right?
and he gets the call.
It is a call, and Domination Nation for Phil Gross versus Alexei.
He talked him into it.
They did, right?
There's the king, and there's the ace, pal. Wow. Okay, so Alexei looks a bit hot under the collar after getting muscled off of his equity there with the King 6 in the previous hand. Gets talked into a light call here with the King 7, and we're off to the races. And it's Queen 6. So just the backdoor flush draw for Alexei here. Phil just looking to fade the 7 primarily, but heart could spell disaster on the turn also. 8 is safe. Is it to be the 7?
7 and a 7 only can save Alexei.
And it's the Queen, so Ace King holding up beautifully there.
Our winner, the 555 event, WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn 2024, the Nolan Tolan number 3. And cheers for the winner, Phil Gross of Germany.
How do you feel right now? You just won the ring and the whole tournament and 55,000 euros.
It's hard to realize at the moment. I'm kind of dreaming. Like to get the ring, it means a lot to me, and I'm happy I made it, and I feel really I deserve it.
That's so nice to see. You're so happy and so sincere. How are you going to celebrate this win now?
Well, there's the next, the main event is still to come. I still need to qualify myself for this, so right now there's no time to celebrate. I think we will celebrate after the event, or maybe later today, but I don't know yet. Let's see, we will make something.
Let's go! And that's a wrap for day 6. The fun isn't over yet, so stay tuned for more poker thrills. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep this party going. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 5 here at the WSOPC Tallinn 2024, and we've reached the halfway of the festival. And today was nothing short of spectacular. Before we get into it though, we want to congratulate our champion of ring event number 4, 350 euro PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty, Aki Pysing from Finland, who walked away with the ring and 6,300 euros. What did it take you to win the tournament?
Just to be very lucky. It's very important to be born on Sunday.
Ooh, that's the first one. I haven't heard that before. And actually, I think I was born on a Sunday. So I have a chance?
Yeah, you should consider giving up the interviews and starting playing poker.
How did you prepare yourself for the final day?
We played all day through, so I prepared for the final table. I ordered a double vodka and soda.
How did you celebrate, or are going to celebrate it?
Well, I celebrated it. I went to the hotel room and woke up my spouse. And then we had a cognac and then we went to sleep.
The long-awaited 1,500 euro main event kicked off today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. The anticipation was palpable as players took their seats, ready to compete for the most prestigious title of the tournament. Downstairs in the casino, we hosted a lively meet and greet, complete with a surprise performance from our in-house band. It was a great chance for players and fans to mingle, relax, and enjoy some fantastic entertainment. After which we kicked off the 150 euro No Limit Hold'em special, where our celebrity guests took part in and had a bounty on their head. We also had the ladies meet and greet, which included a ladies-only free satellite event. This was a fantastic opportunity for our wonderful ladies to connect and compete. Alongside this, the highlight of the day, the 250 euro No Limit Hold'em Queen's Ring event commenced its final, with the winner set to walk away with the coveted WSOPC ring and a top prize of 5,500 euros. The final table battle was intense, as none of the ladies wanted to give up the ring and the prize. Play lasted for about 5 hours before the heads-up battle commenced, and it continued until...
Jamming it in, and here we have it.
At least it's an all in the call, but it's Linda from Finland. She's ahead, of course, with the ace-deuce, so might be the big double-up for her.
Could be. She's faded disaster and managed to be quite lucky in these all-in situations. She's won her previous 4 all-ins, I believe, as the short stack. Is she going to continue that run?
You're going to miss for both. Still ahead, well ahead with the ace-deuce.
Oh, there's a jack on the turn.
Big change. Now, Linda from Norway. Oh, there we go. We have our winner in the ladies event. WSOP Circuit event in Tallinn. Ladies event. The ring winner is Linda from Norway.
So you were the one taking home the fabulous WSOPC ladies ring. And I saw the battle, it was pretty tough. What do you think was your advantage in the heads-up game?
First of all, I was lucky. I had great cards. Maybe a tiny advantage that I'm not afraid of losing.
Yeah, I saw your play. It was really good to watch. You were being really brave. But was there a moment in the game when you almost saw the ring on your finger?
To be frank, I knew it was gonna be mine when we were like 4 people left.
4 left.
Yeah.
Nice. Really?
Is that okay to say that?
Why not? It's being honest, you know. Congratulations to our deserving winner. Finishing off the evening, we had the 555 euro No Limit Hold'em Day 2. Players fought tooth and nail to reach the final table, which will be streamed live on Wednesday. And that's all for Day 5. There's still plenty more exciting poker action to come in the second half of the festival. Good luck to all the players, and let's keep the momentum going. Welcome to WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. My name is Stanislavas, and I'm super excited to be your host for the next 10 days. From the moment the doors opened, the tables have been packed with a diverse mix of seasoned pros and eager amateurs, all trying their luck. The atmosphere is electric, with poker players from different countries coming together to compete in 53 different tournaments. Today marks the beginning of what promises to be an unforgettable series of tournaments, with everyone aiming to make their mark and take home one from the 12 WSOP Circuit rings. The opening event, the 250 euro No Limit Hold'em tournament, has already seen some thrilling hands and bold moves, setting the stage for an epic festival. So stay tuned as we bring you all the highlights, unforgettable moments, and behind-the-scenes action from the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Get ready to witness poker history in the making, right here in Tallinn. Welcome to Day 3 here at the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024. Today was an action-packed day with 3 exciting ring events, keeping the energy high throughout the day. First up, we had the second and final day for the WSOPC €250 no-limit hold'em ring event number 1. This event saw a total of 788 entries by 450 unique players coming from 32 different countries. The first place winner set to walk away with an impressive €31,620. The competition was fierce and the event ran into the early hours of the morning. We also kicked off the ladies pre-roll and the WSOPC €350 8-game day 1. This event attracted players who were excited to show off their skills in different types of poker games. How is the 8 game going?
Well, it hasn't gone so well so far. I'm making a re-entry now, but it's a lot of fun and nice people. So I'm looking forward to go into my second bullet. That's a good thing.
It will go better, I'm sure. In addition, the WSOPC €555 no-limit hold'em ring event number 3 started today with Flight 1A in the morning and Flight 1B in the evening. Players are eager to secure their spots and compete for the honorable WSOP ring. The day also saw the commencement of the €250 no-limit hold'em bounty event and a €150 no-limit hold'em and PLO 456 mix in the evening. Stay tuned for more updates and highlights as the WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 continues. Good luck to all the players! Welcome to the WSOPC Tallinn 2024. It has been an absolutely crazy day here at the Hilton Tallinn Park Hotel. Let's take a look at what happened. First of all, we want to congratulate the winner of our first ring event, the €250 no-limit hold'em, which ran into the early hours of Monday morning, was won by the Latvian Eriks Krūmiņš. Eriks, you won our first ring event this year. How did you do it?
I just ran really good, won pretty much every all-in, so I can't complain. I was really lucky, really lucky. And played good as well, but mostly lucky.
Were there any spots in the tournament where you thought like, hey, maybe I could win this?
Starting from like top 80, I think, because I had a big stack there. I always thought I could win, but I understand that not everything is because of my skill. I need some luck as well, and I got that luck, and I won.
We kicked off the day with the €555 no-limit hold'em Flight 1C. The competition was fierce as players battled it out, each one determined to advance to the next stage and get closer to that prestigious ring. Next up was the exhilarating €350 PLO 4 and 5 progressive bounty. This unique event, featuring €100 bust-out bounties, kept everyone on the edge of their seats with its intense strategy and high stakes. The €250 no-limit hold'em Queens event was a highlight for sure. This ladies-only 8-handed event saw incredible skill and determination as players competed to reach the final table. The final table is going to be live streamed on Tuesday, so stay tuned for more excitement from these amazing women. But the crown jewel of the day was undoubtedly the €350 8-game final. The final table started out with 7 players, all eyeing that ring, and the first prize of over €8,000. And after 7 hours of nail-biting action, we had our winner. Please tell me, how do you feel right now?
Actually very proud because I lived in Finland 10 years. And they're very good in mixed games. And everyone knows I'm fish. And now I run a decent-sized mixed game tournament thingy. And everyone knows I'm fish. So to do 8th game with a ring and actually win a 3-hour heads-up battle, I'm proud. I'm not that bad.
I agree, you're not that bad at all. Was there a hand that you're like super proud of?
None. I was lucky all the way.
And that's a wrap for day 4. The WSOP Circuit Tallinn 2024 is just heating up. So stay tuned for more updates and highlights. I'll see you tomorrow for another thrilling day of poker action. Hello, I have John Kite here, who won the PLO 4 and 5 last year. So maybe you can teach me a little bit how the PLO goes. I've been playing No Limit Hold'em, but I know nothing about PLO. And what does the 4 and 5 mean even?
Yeah, it's a bit different from Hold'em. In PLO, it's more about you need a lot more. You need draws. You need like 2 pair or better. You don't want to go crazy with like 1 pair, like over pair, as you do in Hold'em maybe.
Yeah.
In 4 cards, it's mostly about having aces, nut suits, high pairs. In 5 cards, you can have a bit more rundown hands, which means like, for example, Jack 10, 9, 8, 7. That's really good to crack aces, for example.
Can we do a little like example or just to... And I really want to know, what does the 4 and 5 mean?
Yeah,
is it like 1 round with 4 cards and then 5 or...?
Yeah, 1 round of each. So we're 8-handed. So first we have 1 round with 4 cards. This is a very good 4-card hand.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Very good card.
Oh yeah, maybe turn it around.
Yeah.
So, you like equity run very close in PLO compared to Hold'em. Let's say you have aces versus kings in Hold'em, it's like 80-20, right?
Okay.
But here it's more like 33-66. Even though, so if you have like aces with something, against kings with something. And here you see we have a double suited kings. We love the hand, but against aces we're always a dog, obviously. But when you have kings, you always want ace blocker. That always helps. Less chance for your opponent to have aces.
But in the game you still have like the flop and turn and river the same way in that.
You just get more cards. And a big difference is you have to use 2 cards from your hand.
Yeah,
right?
These are the cards that play with the table, right?
So normally, if there's 4 5s in Hold'em, you both split, right?
Yeah. Pods.
Because you both have an ace. But here, you have to use your 2 best cards. So
if
you have a
4
full house. Even though the board is this, no one have quads.
Okay, so still 3 of the cards is playing from 5 cards altogether playing.
So you have a house here and the ace is full, or 5's full of aces.
Okay.
So that's a small difference. Like if there's 4 to straight, having just a jack is no good. Like this is not a straight if this is the board.
Okay.
You see, normally in Hold'em, this would be a straight with a jack, right?
Jack, yep. Oh, this is this.
Yeah, that's fine. But here, we need to use 2 cards. So we need a king. Then we have a straight, right? So that's small differences.
And it goes like 4 cards, 1 round, like each.
Yeah. Every player gets 4
the button
cards.
moves like the whole, circle, and then the other round is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to see more all-ins in 5 card. So normally a lot of people build stacks in 5 and 4 is a bit quicker. People just wait for aces. But in 5, you get so many more possibilities. Because 50% of the time you even get double suited when you have 5 card. So it's very easy to get double suited with 5 cards. Like here, ace, king, 9, 8, 4. Compared to 4 cards, it's harder to get double suited. People want double suited hands.
But what is the usual mistake that people do, like that you see in the tables?
So normally it's not respecting your opponent or the board. Like if you have aces on this board, it's never gonna be good. like people overplay overpairs, you know. I was all in with aces once, overpair. Guy had top set, so I was crushed.
Yeah.
But I still found an ace on turn. So,
Oh, wow. So you had that lucky
I'm lucky.
charm.
I'm lucky
Yeah.
today. Even though I just doubled up a guy with aces.
But is PLO your like top one game, like your favorite of them all?
Yeah, at least in cash game. That's what I prefer to play.
Okay.
But on every flop, we want like big draws. If the flop come Queen 10-6, even though the guy have aces with a queen, it's very strong, right? But let's see, you have this hand. You only have king high, right?
Yeah.
You have king high, but you have a full wrap. You can get straight with ace, a jack, a king, a 9, or even a 7. Yeah, and
So that would be a nice...
and an 8.
Yeah.
So this is monster flop. And we even have a flush draw. So even against aces here, we have like over 60% equity.
Yeah, it's so different from Hold'em.
We have no pair. So it's about putting a lot of pressure. You know your opponent have aces, and like I have no showdown value. You can just go all in on this flop, and he kind of have to fold. It depends. Someone calls, but yeah, you know.
Anything else that I should know before I enter my first PLO 4 and 5 tournament?
I don't know. It's like in every poker game. You just have to pay attention to your opponents, see what they're doing, and I mean, some people like to look at every flop before they go all in. You know, see that you have something, and some others just, if they have a good starting hand, they just always try to push their equity. It depends.
So you should be a little bit smart, and you should have luck as well, like in every poker game.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John, so much for joining us and explaining the PLO 4 and 5 to me.
Some more outs. He does find the gut shot, so a 9 or a 7 will save him tournament life. Otherwise, we have the winner in Mikko Ylimäki. Is it gonna be a 9 or a 7? It's a king. Both players hit the river, but it means that Mikko Ylimäki is our winner. Congratulations, applause. King. Oh, and this might be it. Now, yeah, shipping it in, and of course, we'll receive an immediate call without outs. Mantas Stanislavas is all in, but this is the bad news for him. Edgaras Kaučinis has already sealed the title. It's over before the river falls, because not straight for Edgaras Kaučinis has sealed it. Huge congratulations to our winner of Kings of Tallinn main event 2024.
I'm so excited because this guy here is going to teach me how to play deuce to 7 triple draw. It's very hard to even pronounce, so I'm hoping you have some magic tricks to teach me so I can go to the tournament and win it.
All right, no worries, Stella. Thanks for joining, and actually it's a fun game.
Is it?
It is a very fun game. It has very nice nuances to it, and if you've never played it before, then the game derives from the old school version of poker, which used to be the 5-card draw.
Oh, wow.
And this game is then part of the draw games family, which means that you will get dealt a combination of 5 cards, and then you have a chance to redraw either 0 to 5 of those cards.
Oh, wow.
So basically, without further ado, let's get started. I'll deal you and me both 5 cards, and the name deuce to 7 comes from the fact that the hand strengths in this game are turned upside down.
Okay.
So basically it means that the worst hand is the best hand and the best hand is the worst hand. So what do you want to see in your hand?
Let's do it openly, right?
Yeah, we can do it open.
Yeah.
So what you want to see in your hand is totally small unconnected cards, which you have like a pretty nice set of. And the best hand, like the name refers to, the deuce to 7, is then starting from the smallest, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it cannot be a straight, so thus the 6 is a bad card.
Okay.
It is taken out from in between, and then 7. So meaning the deuce, 3, 4, 5, 7 is the best combination in this game. You cannot have any flushes as well. So flush is bad, any pair is bad, any straight is bad, any 2 pair is bad, etc.
Okay.
And the second part of the name, triple draw, refers to the fact that you can actually change 3 times whatever you have.
Okay, so how many? I can burn some, right?
So yeah, the game starts in a way that now, once we have been dealt the cards, you usually have some chips in front of you as well, so there is a round of betting, and then you would choose the cards that you would like to keep.
So probably discard this one?
Yeah, and then you don't want to keep a hold of the pair either, so the pair is bad, the pair of 5s. So discard
Like
one of the 5s, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep a hold of these and then discard those 2. Then the dealer, as always, burns 1 card, deals 2 cards to you and 2 cards to me.
Okay, this is not good, right?
Well, yeah, it looks very good, but actually it's a straight.
I cannot have a straight.
Yeah, so straight is bad, so thus you need to make like some kind of an adjustment. And what you want to do in that situation is always you want to basically draw for the best combination possible. So deuce to 7. So which card do you want to discard?
Deuce to 7. Come on. 4. No, 6.
6.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, you just told me that.
All right. So yeah, and basically I have like a semi-strong hand here with 8-7, which is like in a multi-way pot. Maybe you would actually want to discard it, but here, for the sake of it, let's continue drawing. And now, before this, actually, in an in-game situation, there would be another round of betting, but since we don't have chips and we don't do it. And
look at that. Is it good?
Wow! Wow! Well, okay.
Maybe I should come and play it.
My job here is done.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is the end of it. I'm a pro. Thank you. You seriously are a madman, you know?
You got the nuts.
I have the nuts.
Well, maybe because I'm an optimist, I would still continue with you, because like you would then bet and stand pat. I would use my last draw to change this 1 card and see if I can pay you some extra money. With a 10 high, probably I wouldn't.
Okay, so what happens now? It's just like...
So yeah, basically, once you then... the game is also a lot about like betting patterns and keeping an eye on what your opponents do. So let's say the cards are hidden, right? On the second draw, you say pat, so you don't change any more cards. And I would then basically derive from that you have some sort of a strong hand. And well, you have the nuts, then your job is to make maximum amount of money with that. But since I am still drawing with 1, then you would need to figure out what's the correct amount to bet.
Seems very easy to get the nuts in this game.
It's easy. Come play it.
Yeah, come on and join us. So Eva, I have a few questions about the 8 game, and I heard you're a pro at it.
Oh.
Is it true?
My vision is to become a pro sometime, but I love it. I play it as much as I can.
Well, I know nothing about it. I'm serious. And can you tell me what are the most important things about the game, or how does it even go?
Yeah. It's 8 games, so it's like in athletics, you see that they do 8 different sports. So we have 8 different card games, and that's what I love about it. It's so much variation. So I will not try to tell you all about these 8 games, but it's very much that you have to use your brain and you see patterns and so on, and that's why I love it.
Can you tell me the 8 games, like the names of the games?
Oh God! It's it's Omaha, high-low, and normal Omaha, and then it's Texas. Both fixed limit and no limit, and then it is my favorite game, Deuce to 7, triple draw.
I've heard about it.
Yes, I love it. And then it's Stud 8 or better. That's like Stud high-low, and the RAS, which I also love very much.
Do you switch the games like in every hand, or how does it go?
No, it's you have a button and you play like one orbit of each game. And if you are fewer on the table, then you play more hands. So if it's like 6-handed, you always play 6 hands, even if you're maybe 5 persons. So, and that's the best thing because you get some time. But it's also the worst thing when it comes to a game that you don't like. You just want it to get over with. And then you sit and you want to play like I'm looking forward to the Deuce to 7. I'm like drooling when it say, now it's time.
But is the queue of the games always the same? Like you always start with Texas, then you go to RAS, or like how does this go?
Actually, it's a little bit different. Online, it's in one way, and in tournaments, they can decide themselves how to do it. Okay. And for instance, I played NPC in March in Bratislava. Then it was called Heteros, so it was 6 games instead of 5. Instead of horse, we played Heteros, and then they put the stud games every second round. Because it's very easy to confuse. You sit and play stud and you are a little bit tired or something, and then it comes stud high-low. So it's different I'm not very good at the rules, but I think you can choose a little bit.
Yeah. What do you think is like the hardest game of the 8 for people to play?
I think Texas Hold'em No Limit is the hardest because it's so everyone knows it so well. But obviously it's the easiest because everyone plays it. But maybe to become really good, maybe RAS or Stud. Stud, I think, is very difficult. Stud high-low is much more comfortable, but Stud it's a tricky game. Those who are good at Stud can get a lot of chips in.
Yeah. And what is your favorite game of the 8?
Oh, almost everyone.
Well, if you have to choose only one.
Deuce to 7 triple draw, and on the second place RAS, and then all the high-low games. So I said 3.
Yeah, still you get away with it.
Yeah.
But what is for you the hardest one? Like that you think that you should get maybe better at it, or?
I think actually Texas, because I'm not playing a lot of Texas. I think it's not as much fun as the other. And if you don't play if you don't practice, then you will not become very good. So I think I'm very medium in the Texas games. And also Stud is tricky. I like when it's high-low or low games and a little bit more crazy. But Stud and Texas is my, I think, toughest.
What would you say to a beginner, like some suggestions if I would like to come and start playing 8 game?
Yeah.
Like how to study, how to begin with it, or?
Well, there are some nice books that you can
Did you start with a book?
I start with the books and I played online, mastering the mixed games, I think it's called, one and another RAS book that I also read. But then lately I have been taking a course online, BBC Poker, BBC Poker Mixed Game Bundle it's called. So this is the Norwegian guy, Tobias Leknes Senkel, and together with Pieface, very famous UK guy. They have a fantastic education. And when I got to train with this one, I felt I got one step up. So I can really recommend that one. And talk with friends and try to
Who know how to play, right?
Yes. and most of my friends don't like it, but Lena, who I'm here with, we play, and my friend Ylva and Linda. We have some girls that love to play. Gia is coming also.
So, as I understood, I should begin with 8 different books.
Actually, the book Mastering the Mixed Games, I think it's called. It's green, at least. It's all mixed games, so you don't have to buy 8 books. And if you take this BBC Poker online, then you have also, I think they teach 10 or 12 games, and it's fantastic.
I have one more question. Why the 8 game?
The more the merrier. I like variation. I think it's a very nice, the people who are playing mixed games are very friendly and a little bit crazy and like to party and have fun. It's very seldom you see someone sit with a hoodie and glasses.
Being really
and
serious.
Yes, so it's more like, blah, 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 cheers. And it's just so much fun, friendly community.
Thank you, Eva, so much for that.
That was lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, guys. Welcome back to the studio. This is the WSOP Circuit Events in Tallinn 2024, in case you don't know where you happen to end up with this stream. And this is the main event. We've been covering it all day, and we have got some news for you about this one, George.
Yeah, some unfortunate news to report. Unfortunately, the bubble has just been going on for so long that we've made the decision, instead of extending the stream, which was going to be pushed back to a finish of a local time around about 2 a.m., which would leave quite a tricky turnaround for the continuation of play at midday the next day. The decision has been to cut the coverage here and now, so there's not going to be any more streamed coverage, and we're going to continue with the in the money play from tomorrow.
Yeah, we are, and hopefully we'll be able to show you some highlights from the bubble play as well. But right now the players are on a break, and then there will still be a lot of bubble play during the night. So the players will back up around 2 o'clock, and then they have to be back at 12, which means on a 30-minute delay from 12:30, we should be live tomorrow for day 3 of the main event.
Absolutely. Look forward to seeing you then. It's been some great play in day 2 of the main. We'll be back for day 3 tomorrow. Bye-bye.
See you soon.